Okay, we should be live. I'm seeing myself with my phone, so there's a delay, but I'm also checking if I can hear myself, or like if I can see the bars move with the microphone. It should work. I think there's Egguna already sending pheasant emotes. So I think she can confirm that we are live and it is all working. So maybe as you can see, we changed from this excavator style scoop to this other one. We are live and we hear you. Very nice, very nice. So yeah, I'll go inside the Avant machine then. It's starting to rain here. It's again, so far it's not too bad with the rain. It's like a few drops here and there, but we'll see if it escalates. But yeah, so now we have a different type of scoopity scoop to work with. And I also need to refuel Avant, so I think I will drive it closer to the van and get some diesel. Big boy scoop. Yeah, it is a bigger one. It's still not like a massive scoop in comparison to many others, but with Avant machine I think there's like this limitation that if you like get a scoop that is massive, it will be hard to get enough strength to lift the stuff you're trying to scoop with it. So for that reason I think this is already a good sized scoop for what we'll be using it for. We'll actually just reference the paper I showed you yesterday, so the one with the plan on what we're doing here, to see if I'm missing anything. Hopefully not. Because I also took with me the sort of like ramps, so once you can drive this Avant like onto like trailers and stuff, and those ramps we can then use to go over those things we have, like those trenches we have dug. So for that purpose. So even if we do make like trenches here that we can't go over, I do have the ramps with me, so there should not be an issue. We'll see. I've never used the ramps myself, so it will be an interesting time if we need to. But I think at least the start of this we can first go to the secondary building, so the one we will be blocking access to, and start from there so that we see if we need to make a ramp access to those places. But if we start from there, then at least we don't immediately need those ramps. Checking if I can actually, yeah, no I can't. I was thinking if I could rotate you guys, because once we go and refuel, I don't think you will be seeing much of me doing the refueling, since you're looking to the front of the Avant machine and the refueling place is on the side of it, so you won't see any of that. I think we'll start out slow again to hopefully not stall the engine, because the engine is cold. Because it is once again quite chilly here. I didn't even check the forecast. What did it say that the weather was like at the moment? But I'm assuming something like yesterday, so 6 degrees or something like that. Avant will go slurp slurp fuel, yeah. But yeah, it was this hill here or the slope here that we stalled the engine on when we came here yesterday, but I guess for going downhill it's easier. Yeah, I guess I could leave you guys somewhere like here, because the canister is on the van there, so I might as well take it from there. So I think I will start with the refueling since then I don't have to worry about running out of diesel. But yeah, you will only see me struggle with the canister until I come with it. And then after I'm refueling or when I'm doing the refueling, you won't see anything. So apologies for that. I'm just trying to see if I can close the door kind of, so the wind wouldn't blow it away. Let's see. This thing is heavy AF. Well, it's only like, I think I put in like 18 to 19 liters of diesel, so I guess that's pretty much the weight as well. Oh yeah, I can actually come in front of the camera to do the tricky part, meaning I have to change this cap here to this nozzle. I'm hoping you can see this because that's quality content. I remember my father warning me that you should make sure that that nozzle thing is all the way there, because if it's not, it will leak, and that means that it will just spew diesel out. I feel like it's like spinning empty now, so maybe let's hope it is good. But yeah, that means I will go and open the fuel cap next. I still didn't check how much diesel can fit in here, so hopefully all of it can. But yeah, I also got a tip last time because I was struggling pouring it, and it was also like gulping air, that if I pour it sideways, it should take air while you pour. So we will try that. We'll try that this time. So far it doesn't look like it's leaking, so maybe I done did it. Yeah, I think it's gulping less than it was doing that before. But I guess this will take some time. I don't know if this ASMR is coming through. There's still some air coming in and out, but it's better than it was before, I guess. It's also hard to see what the angle should be, because it depends on the level. It is coming through very nice. So yeah, you're getting refueling ASMR while seeing basically nothing. But yeah, I don't know if there's much to see here, since it's just me holding this canister sideways. Smooth. Almost there. Glunk, glunk, glunk. think there's only a little bit left. Trying to see, because it should like, you could see it from the color, like this canister is kinda see-through, so I don't think there's much of anything in there anymore. Okay, I think we're done. Now the cap closed, and then I'll switch this thing back to the fuel cap. But yeah, I'm curious now, because I think I like refueled it now for like 18 or 19 liters. I'm curious to see how much is there now, because it was like on the border of the red, so like with the warning of fuel running out. Not all of that fit in there, so I'm assuming something like 30 liters or something for the size of the fuel tank. Let's see. Squeak, squeak. It's like on, oh, it's like 90% or something, so it's really close, if not even like past that thing, because it's like between the full and the first line there is, yeah, Avant was mighty hungis, yeah, extremely hungis. But yeah, so we'll go for the like the backyard side of the secondary building, because there's still some that we need to dig, so some rainwater pipes. Let's see how well I can do this. I've seen my father do it, and like digging with this larger scoop or this wider scoop, and he has had no trouble with it, but I've never done it with this, so we'll see how it works. There's also a stone in the way. I think we can maybe try and get some more RPMs to hopefully prevent the Avant from stalling. Trying to scoop that rock with us, but I don't think that worked, unfortunately. I think it's still on there. Yeah, it's still there. Can't believe this. But yeah, so the goal would be to dig from where I left off with this, with the other scoop. I don't know how much of it you can see, because I'm not seeing much of it either. Trying to see where I should align it, because there's also like pipes underneath, like behind me, so I can't really go more than this. Just trying to see if I go first to that side and then try to reverse it to where I want it. It's not too far from where I want it, but I'm trying to see if I can be here without touching the pipes. Because I guess it's somewhere like here that we would like it. Let's see. Okay, maybe here. Because we can like fix it with a shovel if we need it. But now I don't remember exactly how my father starts with it, but I think he goes in quite a steep angle. So maybe we'll just try it like this. nothing's happening. Can't believe this. There's also stones here, so I don't know how can we fight the stones with this larger scoop. Trying to see if the... Okay, it's still all connected. I think we need to go in like a steeper line, like in a steeper angle, to get more of the weight from Avant. But it's hard because I can't really see what the angle is. Okay, we got barely anything. Barely anything with us. Trying to get it like more directly on where we want it. But yeah, this will be interesting because it looked so easy when my father did it. As I guess is generally the case. I feel like I will be faster with a shovel, but I guess it's again practice time, so. Because I'm curious if I should go in and like drop this amount somewhere, because I feel like I would need to get more for this to make sense. Let's see, if I go from here I think I'm digging too much. It's also really hard to aim there, because you can see now that I'm like way off from where the last one was, so where I would need to continue this digging. Because I know that my father does it like this, that he, like the tires are almost like in the air like they are right now. But I don't know if there's enough weight in this machine to, well, I've seen him do it, so I guess that shouldn't be the issue, unless I'm going in like a too steep of an angle. Did we do it, guys? I think we could go and see what we did. Okay, we did basically nothing. Can't believe this. All this for nothing. Oh, there's also like a stone in there. Maybe that's what's giving us the hard time. Because I can see that there's like marks on that stone, so we have hit it more than once. But I don't know if it shows on the camera. I think you should be able to see what I've done. So basically not much. Also, like I feel like the spot I'm doing it in is not like accurate to where we want to dig next. So it could be a long day. trying to dig with this. Because we of course do have the option of taking the other scoop back. Yesterday I was thinking I needed my brother for help with changing the scoop, but it ended up that I didn't really need him after all. So he was here just like watching that everything goes, giving me hand signals. But it wasn't that necessary. So I guess I can do that by myself then, like changing the tools. Changing the tools by myself too. But then I'm curious if I should go by and remove that stone by hand to make sure it's not in the way. But I guess it will make this progress extremely slow if I have to go back in and out of this machine. So I guess for ever getting good at this, we should try and do it with the machine only. Well, now at least we know that there is this stone in there. We know of the existence of the stones. I'm once again trying to align myself, even at least a bit, to where I need to dig next. But there's not that much space because there's, like I mentioned, there's the central heating, etc. pipes on like behind me. So there's not that much room to work with here, unfortunately. So I would like to go more towards the left side, because I can see that there's like that's where I will need to continue next time. Maybe not. Okay, we're closer at least. But then again, we need to be like just at the right angle so that we don't dig it into like the side of it. Yes, we can do it from here. Let's just try. So it would be here. I'm trying to see if the larger stone, if we dig from right here, I don't think it's in the way. So this would be good in that sense. Hopefully, at least. I'm trying to see where the corner is, but I guess so we got another somewhat pathetic scoop. Trying to see if there were stones this time, but I don't see any. There's like a few maybe, but they look small enough that they should have buckled. Also, the larger stone did move around a bit, but okay, maybe we got more this time. So maybe there is hope. Maybe there is hope after all. Just that this is such a tight space, it will take us a long time with just the maneuvering. Because as you can see, I'm just, spinning from one way to the other. feel like there's also going to be less and less space while we work, so it will be interesting. Okay, now we should be able to get out of here. Take me away. Oh, he's there. Maybe not. I feel like one thing that would help us if I were to go and change the location of that one water pipe, because they can be like moved with hand, so that would probably help. Also, hello Citronelli. I was thinking of promoting this on VJ or Valtijok's Discord again, if you don't mind, #managering. Of course not. We had skeleton jelly here yesterday and he said that he found it. We are there, so obviously that's okay. We're trying to speedrun on a rainwater ditch, but this is the first practice run, so it's not really fast. And there's also not that many speedrun strats that I know of. I think my father has them all. And he's gatekeeping all of the speedrun strats. But yeah, you can see the water pipe, the cold water pipe. If I actually lower this a bit, you can maybe see it better. But to the left there's the water pipe, so I can actually go in and I will check. It's called routing. Yeah, that's actually true, yeah. But yeah, I will go and first of all remove one of the stones that's in the way, and then I will see if I can move the cold water pipe as well. But there's this one stone here. It's not really giving us any trouble, but might as well yeet it. And then there's this, I don't know if you can see this side one, but there's this one cold water pipe that was in the way when we were driving. So I'm just gonna see if I can use a larger stone to hold it where I need it, so that it wouldn't be underneath us or trying to get underneath us. Let's see if that works. Because now we have more room to like reverse here. So maybe we can get ourselves better into a better location. There's also some stones in here already, so I think I will also yeet them to the sidelines there. There's another one, because I don't know how well this wider scoop can deal with the larger stones, but I guess if we find out the large stone like we did yesterday, I think we're just screwed, so we'll see what happens. We need to start paying Citronelli. Yeah, first of all, we need to start getting money from this. After that we can we can start discussing managerial fees. But yeah, for that I think we need to hit the 50 followers to be able to like even dream of monetization. Not that I'm expecting there to be any fortunes coming from here for the house building, but before that, that's at least not happening. But I also saw they were like, we lost a follower, I think, because I think it showed me that we have like 39 followers now, so who's the one that betrayed us? Can't believe this. Wait, I think I misdid it. I think I should maybe go to the corner there and try to reverse from there, maybe. We'll see. Because now we have more space on the left side, since that water pipe is no longer in the way. So let's see if we can get ourselves there, because there we would have more space to get ourselves like aligned. I accept payment in being my friend and hanging out after we move to Haukipudas. Can we haggle with that? Wait, what? If only like a good day acquaintances, and then like you coming to us, not us coming to you, because you know there's a lot of stuff to do here. I think you will be buying something ready-made in Haukipudas, so where's the fun in that? Hello? Just kidding. Okay, but still hanging out and pretending to be friends, I mean. Yeah, exactly that. Like, can I post you on my socials that I know you? Yeah, exactly that. But yeah, I don't know if this actually helped us much, because now we're coming in such a strong angle that I don't know if there's like much weight and like behind us if we do the start with the digging. Let's see. Let's try again. Because like I mentioned, this is not that deep that I could easily do it with a shovel too. It's just that the goal of this stream is to practice using these Avant machines again, so that's the goal. Because we have time, because like I mentioned, there's not much I can do here by myself. So this is one of those things. One of those things that I can do here by myself, and we don't have the earth compressor thingy, so I can't like finalize the stuff we've dug earlier. And I think for most of the, like any other progress, it would benefit that there would be more than just me here. We got some of it out. Maybe we're getting some progress. Because like we remember when we started out with the other scoopy thing, I had like the smallest scoops starting out, but then eventually it got better. So maybe it's the same thing here. I'm just really scared of like smacking those central heating pipes, because those things were quite expensive. So they also have been dug by the excavator. So if we rummage them too much, I think we're just absolutely doomed. Let's see if we can make this spin. We can easily make this spin. Very nice. But yeah, when will we get Citronelli on the stream? I think it's after August then. Like earliest would be September or something, right? With you guys moving, I mean. So that you would be closer here. But yeah, I feel like I have to go again today and refuel the diesel canister I have. Because I think if we are gonna be like doing most of the day here with this, I guess we'll be once again quite dry with the diesel stuff. I guess we'll have like half of it left, but still it would be better to have it like at all times. I guess it will be better to have that canister filled instead of like having to go to get it refueled at times. I'm again thinking maybe I came from the wrong angle. Can't believe this. Where can I fix it here somehow, and how would that be? Maybe I can't. This is the slowest speed run. Yeah, end of August if we do the epic moving my stuff in the van stream. Oh yeah, we talked about that too. Yeah, so there's an option for the stream of us driving through the city. I mean Finland. So driving through Finland from the south of Finland to maybe like the center of Finland or towards the center. So not all the way to Lapland and stuff, because Citronelli is not moving that far. But yeah, there is an option, a possibility for that. Yeah, you can see the maneuvering is taking the longest time here. Also, me like practicing that scoop thingy, but here, especially if you think about like how long it takes for me to do those scoops, it would like be so much more beneficial if I was a professional already with this. So every time I go with the scoop, it would be like extremely efficient instead of this practice I'm doing right now. But there's hardly much I can do except for practice. Because at the other places I could practice with this in like the between those two buildings, and if I start there I will block my way from coming here. So for that reason I guess it's still better to be here and practice than it would be to be in the middle there. But now I'm again struggling to see the angle I have, so if it's good or not. So it would need to be something like this, I guess. Let's try that again. Because I feel like it needs to be in quite a steep angle for the driving forwards to push it down instead of like forwards, like obviously it wants to. Like maybe now. Let's see, did we get anything? We did actually get quite a lot. I feel like my father, when he does it, he like only takes one scoop from each of these. And this is like my third one from the same spot. But yeah, guess it's all progress still, so can't complain. Now only to get out of here. Take me away. I went to my brother's yesterday after the stream. I was first thinking like whether or not I drive home, but my brother works quite late, so he usually starts his day at like noon and then works until like 7 or 8 p.m. So I was thinking that if I should just go home, because if he start like working till like 8 p.m. or something, that I'll just go to his place and wait there for like 3 hours. So that makes little sense. But I did text him that when is he coming from work, that if we go to eat something or stuff like that, and he did pull through, so he was there in like an hour or so, which was nice, because then we did come here and check that I was able to change this scoop thing, so that was also good in that sense. I guess I will try actually to reverse there where I was, so we'll just hopefully save some time, not needing to go back and forth so much. So now we are where we started this from, or where we actually reversed after the scoop. But yeah, let's try a side scoop now, because there's like gonna be a barrier here between the previous trench we dug and this new one I'm making. So let's see if I can level this out a bit so that there won't be like a massive barrier between those two. Let's see if that works. I think we got quite a lot of ground. We'll see what happened there. Like, did we get what we wanted, or where is this from? I guess is the question. It's also, I think our tires might have gone in there already, because it was, well, what was that about? Because I felt like it was struggling to move. But I don't think we had that much weight on us that it would be. Definitely not because of that. But yeah, we'll go and see what happened. What did you eat? We went for a burger from like this, like a bowling place here that sells some snacks and stuff. So my brother was wanting to try there, because they have like this grill section where they have like grilled food, and they had this lehtipihvi, which is like a leaf steak. I guess still like the direct translation once again, but it's like this thin steak that they like hammer. I think that's like a, I would assume it's like a more of a general thing, so that other countries have it too. But I ate like the original burger thing. It was okay. Nothing really that much to praise about. The fries were really good. I think that was the best part for me. But the burger was good also. There's no complaints about it. It was also like, it was definitely not pricey either, which was of course a major advantage too. Because it was only like, the burger was only like 10 euros, with like fries being like 3 more euros added. But for like a sort of like a restaurant level burger, it was well priced. Actually, now that we see this trend, it's looking really good. I will show you guys. I will go like here so you can see what it looks like. I don't think we need to dig that thing too much more since it's already looking quite good. The only thing I would like is to get that larger stone out of there, but I think I'm assuming you can see it. I'm trying to see what you can see from the camera, but the screen is so small on the camera. It's hard for me to tell how much visibility you have. I guess we can do one more side scoop here just to be safe. Also to hopefully get some more of that stone out of it. But you can also see that we're almost as deep as we are with the other type of scoop. It's also like less even on the like the bottom of the trench, but still like seeing how fast this is also. And I think the biggest like difference, and I guess the benefit from using this one, is that you can go from the side of it, because with the other scoop you have to like reverse and like, for example here the ending of this, how would you reverse to the bank there, because like you would need to make a ramp for it and stuff. So here it's like faster to do this ending part with this, because even if we took like 3 attempts to make it, I think we're still quite fast. Like even compared to like shoveling, I would state that we're still fast with this, even as I am practicing. But the another question is how do I get the stuff out from there where there were like stones and stuff in there. Let's see. But I again think we need to go in quite a steep angle. I think we might also extend the beam a bit. We'll see what happens. Okay, so there's this one larger stone there that refuses to move. But yeah, we got the stone that I was looking at. I think some more fell to the bottom of it, but that's life. That's life. As they sing, you know. So yeah, let's again try and get a place to dump this. But yeah, I guess this is progress, guys. It's also getting hotter here inside this machine, because I have my jacket on, but it was extremely cold outside. But inside here it's I guess like good temperature. I'm just overdressed. Oh yeah, I could actually reverse myself there. Oh, actually I could maybe go the other way so that I wouldn't need to reverse it, so that I could just like continue where we left off, because now we need to go towards the end of it, so the pipe should be less in our way. So I'll actually go and do in Finnish you could say kunniakierros, which is like a honorary circle. So I'll just go here, so instead of needing to go back and forth, I will just spin myself here so that I go. I don't know if this is any faster, I doubt it, but it's like more fun to drive around instead of like reversing and turning. So that's why we're making this honorary spin here. But yeah, this end of this, like the pathway between those two buildings, we also need to do with this scoop to make it connect the other trench there. But yeah, I guess we can now go from here. If we go slightly slower and then try to correct it, we should maybe be able to get ourselves aligned so that we can continue where we left off. Let's see. I could be wrong. I have been wrong before, so it's not. It can happen. It has also happened before, but trying to see if we scoop from around here, we continue where we left off. Trying to see what's the angle we have. So now we would be, this would be something like the angle we need. Something like this. like there's a stone there somewhere, but let's see how much we scoop with this. Actually not a bad one either, because I think we're getting the hang of it. I'll just reverse myself past this pile where I dump it and then dump it and continue, so I don't have to reverse that much and do like those honorary circles I did previously. So hopefully we get to the same location we were earlier. But yeah, I feel like I'm getting the hang of this machine, because I was surprised how easy it was to change the smaller scoop to this one. Because I've seen my father do it many a times, but I've like being like, okay, that looks intimidating, aligning the machine, etc. So I was like worried there a bit, but then I could do it. There's like a sort of like a hole or something that's gone like deeper than the others, because I can see that like it's struggling a bit when I'm reversing out of it. You can maybe even see that there's like this spot there that has gotten softer, has gone like deeper in there. The tire gets stuck in. Just reversing was like a struggle there for a bit. Has accepted your offerings, yeah. I see that my old Guppe plum tree has been offered pile of soil as well, yeah. We can also hear it jam a bit, yeah, that's what you can, that's exactly what I was referring to, that you can hear that it's struggling a bit there. So if I was if my father was driving here, I think he would like use this to somehow level it, but we can try. I don't know what happens if we do that. Let's see. Because you can see there's quite a large hole actually there. So I guess it would be beneficial for us to try and level it. I think what my father does is like this. So he just goes in and pushes the ground. Tries to see what happened. My God, we did good. Dios mío. There's also another one on the like left tire, so maybe we can try that as well. See if we can level that too. No, I don't know if that made it any better or worse. I think it might have made it a bit better. We'll see. We'll see if it still like struggles. Because again, with the way I'm jamming it, it makes the wheels spin without like moving much forward, so that like digs with how the threads on the tires are. It will like have to dig through the sand because the sand is so soft. So that's the reason. That's the reason it quite struggles then to get out of those holes that it basically like dug himself. Because now when I have my front tires are in the air, it's only the rear tires that are spinning, and those are now, as they spin, they're also digging. Okay, so this was less of a scoop, but I think there's also less of the stuff remaining, so maybe that's already good. It's not easy being Avant, yeah, definitely. I think I will actually take off my jacket because it's getting hot in here. Now the question is, can I remove it while sitting inside, or do I have to get out? Do I have enough space in here? I might actually not have, let's see. Ugh. Some middle-aged man struggling with the jacket. Grunting noises. Okay, so I'm free of my warm jacket. Trying to see if there's room to place it in here. I don't see that there's I was thinking if there's like a hook or something in here that you could put the jacket into, but I don't see any. So I guess there isn't. But yeah, it's not easy being Avant, but it's like when my father said that hydraulics have no feelings, so you can make them suffer, I guess is what he tried to imply. But yeah, so this would be the sort of like the last spot would be this angle here. Again, see the angle that it's okay. I think it is. And now we got a lot of stuff again. Let's go. Avant most definitely has feelings, you just heard them out there. I was gonna say that there's like this kummeli, it's like a Finnish comedy show, that there's this like expert in pretty much any subject, and he has nothing to say basically. He always comes in with like, I don't have my materials with me, and then he just yaps around with something like, you know, here we have a lot of unused boats. Boats do like to be used. So I would say the Avant is also the same. So Avant just likes to be used. But yeah, I think we can, after we've done this corner maybe a few times, I think we could like return to the others to make sure that they are like deep enough. I feel like we did good here, as long as we can take that scoop out. I think we did. There was maybe a stone there because I felt like some pressure. I also put in sunscreen today because forecast said that there might be sun today. We'll see. It's like a bit of sun at the moment. It's like cloudy, so I think it's like through a cloud at the moment. We'll see if we get to see some actual direct sunlight. Yeah, now the question is, where do we go for now? I think we could go for like somewhere here, sort of like the middle of where we were earlier. Because again here you can see that there's like this sort of like a barrier coming in between those two. But let's see, how can we get ourselves there? Let's see, maybe here. That felt like a lot of struggling for nothing. But I guess, there's a larger stone. I guess that was what was giving us trouble there. How much digging are you planning to do today? Do you mean time-wise or like meter-wise, or? Because I don't think I have like a clear answer to either of them. Like time-wise, I can be here like, I don't really have a limit. Like all the way to the evening. I guess something like, again, like 4 p.m. or something, as long as there's still stuff to do here. But there's like this thing we're digging right now, we're actually quite far on it already. Then there's the middle path we were doing yesterday, so finishing that is another thing. So there's at least those two, and then there's like others that we could also dig, but I think because the other two that we could dig are both, they like the main pathways to in and out of here, so I don't know if we want to do those. So to explain it, that I can actually drive you guys so you can see it, because we're in no rush, hopefully. Let's see if we can turn this so that we don't smack that pipe. It's looking like, we got it. But yeah, so from here, as you can see, this pathway here, because we need this thing. So from the, I can try and see if you can see it all the way, but so this here, this point, all the way to the between these two, and it's to connect with the others there. So that thing needs to be dug up. And the problem with that is that after we dig that thing up, then we no longer have access to this side unless we use those ramps I mentioned earlier. So I have them with me, so we can like go over these trenches with those ramps, but it's like so much slower. And then like after that, we would need to dig this here. So assuming you can see it, I will turn us a bit. So from here, again trying to see what you're seeing. But yeah, so from there we need to go all the way to this one here. So as you can see, this is like the ramp that we've been using to move at the moment. So I don't think we want to do this, like, we only want to do this after we know that we don't need to move that much. Oh wait, am I actually spitting online? No wait, actually, I'm sorry. That's false. What I meant is not this one, but the other. Sorry, so for this one, this can remain there. So we don't need to cut that one, but yeah, this one here, that's actually the ramp that we need to cut. So we need to dig from these two. So again, I'm trying to see what you're seeing. So from here, we will need to do this trench here. So we will need to go and split this ramp here. And that will of course prevent us from going to the backyard. And in here, I think it will be like hard to make the ramps work. Because then again, it's like such a steep angle. The Avant is already like struggling with like going over this ramp here, because it's such a steep one. But even then, if we dig like a trench through here and then try to go with like ramps here, I think it will be interesting. So I think this one will be dug like at the same time as we finally finalize there and like start placing the pipe, so we can immediately like cover it too. So I assume that we won't be doing this today. The only thing we could maybe do today is we could dig the side here, like until it comes from the ramp. So like all this here could be dug, so we could do that. But that can actually be done with this or the other scoop. So like either one would work for that purpose. But yeah, then I guess like other stuff we could do is that we could always go in and like level the grounds here on the back of the yard, because there's these like massive piles here, and we don't want to like use all of those yet, because those will be used to fill some of the excavations. But there's already like here some smaller piles that we could just push towards the back of the yard and stuff like that. So we could be rolling here, I guess, basically seeing what we can manage with this, because I've not done much of this kind of work, so it would also be interesting to like practice this, moving these piles towards the further back, and because there's also like these larger stones here. But yeah, that's another thing we could do here. So I guess there's still plenty of stuff that we can do even after we dig those few things I mentioned. But I guess mainly the biggest one we'll do after the corner we're doing right now would be the pathway between the two, the corridor between the two buildings. Just gonna turn myself here. Because it's easier to drive forwards than it is to reverse. It's still UV3, so you should use sunscreen even if it's cloudy. Even if you cannot see the sun, sun can see you. Yeah, that's true. Because there's also this like a building that we are planning to make here, like a sort of like a shed, so we could maybe do the platform or place for that. We'll see. I think my father needs to finalize it then, because I think it will be better if he does it. Also, we need to put something like gravel underneath it and stuff, so for that also. But yeah, so this pathway here we could definitely do today. So I think we would dig it from this side, because otherwise we would definitely need to, or maybe we could start from the other side, because there's no pipes in the way, and here we could do like from around here we could dig it with this one. But yeah, we'll see when we're finished with the corner there. There's also the part I dread with it, which is me eating for an hour again because it will be hard to eat with all the yapping necessary. So that's a part I'm not really looking forward to. But yeah, so now we would need to know how much more do we need to do with this here. I don't think there's actually much more that we need to do. There are some stones in there, but I think that's for when we do the shoveling and stuff, that we need to get rid of those stones. So I don't think there's much we can do with this in terms of like removing stones. We can take maybe one more scoop from the middle there, so we just have to again align ourselves. See how we would do that. Let's turn to the right and see if we can reverse to the side. Less and less room to maneuver the more I dig the end of that. Yeah, now we're on the sort of like a safe side. So now we're here. Now we will need to do the same, but then trying to face ourselves with the middle of that. Okay, I think we're quite close now. Just need to get the scoop in there. There's also, I can see like a massive stone like right at the edge of this place, so this trench. So we'll see if we can scoop that with us. Not going to make us trouble. Okay, the stone moved now, but I don't know if we can. Let's see if we can scoop it with us. It's a massive one again, like not like an enormous one, but for this scoop, I guess it will be a challenge. No, we only smacked that stone. Yeah, I think it might be too large for this one. Because we would need to go underneath it, but I don't think that's possible. Let's try one more time. No, can't believe this. Defeated by that storm. We got nothing. Can't believe this. Is the back of the plot staying on the level it is now? I think mostly, yeah. Unless we need like, because we do need some like filling ground and stuff, but we'll see, because we do have those like large piles there now for that use, but I think we might need more, so we might have to take some away, but we'll see, because it will also be interesting to take the take away, so it might be that it remains like it is now. But yeah, I guess I will have to. I can see that the stone did move, so maybe there is hope. Yeah, I don't think we're underneath that stone, so I don't think we're scooping it with us. Yeah, no. I think it's just laughing at us. Can't believe this. So I guess we either have to remove that stone by hand and continue, or then we can just, leave it as it is and continue when we have the rake and shovel and stuff with us. Because I think that's already good enough. Good enough for this. The only thing we could do is like trying to see what you're seeing. But yeah, so from that the corner there, we could dig that thing towards us a little bit. But I think that would be easier with the other scoop. So I guess we're done here for that corner. So now we would continue with the pathway between these buildings. So we'll now continue with what we were working on yesterday. So this here. And now I'm trying to remember, I think it was veering to right, so if anything we would like to veer it back to left side, but I'm not sure how accurate we are with this. Also with the pile next to us, if that causes us any problems. How directly can we go there? Something like this, I guess. Got a little bit. Oh, there's another stone there. Can't believe this ground is full of stones. Who put them here? Yeah, the sun is shining now quite brightly, so It is getting warmer here inside the machine. We're not getting much. Have I gone back with my skills? Or is it only like the stones to blame? So trying to see if we are making it any straighter, because like I mentioned, I think it was veering to the right a bit. The stones is worrying me. I feel like I'm just, smacking the stones back and forth. Because you can see now that there's like this massive stone that just, spun around. I wonder if we could like scoop that thing with us. Because now it looks like it's scoopable. Skibbity scoopity. So let's try to take that stone with us. Like another stone, or is it the one I'm still fighting with? Is it the same one? Oh, I did get it. It's with us now. But I think there's another stone, because I can see that it's like scraping something when it's trying to dig there, go downwards. Yeah, I guess we can take this to the back of the plot, because there's like this larger stone. Yeah, this is getting steeper and steeper, I guess, with every time we drive it. There's also the one thing that we could dig is this pathway here. So from this swell thing we have, or the barrel we have, this larger one here, we could dig a way towards us. So this pathway that there is for the Avant machine, I can maybe show you better if I turn it like this. But yeah, so from this, trying to see if you can see it, or if the beam is in the way. Shouldn't be in the way now. Where is it? So this barrel here, or the well, or whatever you call it, we need to have another thing going this way, so towards the back of the plot, so we could dig that as well. So I guess that's actually something, but we will need the other scoop for that. But that's something we could also do. So I guess there's stuff that we can progress today. But yeah, it will be a lot of driving back and forth like it was yesterday, so Avant ASMR is guaranteed. We've also been at it for over an hour already. I feel like it's gone so fast. Time flies when you're Avanting. Yeah, I guess for this, how we're doing it with this scoop, it will be harder to maintain the straight line compared to how it was with the other scoop, because you're then like seeing the line while you're driving with the other one. But with this one, you're just going from the side and trying to like aim it similar. But I guess it's about experience here as well. But yeah, so far we've done very little progress, and I feel like we are still like not getting it the right spot either, so we're towards the side a bit. Let's see if we can fix that. Just it looks like to me that there's like stones I'm scraping. Again hear the sound of stone scraping, so I don't think we made a lot of, yeah. Well, it's better than the ones we've done before from here, but so maybe there was some minor progress there. Even if we only make the stones come loose, it's always a progress, because that's the way to get them out. I'm getting messages from my, is it the realtor that's like selling my apartments? I guess that's the profession. So I think I need to answer those. just after this scoop. One more scoop. Can't believe that was a pathetic scoop. I guess, yeah, that's the reason there's again all the stones coming loose. But yeah, it would actually be interesting if I were to go there with a shovel now and like how fast would I be with that? Because with the amount of stones, it's not like it's not fast with the shovel either, because you keep hitting those and then you need to try to dig around them to uncover them and stuff. So if this is slow, I guess that would also be slow. So there's no winning here. No winning with the amount of stones that we have here. Just smacking the stones at this point. If only they were on the other side, because if they were, I think they would be proving us less trouble. But you can see that they're moving there, so I guess it's progress. Yeah, realtor. Yeah, I guess I should answer her. Actually, turn this off for that, because it might take me a second. Because the loans we have for the house, like the apartments, because they've been renovated, so I think they decreased the amount that we need to pay for those, because I guess I would assume it's because of like the interest rates going down, but now she's asking if that's the case, and I think she has all the numbers I have, so I guess she could, check them, but I guess she just wants to make sure that we're on the same page about that. But yeah, it's actually clear as day, because it does immediately show there on the documents, so I don't know where was the confirmation needed. But yeah, I'm assuming it's because of the decreased interest rates here. Okay, I did answer that. Checking if there's anything else I should note. I don't think there is. But yeah, it's 10:30. We're like at least an hour away from lunch, I guess. It's actually around these times that I actually usually do lunch, so I think like around 11 is when I eat. But I'm not hungry at the moment, so I guess we'll see in like half an hour if the situation has changed. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I'm dreading that mukbang part of the stream, because eating is such a slow progress when trying to yap at the same time. So anyone that's done like storytelling / game mastering / dungeon mastering knows the struggle there. But yeah, it's quite windy. You can actually, I think you can see I'll lift you guys a bit so you can see better the trees. They are waving quite hard, so it is a windy day. But I think it's like significantly warmer today, but only because of the sun shining. The wind is again, I think, somewhat chilly, but for me I wouldn't complain. Like when you're trying to get anything done, it's better to be like have a sort of like a cool breeze as opposed to only having like sweltering sun. So I'll turn you guys back towards what's happening. What are you going to eat? I have the same stuff I had yesterday, so the chicken and rice thing. I have food prepped, so I'm keeping it boring, and it's the same thing again. Yeah, you can see the sand is flying everywhere, so the amount of dirt we have on the plot is decreasing every breeze we have here. yeah, I have the window open here on the Avant machine now to get some air inside. Because with the direct sunlight, it's getting really hot in here. Because like I mentioned earlier, we have the. Can't believe I've done this. I was supposed to unload the stuff first. But yeah, what I was saying, my father, only one regret when buying this machine was that he didn't get the air conditioning. Because it would have been like, imagine in here working and being like 20 something outside and you could get any degree, like any temperature you like inside here. That would be luxury. But yeah, my father just said that maybe you don't need to use it in like the hottest times of the day, but I guess when we're working with the construction here, I don't think we can have we don't have the luxury of just waiting out the hot days. So I guess I will just be melting in here then when it actually gets hot in here during the summertime. So yeah, we'll see. Because I know it will be like hot during like I think July and August at least, the latest. Either of those months has to be a hot one. I don't think usually both of them are that hot, but it has happened. It has happened too, so that's possible too. We got nothing. Can't believe this. We got bamboozled. Oh yeah, I can see again the reason why there's like a massive stone that we just, pushed forwards and did nothing else. So in such a steep angle that I guess I'll just come here again. But you can again see that the tires are starting to dig in there, because I do the same strategy of like lifting my front wheels to try and get more pressure to dig downwards. So that's again causing us to like spin empty with our tires. Can't believe the angle is again so steep. Because there's this pile of dirt next to me, so I don't know if I can go in any better angle. Maybe I can just try and dig from here. Let's see what happens. If we can get any of those stones with us. Okay, so we got one large boy, one bigger boy with us, so it wasn't all in vain. I realized I have some books I have not transferred the notes yet, so I have some boring study stuff to do, not looking forward to it. Though it does mean I can be more active here, so there is that. I see, so there's some made up stuff. Wait, not just kidding, hello? But I guess so far it's looking like we are fixing the alignment a bit as well, because like I mentioned, it was veering to the right earlier, so now we're maybe fixing it to go a bit towards the left again, so the opposite from looking from this angle. Again, here it struggles a bit on that uphill there. That stone actually went far away. So maybe if we actually drive around here, you can see how straight do we get the line at the moment. So how are we doing? Maybe you can see it now actually already. Can you actually see it? Yeah, I think you can. So this here, wait, is it that one? It's again hard for me to see, but yeah, from around here you can see the trench we've dug. There's like this deeper spot there, one deeper one that's for the barrel or the well, and then it continues. I think we're maybe even like turning it too much, so we'll need to see if that's, because we don't want to make like any sudden moves to it, because the pipes we're using are 6 meters long, so they can't really like twist that much, or then we need to start cutting them, and that's just, you know, extra work. So it would be better to keep it relatively straight. But of course we would like to fix that veering. If it like turns towards the right a bit, we want to fix that. So let's see what happens in the end. Maybe you can hear there's like these screeching noises, and that's the window closing and opening with the way the machine goes from left to right. It's nirsk. So there's more than one rat noise coming in here. But yeah, I guess the question is, when do we start digging from this side? I think maybe after a few more scoops, because there's this pipe. You can see when we came here that there's this pipe on the left, so we don't want that to be in our way. So I guess we'll do a few more tries from this side and hopefully get it a bit further, because there's still plenty of space to maneuver around, so plenty of space that we can go back to, so it's not an issue. We go further here. Oof, I did a too steep of a turn. Oh yeah, there's this one thing I was supposed to do before I start stream, and that was to call the repair shop for that they have ordered the part I need for the car. But I forgot to do that, so actually we might do a small BRB at some point, so that I call them. I feel like I'm just in the air with this. Okay, we got a lot of ground. I don't know where did that come from, so if that's a progress or not, but I guess we'll see. We'll see soon enough. Also, we're inside the pile of dirt. I need to hopefully get us out of that, because we are really close to it. Maybe you can even see the tire tracks on it now. But yeah, this pile that we've been dumping to was basically in the way of us. But yeah, I guess actually we could go from the other side, because there's that pile is in the way of it, so also only like increasing that pile, so not making it any easier for myself in the future. Now that I see it, maybe that pipe won't be in the way for this next part, so we could go from that side and see how that works. Because there's again like this barrier coming in between the earlier stuff we dug and this new stuff we're digging. So to hopefully get that away, we could go from this side. You can probably see it now that there's this like stone in here. I think we did good. The only exception being that, as you could see, all the stones fell back in there. So unfortunate, but I think we scooped quite well there. Oh yeah, sorry, we don't wanna smack that pipe, so let's avoid that. There's also these water pipes behind us as well, so let's take it back here. And I guess we can still dump it on that pile there on that side. There's a squirrel here. I don't know if you can see it, I don't think you could. It went inside the spruce fence. Let's dump it here this side, so it will not make it any worse in the future for our future selves. Yeah, I guess the question is now, do we still continue from this side or the other? Because there were like a few stones that dropped in there on the trench, but I guess we can just take them by hand, so that's not an issue. It's starting to look quite good. I don't know if you can see it, maybe I have to turn you guys a bit. So like here, maybe you can see better. It's starting to look decent. It's also like starting to look like it's around the correct depth, so that it would like go lower towards the back of the yard. Squirrel wants more trees, fruit trees. Yeah, it could be that it's trying to tell us something, roaming around our plum tree there. But yeah, let's see if that plum tree survives, because it's not looking too healthy. So we'll see if that makes it or not. But yeah, there's the larger stone you can see underneath there, but I guess we can just lift that by hand when we go through it with the rake. Because I think I will do more damage than good if I just go and try that again. Because that was quite a perfect scoop there. But I guess it was because there have been no stones in there, so it was actually an easy one too. But yeah, now the question is, what direction do we continue? I think we can still do a few from this side. So I'll just align myself better now. So it would be somewhere like here. Let's see if we're getting anything. I feel like there's again some stone that's... Yeah, so we got some from the left side, but I feel like there's again a stone that just, makes our life a misery. But again, it's hard to see from this side whether or not we're keeping it straight or not. Because I feel like it's easy to veer it right from doing it from this side. I guess we should go once in a while to check on the angle there. So whether we've kept it where we want it. Plum tree has it good, it's just gamla guppe, it has started to push out leaves. Yeah, there are some leaves, but there's also like the one part of the trunk seems to be like, it's like black and stuff, and there's like stuff showing. It looks like it's laho, I don't know what's that in English. In like the one side of the trunk, and then there's the new side, or the healthy side, but even that now has like, it's showing in the innards. So I think maybe with the excavator some like root was pulled out violently, which peeled the side of it. So I think we would need to put something to protect the now showing insides for it to keep healthy. But yeah, it's trying to push out leaves, so that is correct. So maybe it is healthier than it looks like. We again got some larger stones with us, so I think we'll go to the back of the plot. We did leave some again still there, so there's still plenty of those big boys. No, it's good, just old boy. Well, we'll see. But yeah, it could be that it's old and strong, but it's looking like with all the moss and stuff on it that it's basically suffering. But we'll see. It could be that it will make us like some really tasty plums, because that's what we were told when we bought the plot, that plum tree makes one of the best plums in the world. But we'll see if it was only like sales talk. Although he didn't really have to do like aggressive selling to us, since we were like basically wanting to buy the place. So it was pretty much us asking about it and not so much him doing any actual sales work. I think we'll try again and try to push the stones towards the end of it, so that they're not like piling here that much. There we have it. It's a bit more even now, hopefully. Yeah, we could also again go and turn around where we can see how well we've done with the direction, even though it's only been like a few scoops. But we might as well drive from here, since we're going to turn around. Turn around. Yeah, we're actually veering to the left quite heavily now. But I guess it's also like wider than it was like the previous one. So it might be okay. Actually, the squirrel is gonna run past the whole plot now, or is it? No, it went backwards. Almost went there. No, I don't think you can see it, and I'm not sure if I can tilt you guys enough. It's now on the road behind the gravel pile, so I don't think you can see it. Unless it goes for crossing the road, I don't think it does. No, I think it went to the neighbor there. But yeah, I think you can see the trench there that we dug. So there's some major stones in there. Major stone. The window doesn't keep open with how the Avant machine keeps flinging from side to side. But yeah, here underneath this protective cloth here, there's the shed, so it's already here. We just need to assemble it. But you can see this ramp here is starting to look worse and worse each time we drive through it. So we should maybe try and push the ground on it so that it would give us less trouble, but we'll see when that will be necessary. We'll do it when we stall there next time. Hello? But yeah, I guess now we could already start working from this side, so we wouldn't need to we don't need to go to the other place. But that would mean like we would need to then decide where do we drop the stuff that we dig here. Guess to the piles we have earlier. We could use those. Yeah, I'll try to come from a better angle now. There's once again quite a lot of stones in there, but I guess that's the name of the game today. And with this plot, there's once again some stones in there. But we did get a good scoop though, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, you can see the stone there. I guess we could drop it to this pile here. Might as well. Just extend it towards us and not towards the trench there, so. As you can see here, this ground is actually good, so there were hardly any stones in there. So again, let's try another one of those. Pretty much the same kind of scoop we just did. There's again the one stone that I just scraped instead of doing any actual digging. Let's see. There's the stones. Can't believe this. But yeah, it's again hard to see if I'm heading towards us now, so let's see if it's any good. I feel like if you would take away all the stones we have here, that the amount of dirt we would have is like would decrease by like 1/3, because they are quite large when you have these stones. There's so many of them. But yeah, I guess during lunchtime I will do the phone call. I'm just thinking what time should it be so that they are not on the lunch too, so that they will answer me. Answer me, please. I guess if I do it around 12, it could be safe. Stones will be the end of me. We got nothing out of them. We only spun this one stone around. You can actually see the stones that we just spun around. I think you can see them here. That there. That's our nemesis for now. Guess we'll do another attempt. There's no point in like going in and dropping this, because there's hardly anything with us. Okay, we got something this time at least. So it wasn't all in vain. I guess they were not that large stones, so we can just drop it here to this pile. This one here. But yeah, so again the ground here is like, it's good for that sense that we have this sandy base, but with the amount of stones we could, I wouldn't complain if they were less than what we have. Seeing that, you know, it's only making our life harder here. Getting at least some of it, so it's not too bad. I'm still thinking if I should go to the other side, because I think there's still enough space for me to go from that other side, because there's again like a barrier coming between those two scoops I'm making. I guess I maybe should go one more time to that side, and hopefully then we wouldn't need to go there. Not immediately, at least. We do have the ramps for that if we do need to go there, but it's gonna be harder then. I'm also thinking if I should start digging that end pipe width, which I mentioned earlier that we need to do. I wonder if it will be, if there's like a reason I shouldn't. Think of one myself, but yeah, let's go to that other side one more time. There should be enough space for us to easily make it here without smacking those marker posts. Then we just turn around here and do one more scoop. Do from around here. Hopefully even out the barrier between those two things I've dug up. I think it should have worked out fine. Let's see. From a quick glance it does look okay. Guess we can empty this one here. It's not looking as good as what my father did earlier, so this trench I've been doing. But then again, some of these trenches are also leveled by Elina already on like shovel and stuff, so I guess that makes them look better too. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I need to go again from this side or if it's good enough. It's not looking too deep, so that's why I'm thinking if I should go again. Because the thing is that we would rather have them too deep than not enough, so like too shallow. You'll get yourself surrounded by trenches and get stuck soon, then there will be sad Avant noises. Yeah, that's that is a possibility here with the amount of trenches that we need to still dig and how many we've done already. So sad Avant noise is incoming. Guess we can try one more time from this side and see if it does any good. To me it looks like whatever I dig from there just collapses back to it, because it's so, like the lines of it are so deep, or like high I guess. But like the evidence is there that we're getting something out of it, so it should be at least easier with the shovel then. Yeah, let's go back to this side. Again, trying to see when I was passing through that what it looked like. What would I need to dig up next? Because again, it's still possible to go with the ramps even after I've dug up the whole trench. It's just that it makes it, I guess, a lot slower to progress compared to just, driving over there. You already attacked all the lovingly leveled part, but weren't you here as well? I thought you were supposed to do these ones on the side here, so all the way here. I think you were supposed to do those too. Or were you slacking? Can't believe this. So surely not all of them. I could actually do one of these reverse scoop, so I'll just go in here and push the ground that I dug earlier away from the edges so that it wouldn't collapse so much. I don't know if that made much of a difference, but I'm hoping it did. Okay, that was a massive scoop. Trying to avoid the sewage pipe there so that I don't smack it while I drive here. Because like I mentioned, those were dug with an excavator and we don't want to harm them. You missed one of my messages. I didn't level those, I just raked out the bigger rocks, so as long as you won't fill them up with rocks again, I'm good. Okay, so yeah, so those were just, raked without stones. Okay, I see, okay, so it wasn't leveled. I see. Because I did see you were like working there, so that you were just taking out the rocks. But yeah, I guess leveling them wouldn't have made much sense, because you don't know the level it starts with, so you would need to go in like order. So yeah. I could not level them before knowing if they tilt correctly. Yeah, exactly. Because you could only level them from each other, but then you would need to know the starting level for where they connect. So yeah, it wouldn't have made much sense. But yeah, I guess there's gonna be that work tomorrow evening. I guess we could be here. I think my father was coming tomorrow evening, so we'll see. I don't know if there will be a stream though, because I don't know how long we'll be here for. I think we need to take it a bit towards here, because it's looking like to me that we are barely inside in the corridor if we continue like what we're doing right now. There's some massive stones there. Can't believe the massive stones. I'm curious if I could maybe scoop them up if I went in less of an angle, just on the correct spot. No, denied. Denied. You can see there's that big boy. I guess it's now, there's another big boy actually underneath it. But I guess it's mostly out of the way now, if it just like keeps going that way. So that's probably good for us. Could be good. Let's see if there's another like a brother of it. So yet again a massive stone in there. Okay, now we got one big boy with us. I guess we can take that victory and go to the back of the plot to get rid of it. Yeah, I just started leveling process from well. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, that's something I massacred yesterday, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that was massacred. I could just maybe drop them here. So once again we can now take the advantage of having to come all the way here to check up on the, I guess, I don't know, straightness if that's the word, but the accuracy of how we've done the fence. God damn, it's going all the way everywhere. So it's far from accurate, but I guess it's also like way wider than the previous one, so I guess the pipe in there can easily go. Also, hello Skeleton Jelly, how's the big scoop working out? I have to say it has taken us some getting used to. Like, it's way harder than the smaller one even. Like, you would imagine the smaller one like being harder, but trying to dig with this is actually quite a challenge. Because you need to like use the weight of the machine to like try to push downwards. It would be easy if it was just sand, but with the amount of stones we have, it's actually quite a struggle. You can also say that we are with this trench that yesterday we were going and we were veering a bit to the right. Now I think we're all over the place, but it's also wider at the end of there, so maybe that fixes the going everywhere. Such a delicate tilt I managed to achieve, so beautiful, now in ruins. Yeah, unfortunately that is true. So you'll just have to do it again, just like I'm doing here, everything at least twice it seems with the practice. But yeah, you will see the struggles we have with this wider scoop. Because the benefit with this wider scoop is that you can go like, you don't have to go backwards from what you're trying to achieve, but you can go from the side, so that's why this is basically this is the tool we need to use for this, since we can't, you know, reverse to the edges of this hole we've dug. But keeping it straight and also with all the stones, it has been quite a struggle. There has been like some good scoops and then mostly some diabolically bad scoops. But yeah, it's mostly the stones that are giving me trouble here. Guess we could go and try to do one from here. Now it should be somewhat easy to see how we get it like between these two poles, since they are just right there, so like aiming this should not be too hard. But I guess aiming has been somewhat of the challenge all along. So, but yeah, so the how it works is basically I put it in somewhat of a steep angle, then I try and push it downwards, and you can see the tires go in the air, and then the machine struggles a bit, and then I'm just struggling with the rocks basically, trying to scoop out any layer I can, and then I'm left with whatever I get. This one not too bad actually, there's some decent ground here, but you can see with the stones in there, I think they are visible in the camera too, so there's like these white spots in there, and those are like how I scraped some of the stones in there. So there's so many stones to scrape. that makes it so much slower. But yeah, it's a small progress, but any progress is progress in here, so I won't complain. Such a delicate... Oh yeah, Saku did enough digging yesterday to manage to level up to big boy scoop. Yeah, I got a level up. But yeah, my father has done most of these, like the sides you see while we're driving, and he has done with this, because it's a lot faster. Like the progress is faster with this than it is with the other scoop when you're at my father's level with this machine. I've still only used this machine for like, well, I guess now I've used it for like maybe 15 hours or so. But seeing that this machine has been used for over 800 hours, and like 90%, maybe even like 95% of those hours are driven by my father, so he's way better with this than I am. But seeing that I have plenty of time to spare here, so I might as well practice. But yeah, the stones are, I guess, the only issue we have, because otherwise this would be like a fast like so easy and fast, especially with like the sand, because the sand is like light, so the machine has enough strength. So like there's strength-wise there would be no issue with just the sand. It's just, as you can see, that it's just like scraping the stones, so I would need to go underneath them, but it's not easy. It ain't easy. Because I could also take the other kind of scoop and try it from the side, because it would be easier with the stones. But then I would also probably collapse the stuff from either side, so that's, I guess, again, progress would still be slow. It would also be hard to get the right elevation with the other scoop, because this one I think makes it easier with how wide it is. That everything's in the same elevation, sort of. But yeah, how are you, Skeleton Jelly? What's the weather like in... I assume you're in Helsinki. Because here it's a lot better than yesterday, since it's like sun is out, and it's again windy, but it's, I guess, only like a good thing with this amount of sun. And I think the forecast was even saying like 16 degrees or so. I think someone yesterday also mentioned that the forecast was giving us better weather for today. Yeah, I'm trying to get underneath the first stone that we were scraping earlier. But I guess we're again scraping, so I don't think I did it. Yeah, I have some stones with me, but not that many. I think I can just dump this on the other side, because I can go far enough like that. So I'm not gonna waste time driving back and forth. Okay, now I can see the other stone, so maybe I'll try and aim it so that I get underneath that as well. Okay, I think that sound was not too pleasant. Maybe we were in too much of an angle. Yeah, I'm trying to scoop the stones with me actually, to hopefully not get them back in the hole, because another thing we've had here is that anytime I get anything from the trenches there, the stones just fall in there to fill it. Because like you might see in the previous ones I've done, there's like massive stones just waiting in there. We just have to remove them by hand, I guess, because it's hard with this wider scoop to go for a single rock. I'm alright, just woke up. Oh, I see. I should be writing job applications. Got laid off at the start of the month. Oh, that sucks. But yeah, I guess that's common for, like, Citronelli was also doing the same, and I know Bogus was just yesterday mentioning that he finally got a job at City Market, so that is unfortunately the case for many of us. I know Egun is also filling in job applications, so there's plenty of people with the same struggles at the moment. But yeah, I've also like talked a lot with Citronelli about the like when you have a job, you're like, I wish I had a like free time I could like kill for having just a few months of like unemployment and stuff. But when you're actually unemployed, it's like it really is nothing to like wish for. Like a month or two of it is like okay-ish, but then you're starting to see the like it's struggles in many other stuff, and of course like for CV and stuff, you're worrying that you need to have something to fill it. Yeah, I guess these are pretty much the size of the scoops that we've been getting today, so yes, for me they are good. I can't remember how big were the scoops my father got, but you can also, I think right now you can see that we are again veering towards us, so towards the right. So I think we will need to somehow get it like further there. So it doesn't matter if it's like wider as long as it's in the middle of the corridor between those two. I work in games and the industry is really tough right now. Oh yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, from what I've heard, the gaming industry is in the worst shape it has ever been, basically. Because there was like this boom, well you know of course, but there was like this boom of everyone hiring, and now that's like the bubble has somewhat burst, that there's been so many larger games that have flopped. So there's more people searching for jobs than there are jobs available. But I guess in Helsinki area, that's like for gaming industry, you're located, I think, in the best place you could possibly be in. I think Jyväskylä has some game industry as well, but I think Helsinki has the most of it. But still, I would assume there's like more people searching for jobs than there are jobs available, unfortunately. And also, speaking from experience, making games yourself is hardly a viable solution either if you need to like live from it. Because I've made 2 games, and granted they are not that, they're like indie style stuff and not being a professional making them, but still like there's so many games coming out every day that like trying to get yourself shown and visible from there is a massive struggle. And doing it as a hobby is one thing, and doing it as your like primary thing is another. Yeah, Helsinki and Tampere. Oh yeah, I didn't know about Tampere, but yeah, Helsinki definitely. But yeah, I assume that like moving to Tampere wouldn't make much of a difference, because I would assume that the amount of jobs that Helsinki would have more, but maybe for the amount of applications or like people searching for them, it would make a difference. Like at least being able to apply for both. I'm also looking for jobs as I'm going to graduate too. I have to lean into nursing jobs. I almost have degree for that already, as there are so few jobs for museums. Not too, but soon. Yeah. Graduate soon. Yeah. Yeah, it makes no sense to move cities preemptively. Yeah, definitely not. Like I think with how Citronelli, for example, did it, that like her husband got a job here in Oulu region. And that's why they are moving now. But yeah, I would maybe do it so that I would like apply, unless you're like, it depends of course on your situation, like how heavily you are like anchored into Helsinki. So of course depending on whether you can search for jobs on both, but only if you would ever get a job on like Tampere, would you like, should you even consider moving there? Because like I would assume that Helsinki has more of the places, more of the businesses there. But yeah, have you thought of doing them like a solo dev? Or what actually are you? Is it like programming or graphics, or what is it that you're maining on in that industry. Because I think like whether your background is in graphics or programming and stuff, you can still do games solo, but like I mentioned, it will probably be more of a struggle than it is to if you're doing it as like a primary thing. You know, to try and pay the bills with. Because I at least have I have so many ideas for games, but most of them are like so much work that there's no way while I'm constructing that there will be any progress made for them. And even like after, if I ever have the time, I'm not sure if they're like too much for one person. Because I have like no experience with like 3D models and stuff, so I think ideas I have are mostly now 3D stuff, so I don't know if that ever happens. Because I have mostly like programming background, so for me the graphics stuff I would need to probably outsource somehow. I do games programming. I'm learning the Rust language right now to broaden my skills. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, like doing it as a job, you would need to, like, I wouldn't know what they use like professionally, because I like the games I've done were done with Unity that uses C# and if I'll ever make games again, I think I will use Godot for those. And that uses, again, you can use C# there, but it also has this GD script, so they're like their own language in Godot. But I wouldn't know what they're using, like actual professional setting, since I've never been in games industry myself. Trying to dig from the side there, not hitting that stick that's like the marker stick for where the building will be. But we'll see if I can go and unite these two trenches without smacking that stick. We'll see. That might be interesting. But yeah, definitely a good idea to broaden your skills while like searching for jobs. And even like making some smaller project with it to show like showcase too when in like interviews and stuff. But I guess like if you're doing like tutorials and stuff, they usually already come up with something like you can show. So it should be settled by that. Finnish mobile games is 99% Unity, only like Supercell has their own C++ thing. Okay, I see. I didn't know about that. But that makes sense because I know that Unity is like easy to use for the mobile stuff. I remember in university we had these like VR courses or virtual reality courses, and we made a VR game with Unity already then, and I remember that there were like some people on the same course that were doing like mobile setting with like this. So it was like for mobiles to do this VR stuff, because you can have like these cardboard boxes on your head to get sort of like a VR experience with the phone as well. So I think they were making something like that with Unity for mobile. Okay, so now we're pretty much on the stick. I know that my tire is also on the stick as well, so trying to see how much of this I can actually do without smacking the stick away. And I have to say I'm not too confident that the stick remains. We'll see. I might be able to keep the stick alive, but we'll see. I guess I will need to lift this now and... Okay, I actually managed to keep the stick alive. Can't believe this. I've been floating around the idea of trying to make a living with Patreon and making indie games. Yeah, that's like ambitious. I would say go for it, but then again, the amount you would need to budget it like firmly so that you know what amount you need per month to like make a living, sort of. Because it depends on like how frugal you are, so how much do you need from the Patreon stuff. But I guess you would also need to like tie stuff into it, like streaming maybe and stuff like that too. Because like try to get it from multiple streams, but income streams. Because I think there are already like I know a few people doing something like that. Well, I don't like know them personally, but I know like usernames that have done it at least. And they also do like they teach you like programming and stuff. So I know a lot of the things that I've like courses I've watched have been people like that. So I know it is possible. But yeah, it's a quite a leap, I would say, leap into the unknown. But yeah, I would of course say go for it. But it's easy for me to say because you know it's your life with your responsibilities, etc. For example, I don't even know if you have like children and stuff that you would need to think about and stuff like that. So not knowing your situation. But I guess like now would be a good time to do it, if any, seeing that you're like in between jobs now. Yeah, streaming would be the way to go, and like exclusive Discord perks and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. So you would need to like think heavily on the monetization part of it, like what you get with the Patreon, like behind the scenes stuff and all that stuff. But I know like for example like making videos and stuff, it's hard at start, like editing and stuff, but it gets easier the more you do it because you have like ready-made templates and stuff like that. So like it will be a lot of work starting out, and of course depending on the games you will be making, how large are they. For example, are you aiming to do like, let's say, one smaller game every like 3 months, or are you making like one larger game that people can support from the beginning and give their input on? Like, because the games I've been thinking are like similar to like Valheim and stuff like that, so like those are larger games. My father is a programmer also and going to retire at the end of the next month. I was surprised to hear he is going to keep on programming and do some of his own project, because as far as I know he has not done programming on his free time before. Yeah, but I guess he wants to keep up with the, because he knows it's like programming is also similar to like how they say that making like Sudokus and stuff keeps your brain fresh when you like get older. So I think I would assume that one aspect of his is that one, so that he like doesn't want to forget all the stuff he's like learned while like professionally programming for how many decades he's done it now. So I'm assuming it's partly that he doesn't want to forget all that stuff, and also like wants to keep challenging his brain with it. But yeah, I guess one part of him retiring was also that they were like, I think he was saying that there's so many like younger guys coming in wanting a job and needing a project, so they were like, maybe it's time for you to retire and let the younger dudes continue from here. I don't think it was anything about like him necessarily not doing what was needed, mostly that there were just so much people looking for a job here as well for programming. Yeah, it's still merely an idea. I want to make a few more small games with the Bevy engine before I full send anything like a Patreon. Yeah, I would assume that would also be like a requirement, sort of like for people to support you on Patreon, that you would have to have sort of like a portfolio of stuff. So you'll be like, okay, here's a game I made, here's another game I made, and this is what I'm working on currently. You can help me achieve it and give me some input. And I would say that it would also, like, again, I'm just spewing like without any actual, I'm an amateur, so take anything I say with a grain of salt. But I would like say that making a game with like a bigger world similar to like Minecraft and stuff like that, so a game with like different biomes and stuff would help in that sense, that you would then ask the people for like input on stuff. So that would be another reason to support the Patreon, is that you would be able to name some people, like characters in there, and like give ideas on what the world could look like. Because I guess for the Patreon, just having like a Discord server and stuff would, I don't think it would be enough for most people. So they would like to have their like some way to leave their mark on that world you're making. So similar to like worlds like games like RimWorld and stuff, where you could have like characters named based on your name and stuff like that, just for supporting it early on, and like buying those supporter packages and stuff. So something like that would be good for the games you're making. But again, depending on like what sort of game ideas you have. So if they're like smaller, a lot of smaller games, or like one larger one, or what would be the goal there? I think it was the fact that he didn't have the possibility to work remote anymore. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. I forgot. Yeah, because I think he liked working remotely, as I think everyone does. Well, we actually have a few people in the office that, even during COVID, were adamant that they wanted to keep going to the office. But I don't know what's the deal with those people. There were only like a handful. I think maybe 2 or 3, I guess, were those that wanted to remain in the office, and there's only like 25 or so of us. So from the 25 or so, there was only like 2 people that wanted to keep working from the office even during the like lockdowns and stuff. And that was like, of course, allowed, since there was hardly any harm from only a handful of people being in the office compared to the whole 20 of us. But yeah, so if we ever need to go back to this side of the plot again, we would need to put in those ramps I mentioned earlier. But for those, I think I need to maybe push this side here a bit, so that the ramps can fit here. I'm trying to see where my tires are, if I'm gonna drop into the trench myself. Hopefully not. But yeah, I guess we can maybe work with that, so you can see the tire marks there, and maybe that means that it would be enough for the ramps if we do need to go to that side then at any point. Yeah, it depends on what the main attraction of the Patreon would be. Like getting the game at the end is one, but that's usually not enough on its own. Yeah, because like for the Patreon, like people could then argue that, okay, I'm gonna get the game anyway when it finishes. Of course, they don't calculate the fact that if there's not enough people in the Patreon, it might that the game never finishes. But the other people could be thinking that that's not enough of a reason for me to support, because anyways the game will be finished, and I will just buy it when it is. Because I do assume you will be like selling the game after as well, because for your sake it wouldn't make sense that you only let the people in the Patreon play it. So for your sake you should have it so that you can also, after it's done, you could then buy it. Might as well. But yeah, I have to say I've never like supported any game on like Patreon and stuff, mainly because like I rarely like see any of them. Like for example, my brother is huge on board games, and I know he has like kickstarted, and I think he's also like supporting on Patreon different sort of like board games. But for me, like I have way too much to play that I go searching for games, which I guess is another challenge you would have, is how you get people to find your Patreon, because there will be like a certain percentage of people that find you that will be able to support you on monthly basis, and so it would be beneficial to you to just get like a massive amount of people finding you. So of course the streams and stuff would help, but even with streams there's the stuff like the difficulty of people finding your stream and stuff. So it will be a massive difficulty. Again, it depends on, I guess, like how fast you would need to get it to make money. But since you're like between jobs now, even if you start the process now and still like look for jobs, it could be then further somewhere in the future you would have it making money for you. Getting a like-minded community is the end goal there though, so if you can carve out a specific niche for yourself, I can see it working out. Yeah, definitely. Like having a Discord server with people wanting to make indie games and stuff, like people helping each other and stuff, that would be like a really good community, like to just get, like whether or not they are like paying for your Patreon or not, I guess that would still be like a goal of sorts. Like for me, I would like to get like a community of people, like either around, like I don't necessarily like want or need people from like around construction But I would like people that are like, of course, like nice to each other, since I'm known for being a troll at some points, but I would like to have like people that are like nice to each other, and then like if possible I would like to have people that have like goals and stuff that they work towards, so that we could like discuss those kind of things. So exactly what you're talking about right now, this is the most interesting stuff for me. So I would definitely like to have like people that have like different backgrounds and different like goals in life, because that's, I think, the best way to learn about stuff, is because there's only like a certain amount of stuff you can like hyper focus on. So having people that are also hyper focusing on, but on like different subjects is really beneficial, because when you have like different kinds of struggles, having different kinds of people around you can help with all that stuff. Yeah, if I were to go full India, I'd just move back with my parents and minimize my cost. Yeah, that's another approach you would. I try to minimize the cost while you're doing it. Again, you could like work basically any job while doing it, just to provide for yourself. Of course, you would prefer to have a job in your field, but similar to like what Bogus got was like a part-time job at a store. So that's still like better than nothing if you have your like goals set and you have like your hobbies and stuff to keep you sane while doing it. Not that there's like anything insanity inducing working in a city market, I assume, but just the fact that it's not what you studied for so long is, I guess, something that would make it less optimal. But yeah, having the option of like being able to move back to your parents is again a nice thing. We did basically nothing with that scoop, so I'll try again. But it's the visibility here is a bit of an issue for me right now, because I'm barely seeing what I'm doing. I don't think you can see much more than I can. Let's see if we did anything. Also, the sewage pipe is behind us, so I'm slightly worried about that. I don't think you can see the tire marks. We were really close to it, but we went not close enough to actually make any damage, luckily. So let's try and keep it like that. I guess I could also do the stuff I was doing earlier, so I'll try and scoop the side of this to prevent it from falling into it. Like this. This I can also drive from the side here, since I'm already going towards here. But I have to say, it's not looking. There's some spots where it's like deeper than the others, and I'm not seeing it's like perfectly leveled. But I guess there's some shoveling we need to do. Then it's still like a lot of work that would need to be done by shoveling, like avoided with this. So it's still a lot of good progress done. What really fucks me up right now is not having my going to the office routine. I'm horrible at working from home. I need my physical separation of space to get my brain out of working mode. Okay, so you're the one of those, because I mentioned that we had a few people that were like refusing to work remote, and even during like the COVID lockdowns and stuff, they were still like going to the office. So me, I have no trouble like going to work mode and off work mode, but I can see that like when you're in the office, it's easy to say that I'm working right now, and then when you go home, it's easy to like leave the work there. For me, like I'm working like remotely from my own PC even, so for me it's only that when I close Teams and like close the remote connection for my work computer, that's when the workday ends. So for me that hasn't been an issue, but I can see why. Like, and also I have to admit that like going to the gym and stuff, I stopped doing that during COVID, only because of like not going to the office anymore meant that I was hardly leaving home. So I was mainly just being a goblin indoors, and I have to say I'm still like that. So if there was no construction project like there is now, I don't think I will be leaving home much. So this is good for that sense. But yeah, I guess the question is if we try and attach the other scoop now that I don't think there's much we should be working here. But I'm thinking if there's stuff that I'm forgetting. I could actually even pull out the paper with the plans on it, so to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Because there were the few. Oh yeah, there's actually the one spot I did forget. Let's go for that actually. Because we don't want to completely block the ramp we just came up with. But there's some we can still climb, like dig from there. So let's not change the scoop yet. Let's instead make a nice pirouette at the end here. But yeah, I'm an office enjoyer definitely. Yeah, I can see the, like especially for like having a rhythm of like waking up at a certain time, and for me like going to the gym and stuff, that was definitely how it was when I was still going to the office. I was also like working alongside studying, so for me it was like going back and forth between like university and the office. But now like I graduated just when the COVID hit, so for me it was mostly going into the university like before COVID and pretty much graduated just when the lockdown started, so my university life wasn't with COVID. But yeah, you can see we kept the veer to the right basically all the way to the end. I guess we could still go there and try to make it a bit. I'm not sure if you can how well you can see it. I think you should be able to see it quite well. So there you can see that the stick to the like the main building is basically where the trench we made. We made it so we didn't really fix the veering. There's also, you can see the massive stones in there. So we didn't do nothing to save those. We just have to throw them on the hand. So unfortunately we did very little to fix the veer to the right. But I guess it's again like it's wider than it was before, so there should be enough room to make it work. Oh, the side I get from Saku the home goblin when I suggest going for a walk. Can't believe you called me out like that. Can't believe this. But yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong there. Not wrong. But yeah, there's still one more spot we can do with this wider scoop. So let's go for that. But I guess we could actually do it with either of these scoops. I guess it's still easier, like faster maybe with this one. But I guess it also depends a bit on how deep we would need to dig it. We'll see how it works. I guess we can still like do it with the other scoop even if we started with this one. But yeah, so what I'm talking about is this here. So I think you can see it now. So this side would need to connect with this here, like this here. So we don't want to dig it all the way, so if we do that we can no longer access the backyard, so I'll just do the side here. So from right around here I'll just do a few scoops worth. If I can. I'm not sure if there's like immediately a stone in front of us, but it's feeling like it's only going upwards from one side. It's feeling like there's rocks in there. We did basically nothing. Let's try and realign it a bit. like there is a massive stone there somewhere. But we did get something out of it. Let's see what we did though. Yeah, you can see again there's like these white marks in there, and that's like we scraping on stones. I don't know. It could be that we need to do the switch there for the other one, because it will be easier with the stones and stuff, because we get underneath it easier. Also, hello, Sergeant Gatak, yo, or how you're saying, yeah. Night. But yeah, it was amazing how we just yesterday were talking about the Dark Heresy stuff, and immediately there was a CRPG for it. Also, yeah, my sleep schedule is already ruined. Fell asleep somewhere after 3 a.m. and woke up at 10 a.m. Yeah, that's also me. Like, if I have nothing, like no need to wake up at any time, my like default schedule goes to something like that. So I'm definitely like a night person myself too. So I can relate to that 100%. But yeah, previously when I went and got this Scooby Scoop, it was here. But I'm curious, like what the angle should be where I leave it. Because I think it should be, let's see what it's like, something like this, okay. Another thing that I remember my father saying, that you could put in like the boards and stuff underneath it. So I guess that's something that we could also do. If I go out and put something like sticks underneath it. Or maybe the sound of vomiting. Yeah, vomiting is spelled with one V. Can't believe you'd use a double V for that, but yeah. It actually does sound similar to that. Yeah, wow, what a concept about the Dark Heresy thing. Yeah, exactly. But it will be an interesting game. I will have to check out when it comes out. Although I don't think I will buy it full price, because I have so much to play. So I rarely buy stuff like on launch anymore. But it will be interesting to see. Because again, with the Rogue Trader game, the setting is easy because you are like the Rogue Trader dude in a massive ship, or then you're like a part of the crew for the Rogue Trader, whatever. But in this Dark Heresy, it can be like basically anything. It's not that. I would say it's like the setting can change quite a lot more than with the Rogue Trader, I would assume. With Dark Heresy, the setting is less fixed. Playing as an Inquisitor sounds pretty fun. Okay, so you know already that it will be you playing an Inquisitor. Because I remember in the Dark Heresy game, it's like you're working for the Inquisitor, sort of. But yeah, I guess that's given. But yeah, it will be interesting with how your party works and stuff. Yeah, Tau and Night Lords is what I also got from it. Like Night Lords I'm not too familiar with, but like I saw Kroth in there, so I know for sure that that's something they will have there then. Oh yeah, now we have, I forgot I could have already also opened the locks. Let's see if I get them open now. So there's like these mechanical locks on the sides here. You just have to pull them up. Yeah, as I thought, because I made it rest on the hydraulics, I think they are stuck. So I have to maybe lift it up a bit so that they are not so hard there. Because when it's like resting on the hydraulics, it's harder to get them. Oh yeah, that's probably not where I wanted to move it. But yeah, I guess we can, if we keep it like that. Let's see if I can open the little mechanic locks there. Just me going back and forth. So these things on the side here, you can just lift them up, put them to the side so they are now open. Now if I leave it, I should be able to like twist the handles from underneath it. And it should be that I can leave it here, this wider scoop. Now I've never done this alone, and actually I've never done this, period. so I've only ever attached this one. Yeah, the characters in the trailer was an Inquisitor, so I think we will play as an Inquisitor. Yeah, it could be, but I was also thinking that either the main character you're playing with is the Inquisitor, then that's like your boss, because it could be that that dude is just giving you the orders. So you make like a character that's like helping him or like working for him or stuff. Are you using this one machine to dig everything up? Well, we had like a proper excavator, like a large one here earlier. So that was used for those sewage pipes and stuff. But for whatever I'm doing here, will be me using this machine. And like what my father will use, will be with this. But yeah, we done did it. So I basically had to, like, if I'll show you guys, if I put it upwards a bit, maybe you can see it better. So I can like move it like this. So I just pulled it sort of like downwards, and that like let it loose. Oh yeah, could be. The few seconds of gameplay in the Dark Heresy trailer shows an Ogryn and some other humanoid type character. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because in Rogue Trader, in the CRPG Rogue Trader, you have like a squad of up to was it 6 people or something. So it's similar to like Baldur's Gate, that you have like this companion or followers or something going along with you. So I'm thinking that there's like one character you're making, and then there will be these people that will be like helping you. So like the Ogryn person and those kind of people. So the squad you were seeing is probably just like the companions and people you're then like playing with. So you will be like controlling all of them, but only like one of the characters will be like your main character sort of. Well, that's how it was in Rogue Trader. I would assume they keep it fairly similar to that. But then I would need to try and hook up this other Scoopity Scoop. So again, we're a bit sideways to it. That shouldn't be an issue. Just saying that I remember that I remember it correctly. Okay, so we're not in a good angle yet, so I think we need to straighten it up a bit. Or are we? I think we need to come from the side a bit more. This will be interesting. I've never done this. I've never hooked this up. I only hooked that other one up. The excavator was magnificent, Bella, big boy. That's good. Yeah, that managed. Let's see if we can do that again with this one. Because I'm trying to see like... Because, oh sorry, I wasn't supposed to do that, sorry. Now I have to go in and unlock them. Can't believe I did this. So there's this way that you can, if you twist it like far enough, it locks it. So you can use that, so you don't have to come out the machine and like open these locks or like close them again. But unfortunately what I just did is I locked the air. So I have no tool in here yet I put in the locks. So now I have to open them again. But yeah, so I would need to aim it so that I have both of those like stuff underneath it. Let's see how we manage. Because I would like it to be in the same angle as the machine, but there's no way to like tilt it. So we'll just have to make do. They also announced Space Marine 1 Remaster and Dawn of War 1 Remaster. Okay, I'm actually waiting for the Dawn of War Remaster, because that was one of the biggest games in my childhood. If only that had like a multiplayer campaign, because I think it had like a co-op campaign, like some of it had like a campaign, but I can't remember what part of it was it for the campaign, like which race basically, because there were like those different factions in there. Okay, so now one of the sticks are there, but unfortunately the other one isn't. God damn. I'm curious if I can fix this. Actually, let's see if I go out and see it better, because the visibility from here is not too good. Can't believe this. I don't think there's much we can do to help it. We would need to slide this somehow upwards while not moving it too much. I guess if I go forwards it might help, but it could also mean that this one comes loose. So unfortunately this angle we have it is not perfect. Because we were trying to like land it somewhere that it would be easy to us to pick up again. So I would think I will have to go rightwards a bit, and because this is it's like not that heavy that you couldn't move it at all by hand, but it's also like resting on the ground, so there's hardly anything you can do to align the other side. Let's try again with the controls we have. Same, Dawn of War 1 was my first introduction into 40k. I think for us it was definitely the first game, but I can't remember if we were already collecting Warhammer 40 miniatures before the game. But definitely that was like the reason we did buy the game and stuff. So for us it was definitely the biggest influence. Yeah, this is not looking too good. Trying to see if I can get the other stuff in there, but okay, I think they are both in there now. Mayhaps. Yeah, it's looking like they are. So now you can see, if you can see actually, I think you can. I don't know if I need to lower it or, but you can see there on the side there somewhere, there should be the locks. You can see that they are like in an angle now. And if I keep like twisting it this way, you can see that it keeps, and now it's pushed in there. So now it's locked. Now I don't need to go out and do that by myself. The only thing I need to do, like I have to go outside for, is the hydraulics, because this one has like hydraulics that you need to attach. So again, I do need to go outside. But for the scoop we used earlier, since that one hasn't got any hydraulics, you could do that by yourself. But now I have to attach this hydraulics thing. No, wait, actually it needs to be, well, we'll see what way. But yeah, so here's the hydraulics hose. So we'll just have to attach this one to the machine here. I did remember last time which way they were. Let's see, was it this way? Oh yeah, we need to open it fully, because it only goes in there one way, so you basically know if you're doing it the wrong way. Let's try the other one. This is like a USB, so you always start with the wrong direction. I swear, guys, it's not me. I swear. Should I have sworn? There's also some dirt here, maybe we'll get rid of that. I feel like the cable is extremely stuck. Let's try one more time this way. I think that's the wrong way around, surely. Surely, guys. Or is it even worse like this? Guys, just go either way. Can't believe this. Can't believe it's no way. I think it's this way then. Because I feel like the cable is also like going easier this way. And now you just use the lever to make it tight. That's how the hydraulics are attached then. But yeah, these levers you see, when you twist them enough, actually this other side wasn't even locked yet. But yeah, if you twist them enough, there's these like two irons here that make them pushing them easy. But yeah, that thing goes like a glove when you find the right orientation for it. Because first time I was doing it the wrong way around. I was like, yeah, it goes like a centimeter in there, but you can see that it like no way can you pull that lever stuff. But with the lever thing, it's actually really smart, like how that's made, and how like simple all of this is to use. So they've really outdone themselves with the design. Base Game and Winter Assault had a campaign, yeah, but was it co-op? Because I remember the biggest campaign for me was the Soulstorm one. Like that was massive. I remember playing that so much, and I remember like wishing that they had done that as a multiplayer campaign. So that would have been like amazing if you could have done what Soulstorm was, like with the planetary battle type of thing. So if only had they done that in a co-op, or like even like a versus mode, but especially like a co-op, that would have been nice. Dark Crusade and Soulstorm was that big map where you attack regions. Yeah, that's what I was also like already referring to, because I remember that being the best part. But I don't think that was in any way like a multiplayer, because I remember there was, or was it only in Dawn of War 2 that there were like these co-op campaigns? Because I think Dawn of War 2 was so much different than the first one that I personally didn't really like it. It was so much more skirmish than I had like hoped. So for me, like Dawn of War 2 was a huge disappointment. Like a glove, love me some good mechanical engineering. Yeah, these are actually like really well designed, and of course like well made as well, since they are like manufactured in Finland. So these are made in Finland, these Avant machines. Campaign wasn't co-op, only multiplayer I played was skirmish. Yeah, I think that was the only part in the first game. Yeah, could be that I'm mixing it with the second one that one had. But co-op campaign would have been good. Yeah. We would have played a ton of that if that ever came out. So let's hope that if they do that, well, I doubt if they do a remaster that they would add that, but we'll see. You can always hope. But yeah, I guess I can see there's one issue with us doing this from the side here, and that being that you can actually maybe see it if I go backwards a bit. Maybe put the scoop down so it's not in the way as much. But you can see maybe that if we have to make the trench from, again I have to try and see where you're seeing, so from here to this one on the side, we need to go like, we have to avoid the corner stick there, so we need to be outside of the building. And seeing where the piles are currently at, I think there's a risk that we're digging inside the building if we start with this. We'll see what happens. Dawn of War 2 had campaign, yeah, but all controlled individual units instead of a whole army. Yeah, that sucked to me. I like, it was similar to, I know, like Warcraft and stuff, that where you're like with the campaigns mostly being like you controlling one hero unit and doing like occasional stuff. But for me, like Dawn of War 1 was the biggest part of it. To me, was like not controlling the heroes, but having like this whole army you're controlling. The only thing I really liked about with Dawn of War 2 was there was this game mode you could play in multiplayer where you had like these endless enemies, like waves of enemies, and you had this like a hero you chose, and you could like unlock gear and stuff. But most of that stuff was like behind DLC and like paywalls and stuff. So that was again a bit scummy. But I remember that we played a lot of that game mode. I also didn't like Dawn of War too much, as much. Please, Avant, love us back and sponsor us. Yeah, we've been talking so much good about Avant machines that they surely have heard by now. Surely they know us. Yeah, I guess the question now is where do we put the stuff that we dig up? Can we actually put it on the pile next to us, or is that gonna be, will that cause us more issues than any good? It might be that I'm just filling the trenches I will need to dig soon. Yeah, Last Stand expansion. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Couldn't remember the name of it, but yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, I remember that being a lot of fun. We played a lot of it. I remember the heroes that came in. They were like pay to win because the newest DLC guys were always the most powerful one. But I remember we were laughing that it's like on brand for Games Workshop related stuff, because that was the unfortunate truth for most of like Warhammer games, that the newest units were always the most powerful ones, so it was only on point for that, so we weren't really complaining. I remember it being like the Last Stand thing was really fun. There's a massive amounts of stones here. I don't even know if we got any of them. We only got the ground above them. Yeah, the good thing when we're working here is that it's easy to get access to if we dump stuff onto the backyard, so we can just drive from here. Assuming we don't stall on this ramp upwards. Yeah, that was that was pretty fun. Yeah, I remember that being fun. I think it was like equal fun to like with this first Space Marine game. there was this like endless wave of orcs that you could fight with your friends, like 4 of you guys, like the PvE like game mode. That was fun too. I remember we played a lot of that. I don't think we played that. We really didn't play much of that in the second Space Marine. I think the missions there were somehow, I don't know. We didn't really go for that much. I need to have a field trip to Avant shop. Yeah, there's actually is an Avant shop quite near to us, so we might actually have to do that. You can actually even drive this Avant machine on the road, so it has like, it's like license for that. You can see my father is here now. You can see him too maybe soon. So there will be some Finnish speaking very soon, as my father is here now. So pardon me, I will talk with my father as he somehow is here now. I actually know that he will be going to Jyväskylä today, so I guess he's just here when he's driving towards Jyväskylä next. Oh yeah, I could actually shut down the machine. Päivä. Täällä kuule vantteillaan kovasti. Joo, mä vasta vaihoin tuon kauhan takas. Se onnistuu yksinkin näköjään se kauhan vaihto. Tuo laitto tuon kauhan sillä, että se on niin kuin melko suoraan näin ja sitten aika alhaalla se painopiste on alempana, niin se ei liiku sillä. Ja sitten sen levyn kun saa suoraksi, niin se on tosiaan se mikä auttaa siinä, että helpommin saa sitten siihen. Helpommin saa siihen sitten. Mutta ajattelin, että tätä voi vielä kaivaa ja kaivaa tätä kokonaan tuosta läpi, ettei blokkaa sitä reittiä. Mutta että tämä niin tähän asti nyt varmaan ainakin voisi kaivaa sitten jo tätä, että kaivaa sen lopun sitten kun laittaa niitä putkia.
Niin saa sen sitten täyttää.
Niin saisi sen sitten täytettyäkin saman tien. Että jos sitä on. Ja sitten tuolla olisi nyt sen perusvesikaivon kuoppa. Kun mä ajattelin, että ne mahtuu nyt ne putket kuitenkin sitten. Pitää katsoa sitä kohtaa, sitten, missä se tarkalleen ottaa. Jos siitä lähtee vähän viistottain sitten tonne ja se toinen. Kun sehän tulee nyt sitten periaatteessa sen päältä sen sadevesiputken. Nyt sitten se purku sille perusvesikaivolle. Että siinä mielessä voi olla niin samassa kohtaakin periaatteessa ne putket. Että sen ei pitäisi olla ongelma. Sitten tosiaan tuo väli nyt tuosta kaivelin. Toivottavasti ei tullut niin kauhean hyvä tästä välistä, mutta ei siinäkään nyt varmaan ihan kauheasti tarvi lapioida, että sen saa. Siellä on noita isoja kiviä tippu tuonne, että pitää ne käydä sitten hakemassa pois sieltä. Niin. Mutta sielläkin on nyt sille kaivolle sitten. Siinä on se sade. Niin, siinä voi olla vähän liikaakin kuoppaa, mutta helpommin sitä täyttää. Mutta tommonen jäätävä kivi tuli sieltä tästä sivusta, niin kuin näkyykin tuo kohta, missä se on ollut. Mutta mä työnsin sitä sillä pikkukauhalla, että mä sain sitä nostettua ja se käännettyä tonne, ja mä työnsin sen sillä tonne. Kun mä ajattelin, että ei sitä saa, kun sitä on hankalaa saada sillä, se painopiste pitäisi olla siinä kauhalla. Se voisi saada tulla leviällä kauhalla ehkä kyytiin sitten, jotta sitten kun sitä tarvii ottaa tuosta. Varmaan se täytyy takapihalle viedä sitten. Niin mutta näkyy noita jälkiä siinä, että sitä on aika paljon hakattu. Joutuu aika paljon möyrimästä. Joutuu sitä pieksemään sitten. Se oli tosiaan semmoinen. Mutta sitten tosiaan nyt kaivoin tuon nurkan tuolla kauhalla tuolla leviällä, niin sai sitä otettua. Ja sitten tosiaan tätä on nyt kaivannut tänne. Eilen sain tosiaan tätä kaivettua. Se mitä tuolla. Mutta sitten tosiaan pitäisi sitä haravaa juoksuttaa näissä kaikissa ja tuolta lähteä tuomaan sitä kaivantoa sitten tai sitä korkoa. Mutta mulle nyt se meinasi sanoa, että ei sitä kannata sitä lätkää vielä ottaa, että ottaisin sitten varmaan niin ensi viikoksi, että saa ne kaikki kerralla lätkät. Koska se on tavallaan, on se siinä mielessä, että jos nyt ottaa tonne sen lätkän tuonne pohjalle, niin millä mä sitä täällä liikuttelen, jos on tuolla pohjalla se lätkä painaa 100 kiloa, niin se, että millä sen saa sieltä pois sitten. Ja sitten tavallaan myös se, että kannattaako sitä. No niin se täytyy varmaan, että mä nyt hakea kun nostoliinat sitten tai joku, olisiko se helpompi. Niin, se olisi helpompi ehkä sitoa siitä ja laittaa se liina siihen piikkiin ja nostaa sille. Se, että yrittää. No vaikka sitten, niin, mihin vaan, mutta se kuitenkin, että kun se, että yrittää ottaa siitä, kun sillä on aika pieni se lenkki siinä, että siinä on ihan mahdoton saa kyllä mitään, että sillä saisi nostettua. Että se voi olla aika tekemätön paikka, niin mieluummin, että nostoliinassa. Niin, sillä liinassa, niin, sen saisi kuitenkin, että käy vaan hakkeen semmoinen, niitä varmaan löytyy tästä vähän joka puoleltakin. Se ei varmaan ongelma. Mutta se just, että jos niin ajattelee, että ei totakaan kannata ottaa pohjaa lätketä ennen kuin sä oot tuolta asti tuonut sen koron. Että tiedät mihin se tulee, koska nyt tavallaan jos tuossa on kuitenkin tietyssä kohtaa se putken sisääntulo, niin että sä voi sitä sitten enää liikutella. Ja sitten jos sä tavallaan tuolta katot sillä, että no nyt se tulee tälle korolle ja sulla on jo sisääntulo alempana, niin sitten se vesi makaa siellä vaikka kuin pitkään. Tai sitten sä käyt se pukkaa vettä takaisinpäin periaatteessa vaikka kuin pitkälle ennen kuin se lähtee vetämään sitä. Se pitää kuitenkin tehdä laillessa. Kokeile se.
Vantterointi on ihan kiva.
Joo, kyllä se on se parantunut aika paljon, huomaa, että se on kehittynyt siinä touhussa. Tässä vaan huomasin, että tällä sivulla kun tulee tuolla kauhallista on hankala pitää sitä linjaa suorana. Että kun se on niin paljon tarkempi se, että miten päin sä oot sen vantin kanssa tässä, että se ei ole niin kuin pienestikään vinossa. Että nyt tämä tuli niin kuin selvästi tännemmäs. Mutta saahan sitä tietenkin sitten siinä korjattua lapiollakin, kun sitä maata on nyt kuitenkin pois siitä aika paljon. Helpottaa se silti sitä touhua.
Niin se voi sitten joutuu silti vielä kuljettaa sitä maahan.
Niin jo, niin.
Tai sitten vähän nostaa tonne, että
Niin,
saa se
niin.
putkia.
Jep. Ja mä otin ne mukaan, mulla on ne autossa ne rampit,
Niin,
jos tarvii päästä tuolle puolelle vielä, niin sinnekin pääsee sitten.
Mutta tästä nyt niiden ramppien kanssa pääsee kyllä yli.
Ne luulisin, että tässä ne oli aika pitkät kuitenkin, ne rampit oli ihan, että kyllä niiden kanssa pitäisi päästä. Ainoa mikä nyt tosiaan katsoa, että mistä kohtaa, ettei siellä ole kaikki kivet heti vastassa sitten. Saa noita tietenkin käsinkin siirreltyä sitten pois. Ja saa sitten tietenkin kauhallinta työnneltyäkin. Saa varmaan työnneltyä. Sä olet siinä Jyväskylän lähdössä?
Niin, tai menossa jo.
Joo.
Mutta ajattelin, että mä ajan tämän kautta, kun
Niin, jos täällä ollaan louhuttamassa.
ei tee kauhean isoa.
Niin, no ei moottoritieltä kyllä paljon tänne. Kyllä. Mutta tämmöistä tänään. Sitten mä mietin, että pitäisikö sitä jo alkaa tuolla kauhalla, sitähän voisi kaivaa jo tuosta isosta kaivosta tonne päin.
Niin
se mikä on se rampin verran, sitä voi ainakin ottaa,
niin,
että sen koko matka sinne. Niin, sen nyt ainakin voi kaivaa. Mä ajattelin, että mä jatkan sillä sitten tänne, jos koitossa on näin kauan, me varmaan tässä nurkassa. Katsoo vaan, mitä varmaan käy kävelemään sitten vaan ottamassa katsoa, että missä se kangas menee siellä, että ettei siihen rouhisi sillä kauhalla. Missä kohtaa se tossa on.
Niin, tästä sä saat vielä.
Niin, saan mä tästä muutaman kauhan vielä, tai tuohon asti mä ajattelin, että pystyy ottaa. Sitäkin nurkkaa voisi ottaa, joo.
Jos ajaa tähän, niin saat.
Niin joo, niin joo. Joo, että sekin varmaan onnistuu. Semmosia.
Tässä kaivellut.
Joo, kyllä tässä riittää tekemistä vielä. Ja nämä on tosiaan ne oli tuolla leviällä kauhalla niin paljon hankalampia nämä isot kivet.
Niin joo.
Se tuntuu, että se jurnaa sitten vaan niihin ja hioo vaan sitä pintaa siinä.
Joo, se osuu.
Niin saa meitä oikein se. Niin, ei se just, että kai siinä ole sitä lainkaan sitä liikkumavaraa siihen suuntaan. Että se oli heti hankalampi.
Joo, tuolla kauhalla tommosikin.
Niin, nuo menee ihan helposti ja nohetta.
Tulee silti aina.
Jep. Ja huomas vaan, että nyt kun oli ensin ollut tuon pikkukauhan kanssa, niin tuntui, että sen kanssa oli hankalaa, mutta sitten kun käytti tuolta, niin nythän tuo on ihan helppoa, että pikkukauhan niin luksusta siihen näin. Että se on kuitenkin sitten kaikki perspektiivistä kiinni. Mutta on hassu, kun katsoo tuolta, niin se näyttää, että se laskisi tänne päin. Että se niin tuolta, että se tulee kauheasti niin alaspäin tänne päin. Mutta kyllä se Elina silloin vatupassilla niitä katsoo, että tuo olisi niin kuin ylempänä nyt, kun tämä matka tänne, kun tuo. Että sinne päin se pitäisi vetää sitten. Vetää kyllä. Mutta tietenkin tässä tekee tämä, että kun tämä maataso laskee tavallaan tuonne päin, niin se näyttää sen takia, että se ei kuitenkaan laske kauhean rajusti, niin se ehkä silmä siihen tottuu ja perspektiivi hämästi. Mutta niin, tämä mä tosiaan otin tältä puolen sen, mitä tuolta ylti kaivamaan. Että tätä reunaahan varmaan täytyy täyttää sitten, kun sen kaivon saa tuonne.
Niin joo.
Mutta sitäkin pitäisi tosiaan katsoa, että mikä se korko siinä, koska se ei välttämättä tarvi noin syvää, kun on epäilen, että se ei mene noin syvälle se perusvesikaivo. Jos siinä oli kuitenkin ne salaojien tulo ja poisto, niin nehän on kuitenkin paljon ylempänä niin sitten. Joo. Tai on se tietenkin varmaan se salaojien tulokin, niin varmaan aika lailla tällä korkeudella, mikä tämä on. Ja sitten tietenkin sitä kaivosta nyt jonkun verran, jos sitä katsoo, niin tuleehan se sitten pohja jossain syvyydessä. Että se selviää sitten.
Siinä oli niitä mutkia kumminkin.
Joo, siellä oli semmosia semmosia niin haitari just, niitä semmosia mutkia oli vaikka niin, yksi laatikollinen. Niin, pitäisi onnistua niillä sitten. Joo, pitää testata vaan sitä, kun siinä oli tosiaan niitä kuminauhoja, niitä kumilenkkejä tai semmosia, että miten ne sitten saa yhteen kaikki. Että kuin helppoja ne on survoa sitten toisissa. Mutta eiköhän siitä selvitä. Se vaan tosiaan, että niitä on riittävästi. Että se on nyt ehkä sitten se huono puoli siinä, että jos sitä helatorstaina silloin tehdään, että perjantaina ehtii vielä hakemaan, mutta sitten niin, jos sen jälkeen sitten ei enää viikonloppuna. Niin, torstaina ei saa ja sitten lauantaina ei saa enää mitään. Että se perjantaihan siinä on vielä mahdollisuus sitten, jos näkee, että loppuu kesken. Mutta periaatteessa jos saataisiin nämä kaivannot sillä lailla melko pitkälle nyt huomenna ja tänään ja huomenna, niin sittenhän se olisi ensi viikolla vaan se, että sitä sorraa laittaisi vähän jälätkäisiä ja katsoisi, niin sitten niitä vointa putkia alkaa heti heittelemään tänne. Että sehän olisi siinä mielessä voi olla, että se olisi jo kohtuu nopeakin touhua, kun siihen vaiheeseen päästään. Mitäs täällä on keskusteltu? Elina sanoo, run through with rake. My goodness, that sounds much quicker than the hours I used to get rid of the bigger rocks by hand. Se, mä sanoin, että juoksee haravan kanssa läpi, niin ilmeisesti ei ollut hyvä termi sitten käyttää näihin tasoituksiin. Mutta silti se, Anipa on mulle sitä ananasmeä. Mä voin silti antaa sulle tuolta autosta. Vaikka ehtii sen tietenkin varmaan myöhemmin. Niin, no ehtii se jo. Kestää se kerkkiä. Sitä on. Niin se, kun Jano on matkalla. Niin, on se varmaan sinne jonkun verran palan. Niin joo. Joo, ei se nyt nimenomaan kun katsoo tuolla sen korkeuden, niin kun sen tietää, että sitä päättää nostamaan sinne päin kuitenkin. Siinäkin sitten. Se oli vissiin merkannut sen valokujun sinne, kun se soitti mulle se ukko sieltä, että onko se uusi kiinteistömästä on, että se sanoi, että siinä on kieppi, että siihen, jos saa putkeen, niin on kova. Niin sä näet, että se olisi maalannut se sinne uudestaan. Kun se kysyi, että tarvitsetko sitä uudestaan maalata, että ei kai sitä tarvitse, mutta oli se vissiin käynyt se silti maalaamassa, kun siellä näytti olevan nurmikossa taas läiskä. Oletettavasti se on se. Niin. Niin kun mä vaan mietin sitä, että miten se nyt kannattaisi tehdä sitä, kun tuossahan on sitä suojaputkea kyllä. Että pitäisikö se sitten vaan kaivaa sitä suojaputkea, kun mehän joudutaan kuitenkin kaivamaan sitten tuolta se sähkölle se suojaputki tälle välille. Niin saisiko se siihen samaan kaivantoon sitten, että toisiko se jotenkin tänne päin? Niin. Että se olisi. No sitä mä en tiedä. Mutta periaatteessahan se nyt varmaan, jos se laittaa tuolla sitä suojaputkea tai keltaista, niin vetää sen siihen, niin nehän voi työntää ne sitten loput siitä.
Niin joo, tekee jatkon tähän.
Niin, tekee jatkoa ja työntää lopun siitä sinne. Että se olisi yksi vaihtoehto. Toinen on tietenkin sitten, että voihan tuoltakin se mikä tuolla nyt se valokuiti, niin vetää sen tänne. Että se on tietenkin yksi optio sekin, mutta se on, että se pää on tuolla vähän hankala. Niin. Niin, että sitä pitää nyt sitten miettiä, että kummin pääsee, miten sen kanssa tekee. Mutta se olisi varmaan yksi vaihtoehto, että laittaisi se suojaputke nyt tästä sitten tänne. Niin. Että kun se tulee tuohon, kuitenkin joutuu vetämään sen rakennusten väliltä sitä suojaputkeen. Niinpä. Se alkaa se kyltti nojaamaan jo aika runsaasti eteenpäin. Pitää katsoa varmaan se uudelleen. Se on nyt tämän tuuli on nyt heiluttanut sitä aika lailla. Tällä tuulee niin rajusti. Niin. Se on tietenkin se maakin on varmaan aika pehmeä siinä. Että tulee koko kyltti. Auttako mitään? Auttaa se vähän. Pitää varmaan katsoa, mä mietin että muutenkin, että pitäisikö se vaihtaa se sen paikka jonnekin muualle, mutta katsoo mitä sen kanssa tekee. Saisi sen siirrettyäkin. Se ei välttämättä enää montaa päivää sinne mitään pysyy, jos se tuohon tahtiin heiluu. Niin.
Ja enempi se pääsee heiluun.
Niin, se enempi se tietenkin sitten. Jep. Siinä mäkin irtoako. Se hetken taas pysyy siinä. Ties, kai mä menen jatkaan sitten. Jeps. Nähdäänpä huomenna. Joo. Okay, assuming you can still hear me as I'm walking towards you guys. So I will catch up on chat. Sorry for the brief delay there. It was a surprise visit from my father. Can't believe this. Okay, let's see where I was in chat. Very through the power grip. Yeah, with Games Workshop stuff, anything Game Workshop has done is mainly the new stuff gets more powerful so that they get the sales up. Which of course like it makes sense, but from like player perspective it's a somewhat of a scuffy thing. Do you own any minis? Yeah, I used to have a army of Astra Militarum. Back when I started it was Imperial Guards. But nowadays I only have Age of Sigmar stuff, so Caradron Overlords. I have all of the models. All of the models from Caradron Overlords. Only like 1,000 points of it is painted though. Is it even that much? Might be like 700 points or something. So like one frigate and like one, maybe 2 squad of guys. So we were playing this like, was it Path to Glory, I guess was the name of the game mode. So it's like a narrative sort of game, but it's mostly like you can build an army with your friends, like start with smaller points and go towards larger armies. So I had that. So I do have the Caradon Overlords is the only ones I have at the moment. So the only army I have. I have been looking at the Dead Corps of Krieg, so the new Astra Militarum release they have. That's like this. It's similar to, I would say, to like World War One German, I guess. Like the uniforms and stuff they have. So to me they look cool. So I was thinking of maybe starting an army of those, but we'll see, because it's a lot of money, it's a lot of time taken with the minis, and currently I have neither. so it might be that this new army of Astra Militarum is just a long time in coming, and I don't think that will ever happen. But yeah, those new models they released for the Dead Corps of Krieg were really cool looking, so that's why I was thinking of maybe getting them at some point. But actually, I could. It's something more related to the TRPGs. My brother got me there's this sort of like a miniature board game that we could start playing. He always comes up with like, let's start this. He's notorious for coming up with new games to play, and which usually means us getting all the miniatures and stuff for them and never actually playing any of them. Same goes for video games. But this one, there was this added bonus of like, if you check out, actually I can type the name, it's Guards of Traitor's Toll is the name of the miniature. I would say it's a miniature board game, but I guess it's like a skirmish game or whatever. So I don't know if it's landed saying it's a board game, because it is a miniature game, but it's still like a sort of a small one when you're like used to Warhammers and stuff. Trying so hard to type the name. Guards of Traitor's Toll. Yeah, so that's the name of the sort of like a board game we just invested. So my brother was like, yeah, I was thinking it's quite pricey, the miniatures, and he's like broke at the moment. So am I, but he's even more frugal now than I am, because he's getting all sorts of bigger purchases out. So he was like, yeah, they're quite expensive, and I was like, wait, these models, there's like townsfolk and stuff like that I could definitely use those for the like TRPGs. So that's why I went ahead and bought all of the models in the Guards of Traitor's Toll box. So there's like 60 models, I think like 20-ish of them is like guard models, like city guard for like medieval setting, and then the rest of them are like city folk, and then there's like scoundrels and stuff. But for like D&D and for us with the Warhammer, the Fantasy 2nd edition for the role-playing stuff, those models will be really good for that. I understood a lot and nothing at the same time. Sorry about the splurge of Finnishness there. But we were discussing like how much I've gotten done and what still needs to be done, and like what can I still do today mostly. And then Elina was commenting with the run through with the rake, because I mentioned that it will be easy with you getting the stones out of it when you just run with the rake. And apparently run was the wrong word for it, since it took Elina some time to get it done. Oh, Caradon is the lizard. No, that's Seraphim. That's the previous lizardman is, I think, Seraphon or something is the name. Caradon Overlords is these steampunk dwarves. They fly in these like steampunk ships. So Caradon Overlords. I can actually type that as well, so it's easier to just Google the images. But they're sort of like because there are already the previous dwarves from the old world. Because I'm also like a big fan of the old world stuff, since I'm already like. That's where I started with my Warhammer, so I had like dwarves from the Warhammer Fantasy. But for the Age of Sigmar, I was debating whether or not I want to go for Cities of Sigmar, which is basically the old world guys. Yeah, mechanical dwarves with the flying machines. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, so that's the. Yeah, Astra Militarum planes are badass. Yeah, there's the Valkyries and stuff. Elina is also. Yeah, Elina was referencing the Astra Militarum plane, which was the Valkyrie. I'm familiar with Old World, but not so much with Age of Sigmar. Yeah, we only got with the Age of Sigmar like quite freshly, so like within last year or so, because I was also like hardcore with that only the old word is the right one and you can't go for the Age of Sigmar. But then my friend was like he would like to start with like the August, and I was like, well, maybe I can go with the Cararon then, because I like the ships. I wasn't too much of a fan of the guys with like the balloons on their back, like levitating with the balloons on their back, but I've gotten to like them as well. I think I have maybe a channel on Discord for hobby related stuff, so I could maybe post in the pictures of the guys that I've painted so far. I have to say there will probably be no progress in like the longest time since I'm here, but on the construction side, but I still like to, especially I like to see the finished ones. I'm not that much of a fan of like the painting process. I like to assemble the dudes. I feel like I suck so bad at painting that I'm not enjoying it that much, but I really like the assemble part, which I know some people hate the assembly and only like painting, but I'm the other way around. Yeah, Krieg looks very good. Yeah, I really like the new models of the Krieg. I already like the earlier ones. Like, there's nothing wrong with the previous ones, but the only thing that's like wrong with the guys is that they're so expensive, because they were like Forge World models, so they were like goddamn 10 euros one dude or something, so they were like extremely pricey. So with this new, like, as I think they were also like resin, so this new plastic range they are coming, oh well, they already came out with this. It's a lot more affordable, even though with like Games Workshop prices they are still like expensive, but nothing compared to Forge World prices. And Saku sold the Astra Militarum to buy this plot. He could have bought 2 plots with how expensive Warhammer minis are. Yeah, that's not too far from the truth. But the other thing was that the Astra Militarum army I had was half and half of like, well, at least I would say maybe like 2/3 of the guys in that army were like the guardsmen in that army were like bought used, so like not painted by me and in like different color scheme than the ones that I had painted. So I mostly just wanted like a clean slate. So I wanted to start again with like an army that's only made by me. So that's why I wanted to sell the other guys, and I was already thinking that maybe I wouldn't need to sell all of them, but then I just got greedy with money, and I was thinking that okay, maybe I will stop with the Warhammer 40,000 and just, you know, focus on the Age of Sigmar, since we started that at the same time. So I basically funded the Cararon models with the sold Astra Militarum models. But yeah, now I'm already thinking of going back with the Death Corps of Krieg, and if I do, then there was no point in selling all the tanks and stuff I had, because I had this beautifully assembled Baneblade with magnetized everything. So I made it so that you can build any variety of the Baneblade model. So you could do like a Shadow Sword and like Shadow Storm and whatever. You could do all of those with magnets. I hadn't had it painted yet, because I was again enjoying the assembly more than I did enjoy the painting part. But that thing, what I would say that when I sold it for like 100 euros, and you know, a new one costs around the same. But I feel like you could maybe have even gotten more than the store. So the cost for a model that's like perfectly magnetized. Yeah, so that was like a Giga Baneblade with like all the different varieties being able to field with just that one model. So if I ever do start collecting again, I will need to do another one of those. I remember it took like a long time to magnetize it. There were like instructions online, so I didn't like come up with it myself. But even then, there's like so many parts and so many magnets involved that it did take a long time to do. So I was quite proud of it. What do you think of League of Wotan in 40k then? Yeah, to me it's though feels like because I think they're like, was it squats or what are they called? Like the extremely old dwarves in 40k setting. I think they're called squats. So to me they feel like that. So I think it's a good like tip of the hat to the old people, like the old collectors. For me, I think gameplay-wise, I would not enjoy playing Wotan that much, but I do like the models. Especially there's this guy. I've already debated of starting collecting them, because it would be a lot less models than the Astra Militarum army. And I especially like there's this guy. I don't remember the name of the model, but it has like 3 like flying saucer type like drones. But the guy itself is like this old rulesmith-looking fella. I really like that one. The ones I don't really like about them is there's these like Ogren looking dudes with like is it like lava hands or something, like they're like heavy hitters. They're like thick boys that hits hard, but to me the models don't look too good. But any other model from Wotan looks really nice, because they do remind me of Caradons as well, so it's like Caradons in the 40k setting. So I could definitely see myself collecting those as well. Were I not obsessed with the Dead Corps of Greek dudes now that they have this new range. Also, like the lore for the Dead Corps of Greeks is really cool, with how like they go for the suicide missions. Since I think there was something like they betrayed the emperor, and the ones that are then remaining are paying the price for that. So they're like, they feel responsible for a lot of stuff. So they are willing to go for the hardest missions because of that. I'll try again. Maybe get a better scoop. Or not, we'll see. There's some major rocks underneath, because you can feel the whole machine moving when I do that. I'll post up my dudes as well when I'm done with painting with them. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds perfect, because we need to have more people painting minis. There's also like, I've bought this like medieval fantasy setting buildings, and Elina is supposed to be painting them. So we were at one point we were doing it so that when I painted my minis, Elina was painting those buildings. So the guards of Traitor's Toll models will also fit well with those buildings I have, assuming either of them ever get painted. But I feel like it's sounding like the guards of Traitor's Toll models, and my brother wants to paint them, which I'm not, I won't fight him on that, since, like I mentioned, I'm not too big on painting and I have so much to paint. Like I again mentioned, I already own all of the models Caradon Overlords have. So like €1,000 worth of Caradon Overlords models, so they are mostly unpainted, so I have plenty to do even without these new models. Yeah, I don't like the futuristic slayers either. Yeah, I think those are exactly what you're describing, is what I'm also thinking. I would buy one just as a showpiece. Yeah, the Rune Engineer dude, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I could also see myself, if I didn't have, like I mentioned, a massive line of models waiting to be painted, I could see myself showcasing some of the dudes the Wotan have. The wolves in armor look really cool, but I think their vehicles could be better. Yeah, I 100% agree. I'm not a fan of the vehicles the Wotan are driving, because they like the weird bubble type of glasses on them. To me, look weird. Like they are futuristic, sure, but they don't look like dwarven to me. So I agree with that 100%. Also, hello Nat. I'll be lurking while working on some stuff. I hope the day has been well. Yeah, it has been good. The weather is so much better than it was yesterday. Although inside this Avant machine there's hardly any difference. If anything, it's like hotter here now, because there's no AC in this machine, unfortunately. So for that, I guess it might be even like worse in that regard. but yeah, it's a nice day. It has been progressing nicely too. So no complaints. No complaints from me. The only thing I'm dreading is it's actually almost 1 p.m. and I should maybe go for the lunch, and if you remember from yesterday, it was absolutely awkward business. Me trying to eat while yapping, but I guess for like, especially with like this Warhammer discussion we're having, it would be nice to have the yapping session while I'm eating. That is with the rule police brutality made that I would need to take one mouthful of food for every comment or every message I read. So if we do it like that, maybe there is some hope for me to get everything eaten before it's cold again. But that is the side I use the most time to clear the rocks. It's full of rocks under the ground, I see. Only €1,000, that's steep. Actually, I have to say, I didn't even pay that much. I think it was something like 800 or something, and it's for the whole range. And there's this one thing that I did, the doctors don't want you to know about. I was just kidding. I sold my kidney, not just kidding. I bought from Norway. For some reason, I still don't know why. Well, I know that it's because of the currency. But for some reason, the Norwegian crown I think it might still be, but it was extremely weak, like compared to euros. So the currency we use here. So Norwegian krone, I think it's krone. It's kroner in their language, so Norwegian kroner. But you know, the Norwegian currency was extremely weak. But regardless, like Games Workshop prices were similar there, like for the like whatever they make, like salary wise, etc. So the Games Workshop prices were basically not compared to that price level. So with the Norwegian kroner being so weak, I like ordered from there, and there was also like this one hobby place. It was in Oslo, so in the capital, and that place was like, yeah, we have like, was it like minus 20, maybe 20, maybe 15% from like these like store prices Games Workshop normally has. And with that combined with the price, it was like half the price of like what Games Workshop has it on their like web stores. So it was like extremely cheap. So so I really got a good deal, because I was also like laughing at my friend that even if I ever never go anywhere with the army, I can get my money back with like selling them used. Because there was also like these like boxes, like Vanguard box, which had like a collection of many miniatures. And then there was like this start collection boxes, which were already like out of stock in most places. And those actually I ordered one from Germany and one from Greece. So like Nat, I did a lot of Googling, and I was doing a lot of, I have actually a spreadsheet with the prices prices of all the minis I got. But yeah, I really got a bargain with all the Caradron Overlord models. So I really got a good deal with them. So if I ever get them painted, then it'll be a nice army. I also made like plastic bases with like a plate underneath for them, so that I have like magnets. I can magnetize them and make like a diorama base for all of them. But like I mentioned, nothing is progressing at the moment on that front. So we'll see when that ever happens, when I'll ever get the whole army complete, if that ever happens. Also have a spreadsheet. That's perfect. I can actually check mine, because I think it's something like 800 something. I'll have to check the exact amount, because I also had like I kept like what it would cost from directly ordering from Games Workshop, and the difference is massive, of course, because there's also like these collection boxes and stuff. Let's see if is it this one. I think it is, yeah. So let's see, where are the, okay, so the price for me has been 808 euros 85 cents. So that's the whole price. And then I have like the price it would have cost from Games Workshop. It would be 1,300. So there's like a 500 euro savings because of all the Norwegian orders and stuff like that. So it was really a good bargain hunting then. I was also lucky because there were like only a few places that still had the start collecting box, because there were like few models that you could barely get otherwise. I have spent 6,000 Australian dollar dues so far on miniatures. So you must have a lot then, like assuming more than just one army, like different factions and stuff. I'm assuming it's more than one army, because, well, of course, I don't know, the currency could throw me off. Like 6,000 is still like more than 1,000 euros easy. Like I would assume like 2,000 or 3,000 euros. So I think that's around what I had like in Ostra Militarum units. I had like those, and the Caradron Overlords would probably be similar in price. But then again, like some of the money I got from the Astra Militarum I then spent on the Caradron Overlord. So luckily I haven't had that much of an invest. But then again, I don't see that being like a bad thing, only if you're not like, if you don't get them painted or ever on the table. So as long as you get to make them and get some progress with them, I guess it's not that expensive of a hobby, because you know, the one thing you know a hobby from is the expense of it. I'll try to set you guys up where you were yesterday, because I think that worked quite well. So you were seeing the side view. Oh yeah, this door is smacking because of the extreme wind outside. So now we're here again. I'm almost short enough for the roof. Hello? 2 Australian UD is about €1. Yeah, that's what I was using. So 3,000, something like 3,000 then. Okay, yeah, there's some messages. I always forget your lunches when I have dinner. 1 bite per mini. Yeah, yeah, that would also work when making miniatures. Assuming that you wouldn't starve to death, because I have to say when you're doing one miniature, it might take a long time, so you might actually starve to death, because 1 bite per mini sounds calorie-wise lethal. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, my friend who moved to Sweden from New Zealand also bought his Warhammer stuff from Norway as well. Yeah, yeah. So I think the same goes for like Sweden, because I could also like order from Sweden, and I have actually ordered miniatures from Alpha Spel, which is a Swedish uh, seller, whatever, and their prices are pretty close to our prices here in Finland. So I would assume that again they would also get the same benefit from like ordering from Norway that I did. So definitely makes sense. But yeah, let's heat this food again. I put some water on top of it so that it hopefully heats better. But yeah, then we're done with the. Then we can start with the yapping session. I will take a glass of water since I have water with me now. Also a spreadsheet, yeah. How much I spent, yeah, 6,000 OUD. Well, so yeah, so now you have listed, that's not including paints plus tools. Yeah, no, I didn't list, like, include them either. So that's like separate. I know that there's like a lot of, I think hundreds of euros spent on like hobby like tools and stuff. Yeah, terrain as well. Black Templars plus Necron, my main two. World Eaters and Black Legion. Okay, so wait, is all of them and Tau, and so that would all be in 40k. Correct. Yeah, Black Templar at least is. Necron definitely is. World Eaters I think can be actually either. Wait, can they? I think they might be in fantasy setting as well, but I'm assuming so yours are in 40k. And terrain, yeah, 2 ODs, €1. Yeah, how much you spent on my houses? Yeah, that was like 600 or something. those were expensive. Don't remind me about those. So they were almost as expensive as my army. So that was actually crazy. Now that you reminded me of that. But therefore, like terrain for the Warhammers and stuff like that. What is for lunch today? It's the same thing as yesterday. So we have chicken and rice. I have like this food prepping thing that I generally do the same thing for like many boxes. I sometimes do it so that I like food prep in 2 days in a row, so that I have like two different things that I can switch between. But now I only have this chicken and rice thingy. So unfortunately, it's the same thing. It was good, so I don't actually complain. It's not too bad, even if it's the same stuff as yesterday. And it shouldn't be frozen today either, so because it was in the fridge there overnight. So I'm hoping it's not as frozen as it was yesterday. Is Norway and Sweden part of EU? I noticed they use different currency. Yeah, so Egon also already answered. Norway is not. Oh, Norway is not, but Sweden is. Yeah, but Sweden doesn't use euros. So yeah, there's a difference between being in EU and then being in euro country. So like the currency is another like a contract you sign. So if you want to be like a euro country, that's like a different thing. Also, hello Justin. Have I stumbled across a meth lab? Maybe. We don't talk about that yet. We need to pay the house somehow. So we're doing house construction here. Now I'm on a lunch break. So we are in a caravan that actually looks a lot like the Breaking Bad stuff. We already actually joked about that if the loan negotiations fall through, that we need to get the money somehow. So hopefully the neighbors don't mind this thing starting to reek like methamphetamine, because my brother also studied chemistry, so I was just asking for help when we eventually start with the IRL Schedule 1 gameplay. But yeah, no, we are now on lunch break, and I was doing some digging for rainwater pipes today. I've just finished Walter White. I think I will be the. Wait, what's the guy's name? What's the other dude? Because my brother should be the Walter White, because he's the chemist. What's the other guy's name? I can't come up with it. Schedule 1 IRL. Nat immediately woke up. But yeah, did I miss any messages? Mine are 40k. I would get Old World, but I'm waiting for them to update the models. Yeah, I was actually really sad seeing that they came up with the Old World and it's like mostly the same models as before. Of course, like I would have preferred them keeping the same ones, but still I would like them to make new ones as well. So to me, it felt lazy, like they only have the reprints of the previous ones. I, for one, was expecting like, because I would go crazy for the dwarves. So if they would like the, like now it's like mountain holds or something is the name of the dwarven factions. So if they make like new, because I know that like the cities of Sigma already have like new models for iron breakers and longbeards and stuff. So if they would only like make all of them again similar to how they are, because like say what you will about like Games Workshops, like rules and the way they make money and stuff, but they can make some extremely nice sculpts. Like the models they make are like compared to anyone else, like they are so good. So if only they were like making more of the new models, I would be all for the old world as well. So definitely with you on that. And again, like my brother is somewhat of a, I would say, a Games Workshop hater with how like he always goes in like the rules are this and the rules are bad and the way they do this and that is like bad. But and I do agree with most of it. Like again, Games Workshop is mostly for profit, so you can see that in many of the things they make. But the one thing they do make well is the models. So the sculpture people they have there is, those people deserve a raise because they are making some phenomenal work. Because you like there's like for example these cards of Trader's Soul models and stuff, they are okay, but if they were made by Games Workshop you'd know the difference because their sculpts are like phenomenal. Some Lux housing. I haven't found a faction I fully like for Age of Sigma yet. Yeah, I was like struggling with that for a while. So, but I did eventually go for the Karadan Overlords because I'm obsessed with dwarves in like fantasy setting and in that one also, so it worked as well. Yeah, Jesse Pinkman is the one I was looking for. So I'll be Jesse and my brother will be Walter White then. That is also better because then that means I'm not getting cancer. So it's a win-win for me. I'm getting paid, I'm getting my house built, I'm not getting cancer, guys. It's a win-win. Yeah, Jesse, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can't believe I blanked on that. Not the answer I was expecting. Yeah, sorry, I was being honest. That's the Finnish honesty. Finnish honesty got the best of me. Nothing compared to your plush collection. Can't believe you absolutely destroyed Nat there. Have you seen Grand Cathay? They're all new modernized models. Looks very good. Yeah. Actually, I've seen some of them. I don't think I've seen if there's more than the few I saw. It was quite some time ago, and I think it was only like leaks or something that I saw. I will need to look them up because I've been playing Warhammer Total War 3 and the what's the game mode called where they like combine all of the three of the games, and I've been playing Grand Cathay a lot in that game, and they look like I like the models and stuff. But for me, I don't think I could ever go and play old world not going for dwarves because that's like where I started with the hobby. So that would be like I would need to go for that. I couldn't abandon my dwarven friends. Maybe chaos dwarves. Yeah, immortal realms. Yeah, that's because I mean there was like there was a game mode for the 1 and 2 being combined, and that was like something like Mortal Empires or something, and I was like trying to come up with what's the new one. But yeah, I think it's Immortal Realms is the new one then. Yeah. So I've been playing that with a friend, and that's been really nice. I've been really liking that one. Yeah, I agree. Some of their rules suck for their games, but their models are top quality. I wish there was more quality competitors. Yeah. Mortal Realms. Yeah, I think that might have been the previous one. But yeah, like I said, the Games Workshop they have this trouble that they're trying to get all of the players from everywhere, so they need to dumb down the rules to like accommodate for new players coming in. So I feel like every edition they come up with is like simpler than like it was before. Not necessarily a bad thing, but for someone that has started this like 20 years ago, I feel like it's such a different game than it was when I started. So for me, the rules are so much different than what I'm used to. Not bad in like in that sense maybe, but so much different that for me it's like weird how they change. And also like when I started collecting Warhammer miniatures, there was a lot of this like tinkering with like equipment of different models, so you could like purchase guns and different kinds of stuff. And they have like every edition I've seen, they have dumbed down that one, so like you can choose any equipment, they don't cost any extra. So the balance is all over the place with those kind of things. So not a big fan of like simplifying things for the sake of like simplifying. Of course, if things are like overly complicated, I have nothing against it, but I felt like in all the directions they keep making it simpler, and for me I don't think that has been necessary. But maybe then I'm an exception in that, and people are mostly enjoying it. But I guess it's like mostly people, like new people coming in, and like older gamers are switching to other games. Because for example, my brother plays the, what's the name, Song of Ice and Fire. So it's for the Game of Thrones. There's a miniature game for that. So he plays that one. He used to play Guild Ball a lot, and I think he still does. That game got like murdered by Steamforge Games, who was the owner of it, but they sort of like resurrected that game, which is a weird thing. So it's like floating in between, like has it been killed or is it still continuing? But yeah, so my brother played a lot of that. I was thinking if I should eat it straight from this glass jar, because I feel like it maybe could retain the heat better. Because I know there will be a lot of yapping and not that much chewing and not that much eating. For those just joining in, I'm notorious for sucking at eating when I'm being, first of all, filmed, and I also need to talk. So this is a struggle of all the game masters and dungeon masters, that they know that when you're trying to yap and eat, it's really tough. So if I just take the lid again, so it won't burn my hands. Hopefully. I can also like put it back in there if it's like starts getting cold, which is something I didn't do yesterday, but I should have maybe. So let's try. I put on the gloves because it's hot. You know? But yeah, should I come closer, or is this acceptable social distance? The only thing I want to do is that I don't want to be blocked by the chat, because I know the chat will be then on this side, I assume. So your messages will be showing here. I actually have a resin 3D printer to print minis for D&D, TTRPGs, but they still don't look as good as Warhammer models, and it's very noticeable when you put them side by side. Yeah, my brother has, I think, maybe 2 different kinds of printers. I think one of them at least is a resin printer. I don't know what's the other one. It could be like it just spews the sort of like a plastic out. But even then, the amount you eat for lunch looks huge. Yeah, this is a massive portion. But I guess I was like, there's only this amount of glass like jars left, so I just have to like fill them so that I have all the food somewhere. But maybe I should have like split the portion a bit. But yeah, I did manage yesterday, so I guess I will do the same today. I've not been fasting, I guess, but I've also not haven't eaten yet today anything yet. So I guess it should be doable. The only thing I'm worried about is it's getting cold before I get to it. Also, like, where do I go with it so that I can get to it? Let's see. You guys are in the way. Can't believe the chat is in the way. Well, that started out strong. There's chicken on my lap now. Is there paper I can use? Hello? But yeah, let's see another message, because I did take a half a mouthful, I guess. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Unfortunately, not popular in Australia. I wanted to buy some Asoyaf minis for D&D. Yeah, but again, the sculptures in those are like, to me, they are like second tier, like B tier, compared to like Games Workshop. And also there's this weird thing that you have like this unit of people. So like 16 models in one unit, and there's like 4 duplicates of each. So there's like 16 guys and 4 different models. Just like 4 times of the same guy. So you have to like try to arrange them so that there's not like 2 of the same dudes next to each other, because that would look weird. So to me, that's so like, compared to like how like Games Workshop, where you like build and assemble them yourself, you make them all look different. So there's like never 2 dudes looking exactly the same. So there's like stuff like that to me that was like throwing me off from Asoyaf. So from the Song of Ice and Fire. But hard to find. Yeah. I don't know if there's that big of a scene here in Finland. I guess like most of the games, it's the problem here that people only play like Games Workshop games, and it's then like only like your friends and stuff that you can like try and get to play something else. So it's hard to find like a group that plays anything else. Okay, I need to go for a mouthful before I can read again. Hello. But yeah, the food is good and it's hot, so nothing to complain. Yeah, there's two types of printers, PLA, the one that spews plastic, yeah, so that's what I was, yeah. And SLA/resin, the one with the vat of liquid, I also have both, yeah, so it's a similar setup than my brother has. Because there's like differences between the detail on like what you use for printing, but still like with any other printing, like you can see the superiority of Games Workshop. Saku has the stomach of a bear, he will manage. Yeah, I'm not worried about not getting all this eaten. It's just that the time it takes me is what worries me. So now it's like 12:58, so almost 1 p.m. I dread to know what it will be when I actually finish this, because last time I think we were here by like an hour. So if you guys need to have a lunch or anything, you can easily go for lunch and come back, and I'll probably be here still eating this vat of rice. Yeah, quality is not as good and not as unique, but it was decent alternative compared to other companies. Yeah, and I think like the models themselves, like there were people with swords and those kind of guys. So if you were to just got like I want to have like a mercenary group for like just like you mentioned like D&D. So I would say that those models work well because you wouldn't need to use the duplicates you have so many of, because you could then like only use one of each for this certain group. The whole van is actually shaking because of the wind. That's crazy. So maybe it's not just me being heavy, but the whole thing going from side to side. Your lunch is the size of my dinner. Yeah, I think I might be the kind of person that like goes heavy on lunch and then like maybe a little less on dinner then. It depends of course on the day as well, I guess, because it depends on like what portion I have to eat. But I think for today I only need to eat something like smallish in the evening. Are you the DM for your TTRPG group? Yeah. So yeah, it's like I think it's GM, so like game master. Because in Dungeon, I think it's Dungeon and Dragons, it's Dungeon Master. But yeah, I'm the leader of the group, or like throwing the games, like keeping the story going and the one with the final word on stuff. So I've been doing that for like I've been mostly being the DM or GM, whatever you call it. So most of my like role playing years I've been the one running the games, mostly because no one else wants to. So from all the groups I've been in, there's hardly anyone ever that wants to be the one running the games. Oh yeah, sorry, I have to eat again. I need to remember this. Working the first part of the day and eating the rest, you are living the dream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what's happening here. Do you normally meal prep, or are you just doing it now because it's easier while you're building? I normally do. So as I work remotely, it's easier for me to just like meal prep and then heat, because I usually don't even like have lunch hours. So I just like I can leave earlier, or then I do like the extra hours I can keep as a day off later. So instead of like going for lunch at some like lunch place or something, then I just meal prep and eat while I work usually. So I don't even have like a separate lunch hour. But yeah, this time I have like clear water. I'm trying to taste if there's like hinges of plastic on it because it's in this plastic container. But I feel like it's been used enough that there's no plastic involved in that, which is good. Saku is the DM and we are the children he tries to keep in line. Not currently playing, but I've played with Saku. Yeah, I can also confirm. I think there was Eguna is also confirming that. But yeah, Citronly used to be used to be in my group, and she's one of the people that moved so that the group fell apart. Can't believe you've done this. We do tend to eat quite big lunches in Finland, quite much as for dinner. Yeah, yeah, I think most people are like that. There's also like a lot of these like buffet type of places. So in there, like people go for like lunch lunch buffet, so they like go crazy, and then they're like overstuffed for the rest of the day. So yeah, very relatable. Can confirm. Yeah. Who makes sense? Can now no wonder you are built like a giant. Yeah, I think that has a factor in it. I also did mention that I think last time that we were talking about like average heights in Finland, that they were like steadily increasing from like after the war times, and that was because of like the nutrition getting better. So like people being able to eat more, so that when they were actually growing, they weren't like malnutrition because of like not having enough food and like the variety of different kinds of foods, etc. So I think that's one reason that people are getting larger here. I think maybe nowadays maybe too large even. But yeah, I'm trying to drink so that I don't lose my voice, because it was quite cold yesterday in the evening, so I might have been getting like catching a cold. Hopefully not, but we'll see. That's always the scheduling issues of people getting busy that kills groups. Yeah, yeah. I think that's the actual villain or the final boss in any TRPG group is the scheduling. Because even right now with the group I have, there's like me, then there's it's like five other guys I think, and from those five guys, I think yeah, four of them have children. So I have to say, if scheduling is usually hard, it's like a nightmare with these guys. And it's also like now we're not playing at my place, because we used to play at my place, but since I'm between places pretty much right now, we're playing in the garage of one of the players, so he needs to be there basically always so that we can access the garage, and then of course I have to be there always. But rarely it's because of me that something like a certain date and time doesn't work. But yeah, but yeah, I guess again a mouthful before I can read more. Hello. But yeah, I think this is mostly like ASMR for me talking, not so hopefully not so much about me eating. I'm hoping. Have you tried playing online? Yeah, during COVID, we with the lockdowns and stuff, we were actually doing it via Discord, and it did work well. I don't think we had any complaints about it. It's like a different experience. I would say it's hard to compare to playing like in person, but I don't think it was like any worse. It was just like I mentioned, it was different, because there are like some stuff that it's easier and like faster to do with the computers. So it's like I would say it's a balanced neck. Like I said, it's not any worse or any better, but it's just different from how it's in when you're doing it in like a table setting. So IRL. Was Finland a poor country? I thought Finland was relatively wealthy even during the industrial age. I don't. I think there are people here that. Oh yeah, Egun is already answering. I think yeah, yeah. I was in the same page that Finland was really poor, like for the longest time. And there's some things, because I remember Nat talking about like we've discussed this while Nat was here, that like the history has an effect and stuff. And I think one of the things that Finland is like one of the effects it has had on Finland is that we now have this need to show everyone that we're making it, well, like we're making it, we're good now, we can manage and stuff. And the immediate downside of that is that while everyone else in Europe is downplaying how wealthy they are in attempts to not have to pay other countries. For example, we've had these like the banks in Italy are like going under. We need to save them. Those kind of things. So for those kind of things, they are always going for like, okay, who's wealthy enough to help with this? Now every other country in Europe is trying to downplay how wealthy they are in attempt to not have to pay anything. And Finland is here like raising their hand, like, yeah, we got money. Don't worry, we have everything. And in while we're like getting debt. So like we're not any richer than any other country. We're just like worse at trying to hide our wealth at the moment. And I think partly part of that is because we were in really bad shape in like during World War II and like before that and something like maybe a bit afterwards. I think also. I think when Nokia was coming out, I think that's something that saved us a bit. But during those time, like 90s, it was I think maybe even earlier than that. That it was when we actually finally started pulling out, so that there was like I mentioned after wars, I think it had been steadily increasing like the level of, well, I guess like the, is it like state of living or how do you say that? But yeah, so I think it's been like steadily increasing, and of course like things are good now. We have like basically no homeless people here, and we have like universal health care and stuff. But the underlying issue is that we are in too much debt. There's no way we can pay this debt that we have, and like we're getting in more and more debt every year with the government's decisions, and no one wants to like do anything about it, because if you try to save money on anything, you get the wrath of the voters basically, which is the same case in every country at the world in the moment. So every country basically except for Norway, which has like unlimited money. So any other country has been basically between like this and past like decades has been racking up debt in thinking that there's no end to how much we can take. And we are, I think, we are in this find out era, I think, currently, because we've been in this fuck around era for quite a while now. But yeah, so I think Finland has had worse famine. So people dying of like lack of food. This was like historically, not recent, but we've had it worse than, for example, Ireland had. And everyone knows about like the famine in Ireland and how bad they had it with like the potatoes and stuff. But I think like numbers wise, we've had it worse, and no one talks about that, and not even us are like, we don't want to brag about it, of course. But yeah, so we are not a poor country anymore. I think we're not any poorer than anyone else, at least. But it's a interesting concept of how poor a country is if they have like more debt that they can actually pay off. So I guess it depends on your angle. But yeah, we used to be really poor. Like Eguna mentioned, that we used to be one of the first countries to get help from UNICEF. And there was also this thing that Finland had this weird spot that when, for example, USA was like, we can help you during like after wartime. So they were like, we can help you with food and stuff. And we were like, I don't think we can take the help because Russia might get angry. So we were in this like weird, like a power balance between like trying to get help from West, but also like being afraid of the East. So there's lots of history with us for like trying to like balance ourselves between these two powerful countries. But yeah, Amateur has the blood of giants. Yeah, finally been fed enough to get those genes activated. Yeah, Finland seems like a wealthy country now. Yeah, so they must have done very well in recent decades. Yeah, yeah, it has been like there's been many things that like go to it. Nokia being one, and then there's like overall more trade with globally, and us doing like stuff from wood. There's also been, because of like our education, we've had like technological companies, but I don't think we are that. I don't think, for example, the EU, like Europe, compared to like USA and then Asian countries, if you like look at the level of like patents being applied to and stuff like that, I don't think Europe is doing very well with that. So we'll see in the future how well it works. But yeah, we have a lot of like lumber we can work with, but that's pretty much the only national resource we have, unlike, for example, Norway that has oil and stuff. So we got the short straw on that, unfortunately. Playing online made it way harder for me to focus. It wasn't as much fun as it is in person, where you can bounce off each other's ideas and moods, etc. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, there's differences to it, but I think that, for example, like placing those like models in the physical world, and then like how easily you can move them in and how easily you can like relay information with the during the Discord calls and stuff. There were like some upsides to it. I highly recommend Foundry for online D&D. If we ever play, I assume, yeah. If we ever play together, I'll show you how it works. It's almost just as good as in-person D&D, minus the physical interaction. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. There's been like different services. For us, we were playing the Warhammer Second Edition. I don't think there was any like an online service for it that would like work out of the box. But I did have like, I think I had like a drawing tablet back then. Citronly can confirm because she was playing, and I think Ekuna's also playing. So 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 I was like drawing stuff, and that was like so much faster than when you're like sitting behind a DM screen or GM screen and trying to like show stuff from there. So like I said, it's a different experience. I would say it's equally good, but like Citronelli said, there are some big downsides. From like player perspective, I can see it being maybe worse with like a digital experience than it is on like seeing yourself. Also now since then I have like bought like metal coins. They were hella pricey. I have to say they were extremely expensive. It's almost the same as if I had just used actual money with how much they cost. But that has been a huge improvement to my experience. I think players also love it, but the new group I have never played without them, so they can't really say whether it's better with the actual coins or not. But yeah, so that has been for me a huge improvement in the TRPG setting. But they were really pricey, so I'm not sure if I can like recommend getting those unless you can get them cheap somewhere. This is also interesting to hear. Yeah, you have to keep asking me questions because I have a lot of pent up knowledge that spews up sometimes. We are too honest. Yeah, actually, that is an issue we have. Like Finnish people are way too honest, especially when they go into like EU and stuff, where everyone is trying to like get an advantage, like take advantage of everyone else. So every country in there should be there for themselves. But for some reason, Finnish people seem to be like the politicians we sent there, seem to be there like thinking everyone else, not us. Because there were like some legislations. I don't mind going into politics, by the way, so don't worry about that. Unless we go into like a huge fighting match, I think we can keep the politics here. I don't mind. But yeah, for our politicians, there was like this thing that whether or not we should start limiting the amount of lumber we cut and like deport and stuff. And some of our people were there voting for, yeah, we should definitely restrict the amount of lumber. And everyone here were like, what the fuck are you doing there? That's the only thing we have. And there's also this weird thing now with how much we are cutting like lumber, so like forest and stuff. There's still more wood growing than we are cutting because we're such like a massive country with so much wood, so like there's not enough houses to block the wood from growing, that we're still like growing more wood than we are getting to like harvesting. So like environmentally wise, it doesn't really make sense that we would start like decreasing the amount as long as we're like growing more than we're like chopping down, because if it ever goes the other way around, that means that we're like losing forests, because we are also like not cutting the oldest forests. So that's also like a weird thing. So as long as we're not doing that too much, I don't see an issue with cutting lumber. Makes sense. I don't know much about Europe other than Germany. Seems like a nice place. Yeah, it depends. I guess again it depends on where in Germany, because I think it has the same issue as like every other country, that there are some nicer places and not so nice places. But yeah, I've been to Germany many a times, and I have nothing against Germany. It's a it's a country to me that works similar to Finland, because like sometimes when you're, for example, I've been to Canary Islands and I've been to Romania and I've been to Russia, and I have to say I'm used to things working out smoothly. I'm used to things working. I said, let's just end it there. And for example, in Russia, things don't work. So if you're expecting things to work, you're going in there with the wrong mindset. So I have to say I'm like, I guess I would say I'm pampered in that sense, that I'm like used to things generally working like I'm assuming they do. Oh, sorry, I can't believe I accidentally smacked that. Yeah, I'm back. I should be. Yeah, I should be seeing chat now. Finland's industrial revolution got screwed over because we had to pay Russia a ton in wood products, etc., for losing a bunch of wars. So none of the benefit of a developed society went to Finnish people for decades. Yeah, so that's one thing. Again, like I would tie it to the Finnish honesty and stuff. We are, I think, still the only country after World War II that has paid their war debts. So, because like everyone that loses a war usually has to pay something to the victors, so they just as a compensation for the damages you've done, etc. So in after like World War II, most countries like realized that if you make other countries pay for that, for for the like the war reparations or whatever, that usually causes a conflict in the future. For example, if you think about like how World War II started, it was mainly because of how World War One ended. And how World War One ended was Germany getting absolutely screwed, and like their currency got absolutely murdered, and like France was there demanding that you need to pay us with like German marks, and that was like hyperinflation in there caused by that. So like most of the issues that led to World War Two, at least partly, were because of like how World War One ended and how like how unfair it was for the people that lost the war. Of course, like I'm not saying that's like there aren't basically no victors in a war, but the way that was handled caused the Second World War basically. So for that, it's again weird that I think Finland is pretty much the only country that has paid those like war compensations after the World War II. But yeah, like Citroen mentioned, that also crippled our economy for quite a long time. So we just had like factories running, people working, but none of the benefits got to us, mostly just like free products to Russia. So it only benefited their economy. Well, I don't know how much it benefited the economy, but at least, the government, they got some free stuff. I think most first world countries are currently in debt, I believe. I could be wrong though. Yeah, with the addition that most every country in the world is in debt. It doesn't need to be a first world country to be in debt. Like even like third world countries, etc. They are also in debt. There's like only a handful of countries in the world that aren't in debt, and because even like those that are borrowing money, they themselves are in debt. So only I think there's only a few exceptions. Norway being one, because Norway has an unlimited amount of money because they make so much oil, and they've been doing that since forever. So they have, and they also have like hydro power plants and stuff. So the way the society works basically, it requires very little like expensive stuff from abroad, so they can just use the money to buy coffee and Pepsi. Apparently, I think they are like massive drinkers of Pepsi for some reason. That's what I know about Norway. Yes, Norway did extremely well in taxing their mining and oil industries. Australia didn't, and they got extremely rich while government made no money of them, and now mining basically controls Australia. The same in Finland. So Norway, I think they have most of the like natural resources are owned by the government, or like is it? I think it's like the monarchy. So like owned by the crown basically. There's like this massive federal fund, which is mostly like the crown fund or something. They call it like the crown reserve or whatever. So they have like this massive, like they own a lot of oil stuff, and like you said, mining and stuff like that. So they like don't lose the money elsewhere. Because I know, for example, in Finland, most of the, well, I don't know most, but at least like large part of the mining, etc., is owned by Canadians. So again, the profits go to Canada, and all the stuff, all the issues are left here. So like environmental issues and stuff we've had with like mining operations, our government has to pay for cleaning those up even after the profits are taken abroad, which is a bad case, of course, for Finland. But Finland beat the Russians in World War II. Yeah, that's actually, I don't know if you actually think or not, if this is like a joke too, because that is like a common misconception. Because we were doing really good up until the point we weren't. and that point is usually forgotten in when we're talking about like Finland's like war success, etc. So Finland was doing great in Second World War until Russians eventually did break through, and we had to concede. So we lost the war, and we then had to make sure the Germans leave our place. So one of the like the what's the word? One of the sets or rules for the peace negotiation was that we need to make sure that the Germans are forcefully made sure that they leave Finland because of like Nazi Germany being our ally. So that was then like after the war we had this military operation that we had to push the Germans out, and we pushed them through Lapland. So we were going northwards and pushing them through Norway, and that's like the end of the war for us. So that's like where the war ended, was with like us conceding and then having to push the Germans out. And initially there wasn't really much fighting between us and Germans because we were like former allies and people like knew them. So there weren't like many shots fired and stuff. But I think Russians noticed that, and they were like telling us that you need to make them leave faster and you need to start shooting if they are not leaving fast enough. So So eventually, I think there were some fights between us and Germans when they were trying to evacuate here or trying to leave. But there's also like these cases that they burned the city of Rovaniemi when they left and stuff like that. So there's some grievances there too. It's quite an interesting if you like go for the history books. Oh yeah, I recognize here with the famine or like people dying of hunger. So it was between 1867 and 1868. Yeah, 8% of the population of Finland died. So that's like enormous amount of people. Like even if only like a million people probably lived here or something like that back then, but that's still like a massive amount of people. So that's like something that's hardly ever spoken about. I have this info in my thesis. Yeah, I see. So that's why you had it so easily available. Very nice. Very nice. Foundry almost plays like a 2D game. It's very cool. Far better than Roll20 or Owlbear or just screen sharing. Is it free to use or is there like a subscription base or how are they monetized? I guess is the question. Is it like a one-off purchase or like a premium or? I always find it interesting to see what people think about their own countries in other places. Very mind-opening at times. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm the same. I would also like to know more about Australia and like what are your issues. It's unfortunate that Nat hasn't like has like this no politics talk, which I understand. Like with an audience the size she has, I think it can get messy quite easily. But but it would be interesting to know about those things. Because from what I understood about like Australia, the biggest issues you have right now are the housing prices like there's been like I think from China there's been like investors buying in all your real estate and stuff which like raises the price to like absurd levels. So that's my understanding. That's like one of the biggest issues is how much the cost of living has gone out of hand. But yeah, here we have different issues. We I don't think we have that similar issue that we have like the cost of housing has increased that much. I don't think that's been the issue. Maybe in Helsinki area, so around the capital, that's because that there's an absolute bubble in the prices there. But I don't think anywhere else like the housing prices have like that like gone that crazy. From what I've understood, that they've gone in like Canada and Australia, which I think are the two worst in that sense. My cousins live in Hamburg, and my old healer in my raid group from Final Fantasy 14, I guess then, was German. So Germany, the most exposure I have had for European countries. Yeah. I had my ex-girlfriend was German, so I've been there many a times. So that's why I also know about German quite a lot. That's very true. Yeah, the Brits once again causing more wars by making Germany pay massive reparations. Yeah, the French was also like really active on that. From what I understood, the French were the ones like really hammering like the need to them to pay, and I think it was like French during like after World War I, before World War II, they were also like invading Germany to get some of their mines for themselves because they couldn't pay the Germany marks. They didn't have enough money to pay them, so they like forcefully invaded and like conquered some mines, which of course like didn't wasn't really hot in Germany's side, causing again more more unrest and making it easy for certain mustache fellow to get in power. So yeah, I think both Britain and especially France was the villain there. Oh yeah, sorry. It keeps scrolling so that it goes all the way to the bottom, and then I can miss messages. So peace conditions, yeah. One of the peace conditions, yeah, was that we need to make sure the Germans get out. Oh, really? I actually didn't know that. We only thought about Simo Häähiero, so I always assumed Finland did very well. Yeah, like I mentioned, we did very well up until the point that we didn't. So the line held for a really long time, and the casualties on the Soviet sides were like 1 to 10 to ourselves. So there was even like a saying that one Finnish man equals 10 Russian men because of like the amount, because basically their strategy was that if you have like unlimited amount of men, you can just run into the machine gun fire, and we of course just shot with our machine gun fire in there. So like their strategy wasn't like helping them with the amount of casualties they were racking up, but with the size of a Soviet, it wasn't really an issue for them. So eventually they just broke through, and it wasn't like long after that they broke through that we then of course had to concede because they were near our capital already, and stuff like that. So but yeah, so in like in history books we did lose the war, and that's why we lost area. So like the Karelian area is something we had to give to Russia. So that's why a lot of like there's actually a lot of houses from like 44 to 50, like 1944 and 1950, around those. And those are also called like rintamamiestalo, which is like soldier in the front's house. And that's like because there was this certain type of house that was built because it was fast to make. There was this model for it, and those houses are everywhere because they had to be made in everywhere, because there were people coming from, had to be evacuated from the Karelia side, and of course there were people coming from the fronts that they also needed housing, and they couldn't be like there building the house. So that was like an immediate effect, was that everyone needed to start building those kind of houses. So they were not fast to do. The thing is that there's still a handful of those. Well, quite a many of those are still remaining, and most of them are like in horrible shape, because like when you do a house fast, you tend to not make it last. I guess it rhymes as well, so it has to be true. Yeah, it turns out being allied with Germany in World War II isn't beneficial. Yeah, that's actually a weird thing, because I don't think many people know that. Like I feel like people should know it, and I feel like people kind of have to know it, because we were fighting Soviet. So what side could we have been on? Like it's not like allies were fighting Soviets at any time. So like anyone putting two and two together would know that okay, they must have been on the evil side, sort of. So we were on the losing side. But Finland wasn't a Soviet country, right? Yeah, so that's the case, because uh, when Soviet Union was formed, I think it was around the time that Finland got its independence. So we weren't a Soviet country, like for example, I think Estonia and those were, and I think like Ukraine and stuff, they are still suffering from the fact that they used to be a Soviet country, and Russian people still thinking that anyone that has been a Soviet country still belongs to us. So it's a we're in sort of like a middle here. But no, I don't think we've ever been in like Soviet Union at any time. So it was formed around the time that we got our independence. Founder is one-time upfront purchase, and only the GM, the host, needs it. Players can join for free. Okay, that sounds really reasonable. Like if more services like that, that sounds like perfect type. Because like a monthly basis purchase, like a subscription base for role playing like TRPG, for me wouldn't make sense, because we rarely have it once a month. Like for example, now I think last we played was it March, maybe April, and the next time we'll play was in June. So there will be like 2 months of hiatus in between. So if it was like monthly based, the subscription fee, I wouldn't find the value in it. But that sounds like a perfect one. It's 50 Australian dollar reduced, so maybe around 25 euro. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say we were under Russian rule before it became Soviet Union and gained our independence from the Soviet government. Yeah, though they thought that Finns would come running back to them. Yeah, yeah. That's what I said. That we weren't really like in Soviet Union, but we were under like Russian rule until the Soviet Union pretty much became to be. So I think they had like this thing that if you want to be part of this great Soviet Union, you can join us. But Finland was like, yeah, we would actually like to be alone if that's possible. Sort of like we would like our independence if at all possible. Thank you very much. I wasn't I wasn't very into politics before, but when I started working in government 2 years ago, I had to learn, because elections massively affects the work I do and the amount of jobs we get with funding and all that. Yeah, Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah. In our recent election, if our progressive government wasn't elected, I most likely would have lost my job since the conservative government wanted to cut public sector workers. Yeah, yeah. I think it's the same here. We currently have the government is sort of like right wing-ish and also like conservative, I guess. It's like because in Finland it's weird. So because if you think about like American politics, for example, you have these Democrats and Republicans, and you can think like it's like left and right. But in Finland, I don't think we have a party similar to what, like, for example, Republicans are. Because in Finland, if you think about someone being in the right, like in the ideology, like you have to make all your money yourself, you're not a no, you can't get like public health care and stuff. There really isn't that sort of like a party. So I think most, even like our right parties, are mostly in the central area. So because I don't think there's anyone here like saying that okay, we need to stop with the like the free schools and, and stuff like that. So that's a weird thing. But yeah, for us it's currently a bit like that. But so far I don't think they've done much anything. There's been some, I think they've been trying to say from somewhere, but I've not seen much results. So it's been mostly talk. Is Karelian a different region? Yeah, it's basically now unlike a part of Russia since we lost it. So it's basically the border. The first thing after the Finnish border towards Russia is the Karelian regions. So yeah, Finland wasn't independent. Who were they part of before? Yeah, Egon also already answered. So Sweden and then Russia. So historically wise, we were like under Swedish rule for the longest time. Like I don't know how far back, like the Vikings massacred us, and, and after that we've been under their rule. So so it was only in like these recent years, like in the 90s and stuff like that, that we were under the Russian rule. I think something like 18 something, and yeah, okay, Egona has that already there. So 1809 from to 1970s when we were under Russian rule, and up until that point we were under Swedish rule. But yeah, I don't know how much of it was just like conquering Finland, and when that happened. I don't actually know far enough back to know that. But yeah, Sweden was like a massive kingdom in like, for example, if you play like Europa Universalis for the game, there you don't have Finland, you have Sweden as a massive one, and that's, I think it's like 1400 something the year that that game takes place in, and it's like historically accurate. So so we are there in Swedish rule. But you have like Finland as a region and as a language and etc. So there's already like Finnish people, of course, since we've like existed for long time. Because I think, for example, people in US think are like saying that their history is quite short, and we have the same. For example, if you think about the independence only being like 1917 is when that happened, and so we would like start saying that okay, that's when the history of Finland began. But of course, the people of Finnish people have existed for longer than that. We've just been under the rule of others. Yeah, Russian Empire. Yeah, and that's when we got our independence was during when that empire fell, basically. But there was also like soon after the independence, there was like this civil war we had. And I think it was because of that civil war that Russia thought that we would like easily concede when they attacked during the World War II, because we had just recently had our like civil war. They were thinking that we are like split. There's like people fighting inside the country. They can't like last fighting anyone outside. But I think that war really united us after the after the civil war. But yeah, we had autonomy during the Russian Empire and stuff. But I think the push for independence came heavily from the fact that the Russian Empire was trying this sort of thing they called, I think it was Russification, where they were like slowly but steadily trying to make sure Finland disappears. So they were like trying to suppress our language, etc. So that caused a lot of like tension, and of course wanted people here got like their independence. They wanted their independence even more because of that. did Sweden colonize Finland? I thought Finnish people were ethnically different since their language is different to Swedish and Danish and such. Yeah, Eguna is also already coming up with the facts here. Swedish was language of elite and the government till the late 19th century. Yeah, so exactly what Gatak is saying. Native Finnish people were mostly the peasants and serfs. Yeah, exactly that. They were like the priests and stuff were like from Sweden mostly, and like everyone with like an nobility and stuff. They were like, because we already still have it like the coast side is like Finnish Swedish. So there's like a lot of people that speak Swedish as their main language in like coastal Finland on the west coast. Yeah. What was the Finland civil war about? It was basically white versus red, the two factions. It was the factory workers and landowners versus basically the people working in the city factories, kind of. So yeah, it was a weird one, I would say. Like nowadays, it's not that much talked about, but there's already like everyone has in their family, you basically know which side we were on. But I think one of the big sides of it, the white ones were so the white side, so the landowners, basically. I think it's like the farm owners, etc. So they won. But I think the smart thing they did then was that they held like good like field courts and stuff, and there's still like some bad blood between these two things. Was it a major point for Finland? I think it kind of was, but I think the biggest thing there was that Russia thought because of the civil war that we would concede immediately if they were to attack us during World War. So they were thinking that because we're already fighting amongst ourselves, it will be like easy pickings. But that only united us further. So, but yeah, I would assume. I don't think it's been so long since I've studied like the Civil War history. So maybe Eguna has more intel on like what was the stuff leading to it. But I think it was mostly like who gets to rule Finland, because I think there were like already debates of like whether we should be monarchy or democracy and stuff. So there were like all sorts of things mixed in there. But it was just basically brothers shooting each other. Well, mainly I think it was like certain family owning this place and then certain family being in like poor conditions, wanting more and stuff like that. So there were like two different sides to it. But it was bloody. Like there were like executions, there were like people shot next to the ditches and stuff like that. So it was crazy. Like every civil war, I guess, is, but like there's still like painful roots and painful like memories for many families because of that. Yeah, and also like because you think about the years, it's like 1970 something, and it's not that long ago. So like most everyone here has a relative that like their father or someone was like alive during that time. So it's because it's like it's somewhat recent of an event considering like all of the history. So you can still like get people talking about it. Like of course no one like basically no one that was alive back then is still alive, but you could still have someone from like first hand heard from it. Yeah, Eguna is coming in. The Reds were more Soviet-minded and some wanted to become part of the Soviets. So Soviet was not totally delusional in thinking Finland would come back to them. Yeah, that's also I think yeah one big part of the why Russia thought that it would be easy pickings, that they already had like people vouching for them. I will reheat the food again. I will try if that makes it better or if that works. I'm thinking of maybe adding a dash of water here because it will make the heating part easier. Let's see what happens. It's experimentation time. So much water. It's coming soup now. God dang. God dang. So yeah, let's put it in for like a few minutes. It was a huge divider in national identity, and it still shows, especially in certain cities that were historically red or white. It was basically the haves and have-nots fighting for who gets to rule after independence. But it only lasted for like half a year until we realized it's not worth it. Yeah. But yeah, from my understanding, it's mostly like the red people were like in bigger cities, like factory workers and stuff, and they were like like one in communism and stuff. So they were like heavily influenced by the Soviets. They were, I think, also like funded and equipped by Soviets. So that was like one side of it. My parents are ethnically Bengali and they were in Bangladesh. They were in the Bangladesh War for Independence where they shot most of the people they knew. Always sounds pretty insane to hear about it. Yeah, that sounds like a crazy story to tell. Like your parents, that's like so like recent and like so like livid. Yeah, that's quite much what happened here to really tear small communities apart. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So they were like in a certain village, you could have like someone owned a farm, and they were of course white. And I think like people like working for those farms were also like, mainly white. So it was mostly like countryside versus the cities, basically, from what I've understood, because of like the cities having the factory workers and they having mostly the red influence. So it was mostly like countryside versus the cities that war, but still like there could be like smaller places where like you had a certain people like a factory owner and like factory workers and then still like farms and stuff, so those were like within the same village they could be fighting and shooting each other. Is it like in America where people are still proud of their side, or is it more like historical stuff now? I've never heard anyone being proud of it, so I would definitely say it's something that if anything you basically shush about if you were in the white side, because again like the history is written by the victor sort of thing, so I think some, or like I would say maybe most of the like the horrible thing that the whites did after the war has been like kept silent. So maybe some have like dug them around, but I think it's also something that people are trying not to dig around too much in because it's still like somewhat fresh and quite traumatic for some. But yeah, I've never heard anyone being like proud of what side they were on. Maybe like if you were like a proud communist here or something, but even then it was probably in like the 60s or something, and not nowadays. Not nowadays, because I don't think anyone here is all that like loud about their political views. Or maybe only politicians, but rarely anyone else. I don't think is that loud about what party they belong to, etc. So I think people are here. I would say quite modest about and not like making a huge noise, ruckus around themselves. And I think that goes for politics as well. But yeah, I've never heard anyone like even discussing what side they were on. I remember asking my parents like what side were we on, and I remember my parents being like even slightly disappointed with like we have no no estate, so like we are from humble beginnings, like we have no money, so what do you think? So yeah, I assume so. I know that there's, for example, in my mother's side there's like some fanatic communist dudes and stuff, so I'm definitely sure that we were on the red side, so we were also like on the losing side. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like I from my friends and anyone else. I don't know like what side they were on. So it's not something that you would like discuss with anyone like normally, at least. Maybe in like a context that if this comes up with somehow you would like ask that, do you guys know, or something like that. But yeah, I've never had that discussion with anyone come up like naturally, because I think it's mostly like people trying to forget about that because it's just like bad memories all around. Like if you think about it, there's no victors in the civil war. Like you can't really win that because like even afterwards there's like so much wounds that you have to somehow shut. But yeah, I think for most families it's easy to know which side you were on because either you have money or not. I guess it's basically the case. Or well, of course you could be from the countryside otherwise too, but still I think it would be easy to know which one you're from. Yeah, but yeah, they're small communities apart. Yeah, yeah, we have a like a bloody history. Yeah, that's like most of the history in Finland has been like from suffering to another. Especially like if you think about being ruled by like everyone else up until like the last 100 years. So like it's been from misery to another misery, and that has like there's this like calling like Finnish people have this sisu, which is like endurance or gut or whatever. And I think most of that comes from the amount of suffering we've had in the past. But it's again, like I mentioned earlier, it's one of the things that I think that makes Finnish people so proud of what they've achieved now, and even like toxic amounts to themselves, considering that when you like put yourself in a pedestal that we're doing so good, you end up paying for everyone else. So that's what's happening in in politics, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think like most of what we're talking about is like common knowledge, maybe not even in Finland to some extent. Like we are taught these things in school, but how many listen is another thing. So how many actually know about this? My family had never talked about from which side we are coming from. Has yeah. So it's I guess it's something that it's I think similar to what I noticed in Germany, that they don't want to talk about World War II because they're like deeply ashamed of the events then. Like even though, because like me going in there knowing about the events leading to World War II, it's like you can't really blame Germans for it. Like of course there were like crazy things done and like atrocities done there, but like that's everyone's doing those. Like it's not just Germany. The amount of shame they have from I don't to me it doesn't make sense. They were just like victims in most of it, same as like all of us were in any of the wars. But yeah, but that makes sense, especially if it was that bad. Yeah. Because like if you start talking about it, you usually end up with someone going like, "Yeah, that was my family." Like you could have this awkward thing that you were like, "Yeah, we were executing people there," and they were like, "Yeah, that's actually my cousin. Can't believe you done this." So you tend to avoid the topic if possible. But yeah, the Second World War really did bring things together again. Yeah. Because again, fighting Russians, they were both red and white. Like again, if you think about the time from the Civil War to the Second World War, it's only like decades. So they were like people from both sides already again fighting there. But yeah, really, I'm surprised there's still fanatic communists. Yeah, the guys were mostly like in like that dude I mentioned that was in my family. It has died like 20, 30 years ago. I think 20 something. So not around yet, not around still, but there has been, especially the city where my mother's family comes from, which is Kemi, and that's like historically communist. Like it's one of the few cities still in Finland where there's an actual communist party getting majority of the votes. Because there's still some people in Finland that think that for some reason communism would work and somehow make things better here. For me, that absolutely makes no sense. But who am I to judge? I guess. But yeah, so he was part of the party and all that stuff. So he was from Kemi. So that's why there was some fanatic communist. But yeah, to me that makes no sense to be like in any way being a communist. But yeah, that's just history, payload and stuff. I found out my grandma was a big lefty in the 50s and 60s. Makes sense. She was a single mother who made all their clothes and work and fed 3 kids on her own. I heard about her attending rallies and being a super politically active only recently. She passed almost 20 years ago. Yeah. I think most of those things are like we don't talk about those. Like even that one fanatic communist dude. I was like even like only in recent years I learned about that. I just came up like randomly when I was like, yeah, do you think he would have been this like communist or like far right or something? And then my mother was like, well, he was in the Communist Party like as a representative, as a politician in like in city council and stuff. And I'm like, well, damn, I didn't know about that. So maybe he was a communist then. He was, in the party and in the city council. So yeah, I think politics for most Finnish people is a like a topic we don't talk about that much because I think it leads to somewhat like awkward things. Because if you talk about politics with your friend and you notice that they are like in an opposite like political view or stuff, you can like get this awkward silence of like, okay, can we agree on anything then if we can't agree on this? But yeah, that's a weird thing. Okay, I will actually get some food now. I think it got maybe too hot, so I had to wait. I sure had to. Yeah, it's almost been an hour. I can't believe this. Can't believe this. Do you guys ever get worried about Russia now then, especially since they're invading Ukraine? Yeah, 100%. I think, especially when they started the invasion, I was already like thinking that now that I have this plot of land, what's the use if they're just gonna bomb us next? Like, I was already like worried, like extremely worried. Like the thing I think that's like good for us is that Russia is struggling so much there, because if it was like what they were expecting, like was it 3 months or whatever, if that had happened, then they would definitely come for either us or someone else next. So the only thing we can all wish for is that Ukraine keeps the independence and Russia gets rid of the lead. I guess that would be the best case scenario. But yeah, and I think we joining NATO was one of the things that because a lot of us were worried about that. So like there were like public polls on whether we should or should not join NATO, which is like the US led defense alliance, and we majority of Finnish people were like, yeah, we should definitely forget about the like this neutrality that we've kept for ever since the wars, and pick a side now, since Russia is definitely picking theirs. Yeah, makes more sense for a lot of. Wait, when I missed the message, what the hell happened? It keeps jumping. Makes more sense for a lot of poor communities. Yeah, yeah. I think like the promise of communism is it's a sweet deal, of course, free money and for everyone, of course. That would sounds great, but in reality, it has never worked. So let's say I'm not very trusty on it working. I think the fanatics are on the side of red. There is nowadays some weird shame attached to the white side, as their atrocities have been more commonly talked about. Yeah, yeah, exactly what I mentioned, that the whites one, yeah, linked to being Nazi-minded, especially. So if you were like, if you had a background of being white, you wouldn't like publicly like be making like a noise of it, which is again weird because I don't see how those things are linked. It's just that people get those weird weird connotations. I feel like our I feel like our parents' generation also has this built-in respect for their parents, like they can talk about them as flawed people. They remain authorities and sort of holy even decades after their death. Yeah, I had this weird thing related to this, that when like a random dude died, I don't know who it was, but my grandma knew it, my parents knew him, and my grandma was like, yeah, that was a piece of shit, basically. So, like slandering the dude. And I remember my father being like, you shouldn't talk bad of the dead or something like that. And I remember my grandma, so my the mother of my father, and answering to him that, what difference does it make the dead? Like, it doesn't make any difference if you slander them while they're alive or dead. If the person was shit and they died, they're still a shit person. So it's a weird one. Yeah, I have to say I agree with this, that there seems to be some kind of like a bubble that they protect people that are older than you, and you can't like speak of them in certain ways, especially like disrespectful ways, even if they do like deserve it, kind of. That makes sense. I have met all kinds of people here, so I'm usually indifferent regardless on what kind of things they align with. Yeah, I feel like that you can like get along with all sorts of different people regardless of like their backgrounds and stuff. It's just that it depends of course on how like, can you talk about things in civil manner and stuff, because you can believe in all sorts of stuff, and of course as long as you're not harming others, you should be like allowed with your keep your thoughts to yourself, etc. So it will be a weird thing if we have to start like thinking of not doing these political talks, because to me I don't mind, like any topic works for me as long as it's in the Twitch TOS. Does Finland have mandatory military service? Yeah, we have conscription, so for men only, so it's only mandatory for men. So between the ages of 18 and 30, you have to enroll for the army, and you have to be there for minimum of 5.5 months, or then 8.5 months, or then 11.5 months, and you don't get to decide the duration. So it's not like you go in there and say that, okay, I'll take the 5.5. So you are then ordered based on your merits, I guess. So there will be like different tests and stuff that depends on what your like position will be then, and that makes for the how long it will take you. But yeah, most go to it at like when they turn 18. That year is mostly when people try to get the military service out the way. There are some like medical conditions that will get you out of it. For example, there's also like certain medical conditions that make you from A level guy, which is like a okay, nothing wrong with this, to like a B level guy, which means that there's like something hindering his service. So, for example, like asthma is something that makes you a B-level man, which means that there's some positions you can't get. And then there's some things. For example, I think psoriasis. I think that's like I'm assuming it's the same in English. It's like a skin condition that when you sweat a lot and stuff like that, your skin starts breaking. So that I think makes you a C man, which the C means that you're not fit for service. So you get like pardoned or whatever. So you don't have to do the military service. So there are a few ways to like avoid going to the military, but Basically, you have to have a reason to not do it, like a good one. If you don't do it, you can. There's also like civil service. So those are called sivari, which is just siviilipalvelus, again civil service is the translation for it, and that's an option. So if you don't want to go to the army, you can do the civil service, but that's always I think 12 months. So if you want to, there's a like lottery ticket type of thing. If you can sometimes get through it faster if you go to the army, and that's also there's like a stigma, like a shame in some communities, like something that's you're not a man if you don't go to the army. If you do the civil service, you're like a pussy and stuff like that. So there's still quite a lot of like push for people to go and do the military service. But yeah, it's 5.5 months to 11.5 months basically, and you can of course get employed by the army as well. So if you do well there, you can it can be a job for you as well. I always tease my mother about her communist pasta. I think it's past, but I can't believe you typed it as pasta. As she was active in the leftist youth group in the 70s, mostly though because she wanted to go to DDR for summer job as they paid well for foreigner. So she wasn't really communist. Yeah, I remember we talked about this, that she was in a like was it a strawberry field or something, a field of some sort in Germany, in DDR, back when she was younger. She spent 2 summers in DDR, yeah. How surprising that Ekkuna, who wants to house all the neighborhood rats, comes from communist roots. Government housing for all rats. Soviet Ratlandia, oh dear. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. Oh, that's not too long. I think other countries is 1 to 2 year conscription. Yeah, yeah, I've heard of that too. As so that like I think it's like Thailand or something like that that they have like 2 years, which to me sounds like a lot. Just because like in Finland it's easy because it's like 5.5 months if you're just like a, let's say, a normal jäger, so a normal soldier, and then anything longer than that either means that you're like a medic, or then I think there's some like drivers that are there for the almost 9 months, and then for the 11.5 months it's basically that you're there for the basic training for the 5.5 months, and then you're doing the basic training for the next 5.5 months basically. So that's what the 11.5 months totals to, is that you're teaching the next basic soldiers. So it works like in a rather nice system, that those that are there for long are teaching the next group of people, because they like the times the army starts are like January something and then July something, so it's half a year intervals when they like take in new recruits. So like those that are there longer are teaching the others that came in like half a year later. We don't have it here in Australia, but I always thought it was a sort of positive thing, as it helps keep the population more fit and would teach discipline. Yeah, there's I would say there's a lot of good and I would say equal amounts of bad. I think one of the biggest issues we have is being it only like mandatory for men. So there's been a lot of discussion that should it be mandatory for women too, and maybe for women it wouldn't be like similar. So it could be like something like teaching the service of like what happens when there's an active military conflict going on. So what's the like the role of women doing the stuff, whatever. So it could be that that's one thing I would say like a negative for us, is that it's only for men. And then for this discipline part, again, yeah, I agree with that. And especially if you need to ever be in a conflict situation, like not having any like training would of course be different than having the basic training for you. But for me at least, I think it's somewhat unfair if you think about like a year of your life for men only goes for that, because there's like a benefit of women that they go to study faster and stuff. Of course, like for women, the children and stuff could then be a negative in the future. But yeah, there's a lot of debate about this in Finland already, with whether or not we should have it mandatory for only men, and if that's good. Because there's even been talk of like whether or not we should lose the conscription model. So if we should have like a paid army, because I think Sweden has a paid army, so they don't have like a conscription here there. So it's not like when you turn 18 you have to go to the army. It's only that if you want to go there, you get like paid for it and stuff. but for us here, I think it's the only way we can have like a respectable military in any like shape and form. If we had it like only paid soldiers, there would not be enough of us to defend the borders if we needed to. So I guess for that sake, Finland doesn't have a standing paid army. No, it's just a conscription model. So there's like these, of course, like paid employees inside the army, but there's not like a paid. Let's say that there's not like 100,000 men somewhere just like waiting to get to fight. Because I think in Sweden they like it's the paid model, so they have like these a certain amount of people in they are already getting paid for their like service sort of. But for us to defend the whole border, we need more people, so we can't afford to pay them salaries. Because the border with Russia, I think it's something like 1,000 kilometers long. It could be a bit less, but like it waves around, I guess it's something like that. So to defend a line like a border of 1,000 kilometers, you need a lot of guys. So if we had like a just paid military, so all of the soldiers in there were like getting monthly paid just for being a soldier, just training in the barracks, that wouldn't work. So basically here it means that if there would be war now, so let's say that the Russia attacks tomorrow, it would mean that we start getting information. We start getting letters or whatever, some ways to contact us that okay, you need to report here and there and get your gear, and now on you're again in the army and you have to report here. Oh wow, interesting. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm missing there. My cousin works in the army with the newly recruited and has said that the work has changed a lot. Nowadays, he needs to be more and more of an emotional support to them. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes in the army. There's been like news reports about them because they used to be like, I would say, like they would bully a lot more than they do nowadays. So there's been like a crackdown on that. So I guess that's part of it. That they can no longer be that much of a bully. So I guess that's the opposite. Though they now have to be emotional support for the new cadets. Australian army is also tiny. I think it's like 60,000 active duty paid soldiers, but we are also an island nation, so don't need soldiers. Yeah. For you guys, it's like the defense is so much different. Like if anything, you need a massive navy to defend it. Because I don't think if you had a massive navy, like historically speaking, I don't think you would be considering like for example UK, so Britain, England has never been conquered. That's because they're an island and they've had historically quite a large navy, so they can stop the people from coming in if needed. But yeah, defense of course is always an interesting thing. But for us, seeing that Russia is next to us, it's something that we've thankfully it's something. Yeah, thankfully Finland is a conspiracy. Yeah, there's this meme that with the amount of people living in Finland, we might as well not exist. I don't think our navy is big either. We just rely on all the Americans who put military bases everywhere. Yeah, I think that's also one downside of yours is that now with all the American bases everywhere, there's been like I think there was like this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm talking about Australia now, and you should know about it. But there was like this prime minister or someone there that was like saying that we should maybe remove the American bases from the Australia, and they got removed by CIA. So someone went through the legal books, and in Australian legislation it was said that there's like this one guy that can replace the president if he so wishes, like the head of army or something. So the Americans just went in and bribed that dude to remove the new guy, saying that there should not be Americans in our country. But that's what I've understood. Not you can correct me if that's wrong. But there's apparently some quite a heavy like American influence on the Australian politics and like all the legislation, etc. Also, hello, Squishy Josie. We're talking politics here, so brace yourself for some politics talk. Not that there's not anything bad about this, just brace yourself for the. There's also bad things in Finland. It's not all rain and snow, which is the good things. Nat saying Finland, haven't heard of it. Nat, of all people, can't believe this. You're a liar. Side eyeing you. What can I do? That's a side eye for Nat. What is Finland's population? I think we're something like 5 million. But like in globally, I think there's like more than 5 billion. I think it's well at like so 7 billion something. So like we're less than a percent. Well, less than a percent of the global population, meaning that if there's like an error margin of a percent, we might as well not exist. We had a major whistleblower for all the war crimes Australia committed in Afghanistan. And normally Australia protects our whistleblowers, but instead we threw the guy in jail. Okay, yeah, yeah, that sounds like something maybe someone outside had an influence on. Oh yeah, I just got home from work and got the stream up while I do some guitar sound programming stuff. Not coding though. Wait, what is it then? Guitar sound programming stuff. That sounds interesting. I wish I knew how. Because music has always been like a big part of mine, but like big part of my like pastime, or what do you say? I enjoy listening to music, but I would definitely like to make some, like learn how to. But it takes time, you know. Can't believe everything takes time. Can't believe this. We're pretty sure it's because the Americans made us to do it because it would expose America to. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I would definitely assume the same. Like you don't even have to put a foil hat on to like put some dots together. it's not like it's not like a conspiracy theory to to come up with those connections. Yeah, Elina, Eguna has the exact population. So yeah, 5.6 million basically. It has actually been quite stable then, because I remember when I was like a child, it was still already like 5.6. But I would have assumed it takes like it would have decreased a bit. It's just creating patches on my guitar FX pedal, haha. Okay, that sounds nice. I wish I could do that. Just even like working a guitar pedal would be nice. America also made us buy their old submarines from them for a few billions. Yeah, that sounds like that sounds like something they would do. Can confirm Saku takes his music to toilet also. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What is this? What is absolute slander? We need to ban Eguna from coming in here with the facts. Of course I do bring my music to the toilet. What do you mean? Do you not? Who here does not? Raise their hand. Do we have a hand raised emote? If we do, we have to remove it immediately. But yeah, I do. Actually, yes. I'm not even ashamed of it. I'm not even ashamed of it. I can proudly take my music to my toilet while eating here. Toilet talk. It's also like Nat always defaults to toilet talk. Why does Eguna bring up toilet talk? What has happened? What has happened here? Honestly, Australian government is also very incompetent. I'm one of them, lol. So could also us being stupid. Yeah. I think like that's a issue with like most democracies is that we rarely vote the most competent people in there. But then again, it could be a good thing in some things. But yeah. Unfortunately, most it is not like probably not making for smart decisions. Yeah, we are not having enough bebes. What does that mean? Now I'm worried. I'm scared. Oh yeah, it was about the population. Sorry, yeah, it was just that Egon is my girlfriend, so I was like worried if we need to start making more babies. Like what the hell, what the hell? You're not living your life to the fullest if you don't listen to music in the shower. Yeah, I also agree with that. I also have the music on the showers too. As it's just that it's only from my phone at the moment, so unfortunately I can like barely hear it in there, but I can hear it immediately after, so it still works. Are you a morning shower or night shower person? For me, night shower anytime. I'm like, regardless, I'm not a morning person. You might even see the difference if you start watching the stream at like when I started, and it's not like early morning when I started. Like today, I started at 9, so it's like already quite late in the morning. But like I'm such a grumpy guy in the mornings, I try to fake it for the stream, but it's not me in the mornings. Night, most definitely. I cannot wash my hair in the morning. Yeah, yeah, you have that. You have that problem. Drying it out. Speaking of, I actually realized I had another Finnish friend. He makes rap slash EDM music though. Not me then. I have to say, not me then. Can't believe there's a Finnish rapper friend of Squishy Joshi. There's like a few like famous Finnish rappers. One of them with the artist name Cheek. It actually that's the artist name. It's not like translated or anything. It's like Cheek, and he had these few songs he sang in English before he finally like hit it off with the Finnish raps, and they are just like a meme. The way he tried to do the English raps, maybe we could try and find some of them, because I would think that they would be even funnier to you guys since you can look like native English speakers. Because the way he's like trying to rap in English, it's like he's mumbling so much, like you can barely make out the word he's trying to say. I wish we could play them. I wonder if we could find them. So maybe even just like link them here. Because I know I can't like for copyright reasons. I don't think we could play them anyway. But remind me when I'm done eating. I will check if I can link some of them. Because I think I should be able to find them easy. But yeah, for him it was such a good idea to keep it in Finnish. Because I think there are also like lyrics to the songs. You can see them what he's trying to say. Unless I'm completely misremembering. But yeah, I remember we laughed at that so much. So maybe we are toxic. Can't believe this. Take more water. The water is actually really nice and cold. So yeah, let's try and find the English songs of Cheek. Yeah, Daru the Sandstorm is the only one I know. I take showers in the morning because I'm not a morning person. Wakes me up more. But yeah, for me, I just can't wake up early enough to go to the shower. So it just, falls apart there. Can't believe. Also, like, well, yeah, basically that's the reason. So if I were to go to the shower in the mornings, I would need to wake up earlier, and that's a no go. Let's see if I can find them because I can't remember any of the names of the songs. There's like one that says "Cheek," where I'm from. One is this one of them. I'm trying not to play it so loud that you could hear it. This is one. This is one of them. It starts like it starts around like 10 seconds or so. I'll check if I can. I should be able to paste it in the chat. Let's see. It's such a banger, I have to say. Wait, this link working? You can also post it in Discord. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, sorry. Now I have it. Oh yeah, that works too. Yeah, but I think I could still put it in the Discord. But that's one way to do it. Because I don't think my links are getting deleted. But I'll try to listen to it one more time too. Because it's like bab dab dab doob dab dab dab. You can't really. I have no idea what he's trying to say. Like I've always said that, for example, Nat has such a clear, I don't know what's the word for it, intonation or whatever you call it, that you can pick up every word easily. But that thing, there's even like the description on the video is mocking the way the way he's trying to say what's this is one Arna Juja, right? This is Juja, cheeks red, whoa. I love the description. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I not to know the description too, because it's like, yeah, that's actually gibberish to me too. So it's just like smacking the keyboard, but I think he's trying to like make it sound like what he's trying to say, like in that song, because that's like absolute nothing. But yeah, that description is not the actual lyrics of the song he's trying to sing. Because it is like a repost, surely. So someone found it. But yeah, this is an absolute banger. But yeah, that just reminded me of the Finnish rap, because that was like I think the most like successful Finnish rapper is this guy you're just listening to. only rapping in Finnish though, but he made a fortune in like Finnish music, which is a rare feat, because rarely does the markets here in Finland make you like wealthy enough to like actually make a fortune. Because if you think about like major like large artists in US and stuff, you can make like millions and millions just from like selling records and stuff. But in here, if you do it in Finnish, do Finnish words normally have so many letters? No, 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 no. It's like, I would say more normally like 5 letters or so per word. I think that's like I would say average length. Maybe a bit more, like average maybe 6, 7. But anyway, not like those. Those were absolute gibberish. But yeah, that's like mocking the way he was trying to say. But yeah, Darude Sandstrom is a made by Finnish man. Yeah, the Darude is a Finn. Can confirm at home Saku rolls out of bed straight to his computer to work remote. Yeah, that is what happens. But yeah, I need to get some squishy Joshi input on that. Absolute banger. But yeah, it basically is Finnish anthem. I think we are best known for that, although apparently not everyone knows that it's from Finland. International music is becoming more popular. Yeah, that's also true. But for here, like you would still need to do it in English for it to like push through. I think maybe someone could pull it out that they would just like sing it in Finnish and still become like widely popular. But I don't think we've seen that yet. Maybe in the future someone goes and proves me wrong. But I guess it's the same as like with me here streaming, that if I were to do this in Finnish, I would like easily get like I would assume like a steady base viewers from Finland, but there's no way to scale it the same as if I'm doing this all in English. So like who knows if this ever picks up? I'm not saying that, but like there is this possibility now that I'm doing it in English, and also like it will be nicer to get like back and forth from like people outside of Finland. Surely there are some famous Finnish musicians, at least ones popular in Finland. Yeah, of course, in popular in Finland. But like I'm saying, the thing I'm trying to say is that trying to make a fortune here is hard, because there's not that many people that pay for you. Because of like, there's only 5 million of us. So if you get €1 for each from each Finnish people, you have 5 million euros. But if you get like 1 million from every German-speaking person or like Spanish-speaking person, you get like so much more. So that why like the markets here are so much smaller in every sense. So if you're doing things in only Finnish, you're like limiting it so much more. You should do one of your streams fully in Finnish. I don't think you guys would like actually enjoy that. But yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That most Finnish like musicians that make it as a living, they have to tour a lot. So they mostly do things like they play for like dance locations. So like this like country dance type of thing. So that's how you like make a living as a musician here, because like the record selling is not really a possibility, because like whatever music you're making, not every Finnish people will be interested, and that limits yourselves already. but because of the amount of us, it will also be like a limiting factor. Compared to like if you do it in English, the market is so much better. But yeah, most well-known Finnish bands of Nightwish, Him, and Apocalyptica. Yeah, and I think all of those. Correct if I'm wrong, but all of those do their vocals in English. Do they not? Yeah, for sure. I think Nightwish at least. Yeah, Him. I think so. Yeah, Apocalyptica. I think they have it. They have like different vocalists, but I think they are mostly in English. For your 100th stream, make it 1 hour of only Finnish in the middle of the stream, but don't tell anyone. Yeah, that could be an interesting one. We just like at the certain clock time, it just switches, and then I just start speaking in Finnish, and I still reply to you guys. I just read your messages, but I translate them then while I read them. Never heard of any of them. Oh, I see. But yeah, those I think that, but they are all like rock slash metal sort of. So depends, of course, on your like what you listen to. That would make sense. So I think Apocalyptica is more like a orchestra type of metal slash rock. Him is more like for me at least. I think it's like emo slash like pop rock slash thing. And then Nightwish I think is like sort of like I would say like what would be like gothic kind of like orchestra type of thing a bit too maybe. Never heard of it. Yeah, I have a Rally English point redeem in my stream. It's by far my most popular one. I don't think I could do it. Can like I envy you in a sense that you can pull it off like for some time and then like go back to it. Because I feel like if I try to do it, I butcher it so back. Like I make it like too obvious somehow. Like I don't think I could have that redeem because I do have I'm planning to have the speak in Finnish for like 1 minute or whatever because Nat has also requested that because he wants to hear me speaking in Finnish, so that would be a redeem we could have when we finally unlock those. But until then I don't think I would still could do the rally English on like command because I don't know how close to rally English I already am because I feel like I'm decent in my pronunciations, but I feel like you can definitely hear the Finnish accent. There's no way hiding it. Do you find it difficult to swap from English to Finnish? Yeah, not that hard necessarily, but I was struggling when I was trying to type in Finnish and talk to you guys in English. So I had like an email I had to type yesterday. So that's where I was struggling a lot. Like that was the hardest part by far. Like when you have to go like back and forth like one word at a time and try to keep the sentence running still and like interrupting yourself. So that was like definitely a struggle. So there I should definitely have just like stop talking and do the email and then continue like back and forth. Yeah. So Lemon Polka is also Finnish folk song, but I would never assume anyone know that because I hardly know that. Like of course I do, but like still I don't think any foreigner would have heard it. Or is that something that like foreigners know? I would assume not. Sometimes it's hard to stop it after the time ends. That's nice. So it just the rally never ends. There's no finish line. I also struggle swapping languages. I can't imagine trying to streaming a language that wasn't my first language. Yeah, it's not that bad. Like I've mentioned many a times that the extent of how poor my vocabulary is only like coming to me now that I actually have to use it. So you know there might be a disappointment for yourself when doing it that you were thinking that yeah I'm fluent in English, no worries. But then when you start trying to find the words, you're like struggling so hard, and you're like yeah this is a scoop. I swear, guys, this is a scoop. And then you're like yeah it's not for me. But so far I think I've been doing decent job with the way I try and describe things when I'm like lacking a word, and I would really like benefit from like immediately looking that word up, so I wouldn't like trip on it many a times. It just comes so naturally. I have to think way more on pronouncing when I try to talk normally. Yeah, to me as well, because like you will already notice me when I start stammer a bit and like try again the sentence when I like start pronouncing it wrongly, and then I like fix myself at middle way. I usually start the whole sentence again to like try to get the rhythm going and stuff. So I definitely can see that. But yeah, I don't know if like the rally English, but I guess sort of like it comes naturally because like that's just the way that you pronounce certain like vowels and like letters. So you just like pronounce them in the way you would pronounce it in Finnish. Because for example, like speak, what Sergeant Gadak has in I struggle to speak in English sometimes. In Finnish, I would like if that was Finnish, I would read it like I struggle to speak in English sometimes. And like if it was like Finnish word, that's how I would like pronounce the letters. Sort of, I might have butchered it already, but that's like the struggle we have, that every letter you see are basically pronounced differently to how they are pronounced in English. So that's what we are taught when we're like learning English, is how to pronounce the E, which is I, and then S, which is as. So you know, there's all of the letters are different. So basically, that's what the struggle is about. It went around internet around 2010s as a little clip of anime girl rolling around league, Loituma girl. That is from Finnish folk song. Okay, I've never heard of this, so maybe it didn't cross my feeds at any time. But yeah, I guess we have to continue. We've been at eating for like 1.5 hours, so somehow we made it even worse than yesterday. How long were we here yesterday? I think we were here for like at least an hour, but maybe not 1.5 like today. Guys, can't believe this. But so far it's looking like, because like last Friday I think it was, so a week from now, like last Friday, we went to eat with my father, and I just put it on like BRB for, I think it took us like 1.5 hours too. So I was there like, yeah, this won't never happen again, I swear, guys. And here we are. It immediately happened again, just a week from that. Politics at lunchtime is not good for schedule. Yeah, I see that now. Wait, that door is swinging like crazy. So yeah, it's extremely windy here. Let's hope it didn't do any damage. I don't think it did. But yeah, let's close the door so the wind doesn't smack it all the way everywhere. But yeah, you can see the wind is really picking up. I don't know if it's picking up on the microphone. I do have the Bob filter on. It should be good. But you can see the wind is really picking up here. Yeah, I'll put you guys back to the Avant machine and we can do some more. Can't believe someone locked me out. No, there we go. Makes sense. My name is also pronounced very differently in English and Bengali. Yeah, I guess that's the same case. It's just like a different language. Of course. It's so windy, but yeah, I'm trying to hook up the bag first so that I have my hands free when I'm trying to put you guys on the, to say it's not working too well. Maybe now. There we go. Sorry about if I shook you guys a lot. Wait, did I put the bag? Wait, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I believe. So now I would need to put you guys here. Try to get you guys on the... Because I'm thinking if I put the stand here, if I put it the wrong way around, or why is it such a struggle to get you guys on the mount each time? No, it wasn't actually that bad. Maybe I'm just dramatic like Nat. Hello? Politics at lunchtime, yeah, not good for schedule. In Bengali it's more like gohtok, but English people say gahtak. Attack with the G at the start. I'll go inside the Avant machine and try again with less wind in my face. But I feel like it depends on where I leave this machine that how hard it is to climb in here, because sometimes there's something making it easier. So now we smack the door in. So now we're protected from the winds. So in Bengali it's more like gohtok, but English people say gahtak. Attack with G at the start. Yeah, okay, yeah, gatak. Yeah, now I understand, yeah. So yeah, gatak, yeah. Oh, you meant like your username, I guess. Or is that your actual name then? The username you have, so gatak, gohtok. But yeah, I'm thinking what would it be in Finnish? Because I guess it would be like gatak in Finnish too, like similar to, well, not like attack, but gatak. So yeah, I guess similar. But yeah, here so we'll continue with the Avant excavations. So we'll do a little bit more of the rainwater pipes. Gatak, my actual last name. Okay, I see. But yeah, I guess it's not like really doxing yourself if it's only like either of your first or your last name. And then I guess it depends on whether you not should be even like worried about being doxed or not. But Bengali A is read more like O's. Yeah, I see. Yeah, like in English O. Yeah, we have the same because like in Finnish it's weird because like the E letter, like E is for us is the I letter. So like the different letters are like wrong way around for us. So like for saying me, it's like you're saying MI if you say me in Finnish. Had it. Can't believe I had the gas all the way up already. Both my first name and last name are extremely common. It would be impossible for people to find me. Oh, I see. That's interesting. In Australia even, because that's like for me it would be interesting to like be sort of like well, I don't know, I'm not saying that you're like a foreigner in Australia, but like with your ethnicity I would assume that there would be like not many of you guys. But then again I know that in like here in Finland we have a lot of like I think there are like Vietnamese people, then they have like the same last name, like almost all of them I think. Because I remember that there was like this article of one of them trying to like do this like ancestry check, and the like most of the Finnish people were having the same last name as she had. Indian culture, your last name is usually your occupation or caste, or caste, or how do you pronounce that? Yeah, caste. So many people share the last names. Okay, I see. Yeah, Australia has huge East Asian and South Asian population, at least in cities. Okay, I see. Yeah. But that would make sense then. And especially like if you guys, even if there's like only let's say a handful of you guys, even if you then share the name easily, then when there's more of you guys, it would make sense that there. But how do you then like identify each other from if you guys have like common names and stuff? Because in Finland, there's depending on how common your name is, because there's like uncommon names, they're like extremely common names, both for first names and last names. There's some like they used to be like protected last names, so that only if you had like relative with that last name could you ever like get that last name if you wanted to like switch up your last name. So you could only do that if it was not like protected one. But I think they've since made it so that like all of the last names are sort of like protected. So you have to have like a relative with that one to be able to switch your last name. So in here I think it's mostly like you're supposed to be somewhat identifiable with your first and last name. Of course there's like this identification number thingy, so like your social security number, that's the actual identification, so there should never be anyone with the same as what you have, since that's like your birth date with some added stuff. So for that it's like that's the only unique thing. So there are plenty of like Ville Virtanen and those kind of names which are like extremely common, because I think Virtanen is like the most common last name in Finland, or at least it has been, because it's always like the example last name everywhere, being that it is somewhat common. I think Virtanen would be like Virta is stream, so like a water stream, so it would be something to that. Yeah, caste is pronounced cast, yeah. Sorry, I pronounced it wrong then. I started with the wrong pronunciation. Yeah, we have a joke that one half of Vietnam is Nguyen. Yeah, that's exactly the same here. And the other half is Tran. I've never heard of the last one, but Nguyen I think is the one that we have here of everyone. Because I remember that like in school we had Vietnamese people with that last name, and I think most of them here are with that last name. Usually you identify by your parents, like, oh, your X and Y's son. Oh, I see. There's a long-running joke about game programmers and all of them being named Mikko. I'm one of them. I have a co-worker that's called Mikko as well, and actually studied alongside two different Mikkos, so that's, I guess, somewhat of a common name in Finland. But I never knew that would be like a thing in like game programming, that there's lots of Mikkos there. I will need to tell my co-worker that he needs to go and change the field. field he's working in, because there's more Mikkos for him. Australia, you can change your name to anything, I think. Yeah, I think in Finland you have this like sort of like protected last names, and I think they changed it so that you can now change to only ones that you have relatives on. But yeah, it's interesting if you can change to just anything, like if there's no protected name. But then again, like names are something we have made up, sort of. So it's only logical that you can still keep making them up. I bet Saku is also secretly. Can't believe this slander Ekkuna is only here for. Only the comments I get from Ekkuna are slander in different forms. Can't believe this. Vietnam has a folk story on why everyone is either Tran or Nguyen, though there are other Vietnamese surnames. In my previous company, there was 2 Mikkos and 1 Mikko, all programmers. Nice. Oh wait, Nat has this leak spin thingy. I can't believe I've missed it, but Nat remembers. Now you can see the wind is really pushing the sand everywhere. So the neighbors are actually getting all our sand. Should we send a bill for them? But maybe you return it at once. Can't believe they're stealing all the sand we so precariously dug up here. But yeah, I can't believe the difference with me and Nat is that Ekkuna is here slandering me, and then in Nat's stream it's Nat is slandering Rick. Like, how does that work? Why am I getting slandered and then why does Nat get to slander Rick? Blasting the neighbor's eyes with sand, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So they are just trying to enjoy their day out in like their backyard, and suddenly Darude appears. So this is what Darude's the song is about. It's about the 2025 construction in this specific plot. But yeah, they know what they can expect when they are listening to Darude on their backyard. They are only pretty much manifesting this sandstorm in their eyes. So can't really blame me on this. No one's safe from the blast, yeah. Yeah, it was a prophecy from Darude. Can't believe this, said the neighbor with the perfect British accent, rivaled only by the sand in his eyes. But yeah, let's see how far we can get today, because it's already past 2 p.m. What time is it in Australia? I'm assuming it's like night time already. Oh wait, no, it can't, because Nat would have started like stream like hour and 40 minutes ago. Because I keep forgetting how the daylight savings like actually messes up the schedule. Because like Gatak, if we would ever do like those like role-playing stuff virtually and like through Discord and stuff, the daylight savings time would like actually mess us up. Because for one, it's different time for both of us. So you guys have it. Wait, I don't know, was it later or before us? But anyways, it's like a different time than we do, because it's like a week or something later or before. I guess it depends on whether it's like going for it or like leaving the daylight times. Which one is it, anyways? But like trying to come up with a date for something and keeping consistent with it would be an absolute mess. Not that I'm saying that it would be like anything to prevent us from doing it, but just that's something that we need to keep in mind. That, for example, Nat stream for us starts at like 1 p.m. now, but just some months ago it was 11 a.m. so 2 hours earlier. Wait, is there people living in that house next to you? Yeah, I have neighbors on both sides. They are living there. There's also people living there, like you saw down there, because the plot we are in here, the plot we have, it's quite a lot higher than the neighbors from down there. So the roofs you're seeing on the backyard, there's like a smallish, well, it's actually a decent depth of like forest here between us and the next neighbors that are like downhill there. But there's like people living there, so you can see the red roof and stuff in there. So there are people living there as well. So this is like I don't know if suburban is the word, but there's like a sort of like a housing area here. with like many houses somewhat near each other. But I like these like older ones because this one's from the 70s basically, this area here. So everyone around is mostly like built in the 70s, and the plots were so much bigger then. Because now if we were to go to like a new area they like designed, they would be so much smaller. Because they of course like they want more houses to like less space. So in this plot we have here, mostly people, like if it wasn't bought by us, we would probably get like 2 houses on this one plot, because it's like here people try to cheap out basically. So they would like try to sell it to 2 different people and get 2 houses here instead of just one. And the plot of land was expensive, so I can see like a reason for that too. That's also why I'm struggling with the banks, because the plot of land was already expensive. So getting a loan for all of this is tricky. Can you sing Levant polka for us? Absolutely not. I have no idea how that goes. 9:40 p.m. Okay, so it's not too bad yet. No one's safe from the blast. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there are people living on both sides, and there's also people living like behind this forest area here. So there are like more houses there. You didn't sing Unravel on your last stream at the end. Oh yeah, that's true. Nat has done abomination thingies, and not singing Unravel was one of them. I also checked the board, and I have to confirm that Nat is a liar and a cheat. Can't believe this. Someone in parentheses police snitched about my Unravel abilities to Venice 3, and he's harassing me to do karaoke. You need a karaoke stream then. You need an IRL stream. Or is that actually, because I know there's like 2 different IRL streams you're planning. I don't think I've had any spoilers about them. So can't wait for the karaoke IRLs. It's getting dark so early here now with winter almost upon us. One shot is very doable, but I could also do a monthly thing, which I have done that before. Yeah. I would like, of course, one shot would be nice, but for me, I would like really like, if I were to start playing D&D, I would like to get really into it, because like all the rules and stuff. Just for the one shot, it would be one thing, but like I would like to have a group then. But we would also need to recruit Nat for that, because we definitely need Nat to get on the TRPGs. Nat, do you think Rick would be up for TRPGs? Our daylight savings ended last month, I think. It starts again in October or something. Yeah, we have the same, but it's not the same day. So for us, it's like, for me, like Nat's stream started at like 11. I think it's AM then, is it? I think so. So 11 AM for like most of like half a year basically. And then for like a few weeks they started at noon exact, so like 12. And now they start at 1 PM, because there was this like brief duration, like some weeks, where you guys had done it but we haven't, or the other way around, I can't remember which. So either we had done it and you guys hadn't done the daylight savings yet, or then we had done it and you guys had, either way. But that, like there's this brief few weeks of time where either of us had not done it, so they like we keep it messing it up the starting times. So if we were to do like a monthly thing, we would need to keep that in mind. That, but there's like easy ways to like go around it. For example, what the Nat taught me about, which is like this hammer time and those Discord timestamps. So those things are like a lifesaver for these. I wish more people use them, because I watch streamers based in the US, and it would be really nice to have those timestamps on them as well, the ones Nat uses, because those things automatically take in account whatever time it is locally for you. So those things are perfect. I'll catch up on chat because I think I'm falling behind. One shot is very doable, but could also do a monthly thing. Yeah, I actually read that. Our daylight savings ended. Yeah, I read that too. Sorry, hello. Funny thing is, I play with Queensland people who don't have daylight savings. Yeah, that actually showed us the image of like how you guys do the daylight savings. That's absolutely, without question, the most diabolical thing about Australia I've seen yet. Like, who the fuck came up with that thing? That's an absolute brain fart if I've ever seen one. Like, whose idea was that? First of all, there were like, did I see correct? There was like half an hour day, like time zones and stuff like that, which is again absolutely diabolical. But even then they were like somewhere in daylight savings and somewhere not. Can't believe this. Oh wow, I thought you were in a secluded area. No such luxury here. But then again, I guess for us it would have been a lot cheaper to buy like a land in like middle of nowhere basically. That would have been extremely cheap, and probably like it would have also taken us less time than we did finally when we finally got this one. But the services around here are like sublime. They're so good. There's like stores, there's like a swimming hall, there's like a library, all sorts of stuff. So like, all sorts of stuff is like walking distance from us. So this is like the benefit of living next to this, like everyone else. But the plot of land we have here is, I would say, a decent size. It's 1,300 square meters, just under 1,400 square meters. So I don't know what like plot sizes are in Sydney, but I would assume they are like very small with the prices being diabolical. But here the prices are also somewhat steep, but like nothing compared to Sydney, I think, from what I've heard. My dad used to call me scam artist when I was younger, scamming him out of pocket change. I see where it comes from then. Can't believe your father was your first victim though. Also can't believe you know, the villain already when you were younger, you were the villain. Levan Polka is now on Discord. It's Saku's specialty. What the hell is this? What the fuck? What the hell? Hello? He's very into Finnish folk songs. Yeah, I can't actually listen to any of them. I hate all sorts of, well, pretty much all sorts of folk stuff, especially like country type of things. I don't mind like English country songs, but like Iskelmä, which is like this Finnish absolute travesty of songs, those things, can't believe that. That's slander here. Can't wait for the performance. Ministry actually bought a portable karaoke machine which he takes with him on outings now. Okay, Nat, so there's apparently no way to avoid it now with Ministry being hella prepared, it sounds like. That's so odd when I think about how it works, but makes sense since Finland is northern hemisphere. Yeah, I think we just like we go to the opposite sides, like opposite directions with how we move for the daylight saving. So I guess it sort of makes sense if you think about like we're both trying to get more sunlight, I assume. So in that logic, I think it does make sense that we're going like further apart with the time zones. At work we operate using GMT time. Okay, I see. I think I've seen a lot of us being like using GMT, like when someone asks what time zone are you in or what time zone are this and that in, I think mostly we're getting answered in GMT, or do I mix it up with something else? Because isn't that like, or does that start with like Britain being at like 0? Five different time zones and sometimes three different time zones. Yeah, Australia is so damn big, and I think it's also like you guys are so wide, because like it's the width that really matters with this time zone thingies. Because like Finland is, well, nothing compared to the size of Australia, obviously, but like the shape we're also like I don't know, tall maybe, I don't know how would you say it, but like we're not wide. So like we're not like wide Nat. Hello, where is that emote Nat? Tell me immediately, where is white Nat? I need to use it every day. Can't believe. Where is this plot? I don't want to dox myself too much, but we're in the Oulu region. So in Pohjois-Pohjanmaa is the, I don't know what's the English word for even, in like Lapland and stuff. So we're in Pohjois-Pohjanmaa. I think the answering master, so Hannu, I think leaked the name of the place, so the name of the city in like some streams ago, but I still try to not dox myself if possible. There's a massive stone there somewhere. It might be that it's like deep there enough that I wouldn't need to trouble it, but let's see. Yeah, I last saw 400 square meters for approximately 1.1 million AUD in central Sydney for our CBD in the is on the east. Yeah, that's diabolical. I can tell there that for this plot of land it was 120,000 euros, and like I said, this is like 1,400 square meters. So compared to those prices, this was cheap, like a cheap one, like an extremely cheap one. But compared to like average area prices, like plot prices in Finland, in like countryside, you can get the same amount with like 1/10 of the cost, because you basically get like larger places for the same amount, like way larger places. But then again, if you're like in Helsinki, you could have like 500 square meters for like 200,000 or something like that. So it would be like, I wouldn't say cheap in there either, but it would be like, it's less expensive than it would have been in Helsinki, which is, I think, like the most expensive area. Yeah, Northern Ostrobothnia is the same as like Lapland, so that's the English word for Pohjois-Pohjanmaa. Oh yeah, I was actually, yeah, sorry, yeah, so Gatak, I was already thinking, because I saw you when you followed me, it was like during that stream, I was already thinking to myself that I need to make sure you're visible in the chat. I was supposed to be, like, that was supposed to be my first question when you come in here, that make sure that your chats are visible, because there's nothing I can do if they are not, because this thing is like the dumbest, not in that it doesn't work, but dumbest in that sense that there's like no configurations basically for this thing I'm using. There was only like whether or not you want to show commands and stuff. So I guess it's like if it starts with an exclamation mark, it's not showing that. So there were hardly any settings I could change with this on-screen chat, which could be an issue later. We'll see. Because if there's like people coming in with like spam and stuff, we'll see if that will be an issue. But we'll see. So far it's working well. And also I'm happy that Gatak, your messages are showing. Everyone is welcome on screen here. It's Soviet Ratlandia. I can't believe that name. Those are prices I would dream of. Yeah, it's also like a major issue for you guys, because it basically means that there will be a whole generation without any like wealth gotten from like housing and stuff, which, if you think about it, like, it's really unfair for the people. Like, basically people, I'm assuming you're around the same age as we are, so people around our age, there will be like just Australians around 20 to 30 years old that can't start like gaining wealth because of that twisted housing market. But yeah, even this price here is like, it was steep for one person to buy, because like I mentioned, this property currently I'm only owning it by myself, so we're waiting for Egguna to get employed so that we get her added on the loan as well. I'm 27, yeah, so you're around the same age as I just turned 30 some weeks ago, so you're 3 years younger than I am. Praise the rat overlords. Yeah, we are worshipping Skaven here soon. Wait, what's the god they have? It's Horned Rat, is it not? Yeah, I think it's Horned Rat, the god of Skaven in Warhammer fantasy setting. Like in Vermintide and games like that, you could know it from. But yeah, I'll take a few more scoops here. I want to block myself from driving this ramp. I don't want to take too much, because in any ways we have to go back to this. Yeah, the Great Horned one. Yeah, I think that's another like word, like a term for it. I'm convinced Nat shadow banned me. Nat, do you have any comments on that? Can't believe you could have shadow banned Sergeant Gatak from your on-screen chat. For what? For what crime? Enjoying a... What's the dude that gets removed from the Chinese? It's like, what's the offense? Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal. So you have to do like a defensive speech like that. Because I think it was Australian too, was it not? Is that the Australian man? Just reminded me of that. What's the offense? Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal. What's the charge? Yeah, I think that's the yeah, sorry. What's the charge? Let's see if I can turn this thing here. If I drop into the ditch, I'm digging myself. Let's see. I'm slightly worried. Let's put on the gas. Gas, gas, gas. Step on the gas. There's also like a absolute sandstorm going on around me. I checked and messages from everyone is no. Messages from followers is yes with a minimum of 1 day followed. Then messages from subs, VIPs and moderators are yes. So I'm not sure, no specific user bans, just bot messages ignored. Was curious, he. So okay, so the basically Nat is either calling attack non-follower or a bot. But I guess the easiest way to solve this is to VIP Sergeant attack. Don't we agree with this very much? Very nice. I'll just put in. Actually, how many slots do you have for VIP Snap? Because I'm curious, because I obviously have none. Like the thing I'm missing for like unlocking those is again the 50 followers. I think it had that there. So I'm curious how much I should be expecting for VIP slots, because I think it was like the amount of like chatters that are there for at the same time is what makes for the amount of how many VIP slots you have. Or that's what I understood. But I could be hella wrong. Again, I can say that I've been wrong before, so it's not like it hasn't happened before. Because I'm just curious, like with the VIPs, that if I should be saving them up, or if there should be enough for all of my VIP needs. What is the charge? Yes, Rip the Legend. Yeah, I actually saw recently that the dude had passed away. But yeah, I'm assuming it was just from like old age, since I think the clip is quite old. What is the charge? Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal. Yeah, the guy in that video died last year. Yeah, creator can unlock more VIP badges by getting more viewers to chat during streams. Yeah, VIP wall. Okay, Nat cleverly ignored me saying that she should VIP Sergeant attack to make sure, hey, the messages are shown. Can't believe this. Also, Nat, you ignored my question whether or not we could get Rick to play D&D. Do you think Rick would be up for some TRPG action? Oh, I missed that. Which one? Because there's not two things. Very nice. No worries, of course. I have to say, unfortunately, but when I'm watching your streams, I'm also like missing half the things. Because for me, like I work during the time you stream, so I sometimes hear my name and then I'm like, yeah, I have to focus now if there's something about me. But like half the times it's also like someone's calling me or stuff like that. So it's unfortunate that I can hardly focus during those. Saturdays are a bit different usually. And like tomorrow I should be able to watch the stream. It depends a bit, because my father will be driving here during the afternoon time, so we will also need to be here when he comes. So for that sake, it could be that I have to leave early again. Rick loves PG3, so surely would do a one-shot at least. Okay, that sounds good. It is okay, I will accept my life being shadow banned or being a bot. Yeah, Nat, you have to solve this. Sergeant Katak is your most loyal viewers, or one of them at least. Have to solve this madness. But yeah, so the next thing we could dig around is this sort of like a tunnel from this barrel we put in there earlier. So we could start digging outwards from this one here. The problem I know we will have is that my father has dug this thing earlier, and it's basically just the width of the machine. So there's hardly any wiggle room here. So just me driving here will be interesting. Also, because of just me driving here and then driving out, you have to go in like pretty much a straight motion because you don't want to scrape the sides. No big deal, makes for a funny in-joke as well. Yeah, I think we all have to make for good banter. like blaming Nat for all of this. But the question is, because we put in like a fabric here, so the question is, where is that fabric? How much can I actually like move around here before I start making damage to that fabric? Because I know my father put in some like dirt on top of it, but I don't know how much. So I guess one thing that we could do is like take a shovel and go unearth the easy parts, so around here. That's something we could do just to avoid us like breaking the fabric there, because we don't have an extra, so I don't think we want to do it with this. Why is there already stones there? Can't believe this. Like actually, what the hell? There was only like a maybe 10 centimeters of ground added here, and there's already a stone in there. Can't believe this. But yeah, I'll reverse myself out of here. Reverse myself, hopefully, in a steady line. Trying not to mess with the sides of the sides too much. And then I guess I could leave it here, but I think I will put it as far as it can go, so that it's less in your way, I guess, if that makes sense. Or does it actually help? If I put it like this, maybe if I can, still should maybe put it like this. Because now I think you should be able to see quite well if I'm in there. Yeah, I think you can see it. I gotta head off to sleep soon. Tomorrow is my last day at my government job before I turn back to private sector. Also, you're switching job. That sounds interesting. That's always a interesting challenge. And Gatwick is on the side of the road. Can't believe nobody's on the side of me. How did that happen? What did I do to deserve this? But yeah, good night, Gatwick, if you're going. And thank you for chatting and being here, as always. I was waiting for you to return yesterday. You had this phone call, and there was like messages I missed or didn't want to read before you returned, but I can't remember them anymore, so unfortunately. I think it was mostly about the rogue trader stuff, but it was crazy how we immediately got the Dark Heresy CRPG. But yeah, good night, Katak. Very nice. Thank you. We'll see you next week or whenever we continue here. But yeah, I'll take a shovel next and uncover where I will go, because I would like to uncover it up until I see that the cloth ends, because I don't want to go with those spiky things to the cloth, because that will immediately break the fabric, and that fabric is there to prevent the earth from mixing with the gravel we put underneath. So there's a reason for that fabric being there and not me wanting to break it. I swear there's a reason, guys. Oh yeah, while I'm here I might actually do hopefully a smart decision of taking the microphone with me, because like the microphone charging case with the extra microphone, because I think we are again at the mark that the microphone will soon die out, because we are at 6 hours now. Maybe we'd actually do it so that we switch the microphone now, so to avoid me having to rush back because of the microphone running out of juice. So I'll actually change the microphone now, so we are ahead of it. The call was 3 hours. Can't believe that. That's mad. But yeah, no worries, of course. I'm not saying that was like an issue. It's just that I remember that I was like thinking that, okay, I will need to wait when you're back. But yeah, no worries, of course. See you next time. When I came back, the stream ended. Oh, can't believe this. Can't believe this. But yeah, I'll change the microphone. It might be that we get like a few seconds of disconnect again, because I'm trying to see if I can make the microphone connect, because it's like there's this receiver on the Bella box setup I have, and it tries to get the microphone when it like first gets power, but now that it's been on for like the 6 hours, I don't know if it like tries to search for the microphone again unless I like unplug it and replug it. So there might be a short time of disconnect. Don't worry about that, guys. I swear I'll come back if I go away for some time. So I'm trying to see if I can just press that and get it. Well, actually it looks like it worked. Let's see if it works. Might be that it's better than I imagined. Because that thing is already flashing red, so I think it's like trying to tell me that it's dying. But yeah, now I have a new microphone. Can you still hear me? Did it like die out at any point? There might have been like a weird double sound, seeing that both of the microphones were on at the same time. But is it still the same as it was before? Because to me it looks like it should work now. I will check from my phone that we are getting the no drops as far as I know. Okay, so it was really nice then. I think it transitioned smoothly. Well, that's a first. Not complaining. That's amazing. If we can do that in the future, it would be nice. Nice. But yeah, so I basically have with this Hohem mic. There's two of them, and they are both in the same like charging case. And then there's this one receiver. I can have them both at the same time. So like we had in one stream when we were cooking the Karelian pies. I think Elina and me, we both had the microphone on, so we can have them both at the same time. So that was the smooth transition, was me having both of them on at the same time. I guess it wasn't like looping too much either. But yeah, there's a massive rock next to the barrel here. But what we want to do is basically uncover this. Okay, so the cloth is already immediately here. So we'll just try to uncover where the cloth goes, so we know where to not dig, like how deep can we not go and how deep we can then go. But yeah, with the stones, it's again, the shoveling work is absolute pain. Trying to be delicate as well so that I don't harm the cloth. Because it's going here, still going there. There it is. Because it should go downwards. I think we made it so that it's like slowly going downwards. So let's see if that is true and how far does it go. Because wait, can it end already there? Well, I guess it could. Oh wait, there is more cloth. So it didn't end there. I don't know if you can see like the white specks, but that's because it's like white, the cloth. There's like, I don't know if you can see it, but that's where there's still the filter cloth. But I think that's the edge of it. So like up until here is where we have the filter cloth. But yeah, this shovel is luckily a long one, but for a tall man like me, if it was a short one, it would be mostly me on my back. But yeah, now so we'll have to drill a hole to there, and then we'll just put a pipe going like this, so downwards. But now I can use this scoopy scoop thing with the Avant machine and start digging from here, because I know that there's no cloth around here, because I couldn't go this deep if the cloth was here. So yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry with this. Is the rodent door open? I think I closed it. I think there's currently no entrance into the rodent pit. Because I'm actually worried that some wildlife will drop into there, and there's nothing for them there, so they'll just die. But yeah, apparently the transition with the microphones was a smooth one. I think we'll need to do those in the future. No point in waiting for it to die when we know that it's been like 6 hours, because it was already like flashing red as well. So definitely do that in the future as well. But yeah, I guess I should show uncover the edge of the fabric so that I know how far can I go. So it's there. So now we can see it. There we go. I'll take the shovel back to the paukku. Are they home then? Don't bother them. Can't believe this. But yeah, there's a stone in front of the hole, or like the circle we drilled there. But yeah, let's see how much progress. I think we'll be ending at sometime after like 4 p.m. I think yesterday we went almost until 5 p.m. which like I don't mind. We could still do that. I think I'll take the microphone case actually indoors so that it doesn't spin around, because everything inside Avant machine seems to go from left to right and because of the machine moving so much. So maybe it's safer if I take it inside Papu. There we go. Oh yeah, the sand is actually getting into my eyes. Can't believe this sandstorm. Is this what the prophecies told us about? And then if I can open the door, that's the final boss. Squeak, squeak. Okay, now we're back inside. Back inside the Avant machine so we can continue. The door almost closed on itself. There we go. But yeah, you will be professional Avant drivers by the time I'm done with this. Because you know it's easier to watch and learn. I don't know how that would help, but you guys should know. But yeah, I'm assuming it's already dark in Australia, but is there like light levels during the summer? Are they like, is the day any longer than it is during winter time? Like how much? Because here it's like the difference is so drastic. Trying to wait for the machine to warm up a bit, so okay, I think we're done there yet. I think we're done, yeah, we're there now, so we can continue digging. So now we know the spot where we can continue, so we don't have to go all the way there where we were before. So it's enough that we continue from here basically. And also we don't need to go like 2 meters deep, or like I think we should just like make a sort of like a smallish tunnel here, because we don't want it to go like too steep, because then it will be like extremely deep in underground. So I guess the problem we have here is that where do we yeet this ground we are digging? Can you tilt the camera down a little? Of course. Although I don't know if it comes. Will it be is there going to be a problem about the windshield in the way? Let's see if I can move you up a bit as well. That makes a difference. Is that any better? It wasn't in my bingo card for 2025 to learn about operating the Avant, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Very nice. But yeah, I guess this works like similarly to any other of these sort of machines. So, because there's like competitors, of course, like different manufacturers of these sort of machines. I know there's like Chinese manufacturers and stuff. So all different sort of like same size machines should work similarly. So if there's anything you're picking up from this, you should be able to use it in different kinds of machines, not just this one. Yeah, it's better. Okay, that's good. Thank you for letting me know. Because yeah, we're digging now closer to where we are, so I guess the field might have been a bit all over the place. I guess we can still drop them here, because there's these massive mountains of ground next to us, so like right now in front of us, and we can use those to fill this when we need to do the filling. But yeah, it's really hard from this perspective to like know when it goes downwards or not, because this whole thing like ramps upwards since we're like driving downwards to it. So I guess I'll just, to be safe, I'll take it a bit lower from here. Although it could be that it's again the mistake. Who could have guessed there's some stones in the way? Some stones in the way of my beautiful plants. The 1 hour difference helps offset sunlight to either mornings in the winter or evenings in the summer, makes days longer in summer than winter. It all kind of confuses me, but I suppose vibing with the Earth's axis is good. Yeah, I think still there's been like a lot of research that the daylight saving stuff really like just messes up with people's like circadian rhythms and stuff, so like the way they naturally would. So I think there's more harm than good from this whole daylight savings thing, at least in my understanding that's the case. But then again, I guess that's still something that's somewhat researched, and like, people are trying to study what is the consequences of that. But yeah, from my understanding, you should just like stop with the daylight savings. Like there's more harm than good doing that. But yeah, for here, like it's the same that we get like a 1 hour more light. I think it's during mornings that we should be getting it. So that's like the whole point of it. But here it like, to me it makes little sense with the light because we have so much of it during the summertime, and there's hardly any during the wintertime anyway. So I don't see there's like a massive benefit to still doing it. There's like a massive stone there. Not coming up. Can't believe this. I read daylight savings is less effective towards the equator and is why Queensland probably doesn't do it. Oh, I see, so there's a difference there. At least nowadays our phones automatically adjust, no need to turn them back for alarms. Yeah, the only thing like microwaves and stuff you keep having in like wrong times because they don't do it automatically like the phones do it. So there's like, of course, it's like less of an issue with how like our machines, like the stuff we use, are automatically adjusting for it. But still, like I don't see the benefit of doing it. So it's, to me, it feels like an unnecessary hassle. I think that's the big boulder boy that we just got out. It's also not coming in. There it is. You can see there's like a, can you actually? I think you can. There's like large like marks on that we scratched it. Can't believe we didn't get it with us. It's a massive boy. Can you remind me what is this ditch for again? So the larger barrel you see, I will actually lower this. Wait, can I actually? I will put it like this, then downwards. So now you can probably see the barrel there, like at the end of this. So that's for collecting all the rainwater and then for the French drain. But from there we need one pipe towards the back of the plot that like releases all of the water basically. So this one is collecting most of the water and also probably draining most of the water. But if this ever gets full of water, we have another place that, you know, collects the excess water basically. So this is for that. As far as I know, it's more harm than good. Just the amount of scheduling errors that happens when different countries switch to different dates. Yeah, that's also like this all this like hassle with schedules and stuff. But even then, like I think there's been research that it's like harmful for like human bodies when we get used to this certain like time rhythm and stuff. So because it like the way like days lengthen and shorten and stuff, it happens naturally. It's not like a few minutes at a time. But when it happens like at the like suddenly it's like an hour different than it what used to be. Like there's suddenly light or there's suddenly darkness when there's supposed to be light. It like messes up our like internal clocks. So the circadian rhythm, I guess, is the one term for it. Since my old car's screen is broken, the time will always be wrong half of the year. Can't believe this. Can't believe you can't trust your car's clock. But yeah, that's one thing. The other car I'm using has an analog clock without numbers, so I cannot read it at a glance, which is my fault. Yeah, I'm the same. I struggle with the analog time because I first learned the digital one. So that's for me the default always. Like I guess you in English you could call it like the military time or whatever. That's like the digital clock. So that's for me the default. But yeah, so this ditch here is for the excess water. But for like most of the people that have been here helping, like my father's friends and my father, they were always all like saying that they can't believe the amount of stuff that is required nowadays, because all of them have built like decades ago, and back then they were like none of these were required, none of these were like even enforced, none of these were like, no one even talked about this stuff like this. So this is all like sort of, to them it's like this is extra stuff, like people making it hard on purpose and stuff, which to me I can see why, but I also feel that this is like unnecessary in most cases. We'll see. Like one thing they have been joking about is like you will never see a drop of water in any of these, which we'll see if that is true or not. But it will be a funny thing to see if there's actually ever will be. For example, the French drains, because the ground is so much sand here, it will actually be interesting to see if we will ever get a drop of water from the French drains we have to put next to the foundations. That will be an interesting to see if this is like all like for nothing basically. Like yeah, it's funny how the standards change over time. Yeah, exactly. But I guess it's mostly like we are learning about construction, how we should do things and stuff. But I guess there's also like the being overly cautious in some cases, and I think the French drain in here would be one of those being overly cautious things. But yeah, I guess it's better to be cautious than like, especially with like houses, if you consider the costs of these things, because if you put in like $300,000 or euros or whatever currency into a house like this, and you like somehow ruin it just like starting out, that's like money being wasted, and of course like the banks and everyone will be angry for you to like waste all the money and stuff. So it's good to do as you're instructed, as long as the instructions can be like argumented somehow so they make sense. But yeah, so this one drain, that like one pipe we're digging now, this is for where the water will eventually end up, unless it's drained in here, but it should be, because there's quite a lot of gravel and stuff here, so mostly it should be drained here already. But if this would ever fail, we have like a fail safe, I guess it would be a good word for it. There's a massive tuft of grass here, but that's also because there used to be grass growing here at the back of the plot, but since there's been like more and more ground pushed on top of it, you can actually see the layer where the previous grass was growing. Yeah, I'd rather do it well the first go. Yeah, exactly, because especially these kind of things are like extremely hard and like time consuming and expensive to go on and fix afterwards. So like digging these up after there's like, let's say that there's like a pathway made with stone on top here and stuff like that, so after those have been put in, there's like a lot of work removing them if you want to go underneath them again. So yeah, as long as the plans make sense, I gladly follow them, even if they are like overly cautious. I've always struggled with analog clocks and timetables growing up. I say, yeah, I don't think I've had troubles with timetables that much, so then I'm not sure what you mean with that, But with analog watches, surely I had the same struggles. And I, like my parents, when they take a glance at clock, they always know the time. But for me, it takes time to translate between the analog time and digital time, because that digital time, like the 24-hour, it's the one that like makes sense to me. But the one thing I was curious about with this thing that we're now digging is that in the design there was no hole in this well or the barrel that's like the last thing here. So I assume that we have to pierce it somehow, because if we think about how the water will come from this one large barrel here, and if like for some reason it doesn't take all the water, and like all of the water doesn't like go to the ground underneath it and stuff, and it goes to this last barrel here, what happens then? Like surely there has to be a hole in that last barrel so that it goes somewhere from there. But yeah, I think I have to ask the designers that drew these things for us, that what was the intention on that last thing here. Math and multiplication, long division. Sometimes I just say the wrong time of day with conviction and scare people, like a disconnect between what I say and actually mean. I'm more of a creative brain. How about you? I think I would like to say I'm a creative brain, but I think logically I am more of a math brain than I'm like imagining, like creative in many ways. Because for example, like with painting miniatures, like for me painting miniatures is easy, but if I had like a blank canvas where I would need to start painting, I would like struggle a lot. Like where would I start, what would I like to do? With miniature painting it's easy because it's just like choosing the colors and sticking with them. So I would definitely say I'm less of a creative person, more of a like a mathematical, logical person. Even in like decisions I make and stuff, I'm definitely on the logical, more of a logical person. But here again you can see we mostly pulled out grass from because that was the level. The backyard was before we started with the excavations, and when we started filling out this backyard here with the extra ground we dug up. But yeah, we'll see how far we will do this digging, because we don't want to again block our pathways, but there's still quite a long way we can go without that being an issue. But yeah, I think it's interesting also. I remember back in school where people were like discussing whether or not you're like good at maths or whether you're good at languages. And I never thought that like those would be because I do admit like I'm better at maths than I am at learning languages. Like English is easy for us to learn because it's everywhere. Like I would say it's sort of like a talent to not learn English if you're watching series and watching movies and like whatever in Finland, because like opposed to like Central Europe like France and Germany and those countries, here we don't have like translations and we don't have like dubs. So if we watch something like a movie that's made in US, it's in English, like they speak English. Because if you go to like Germany and watch the same movie, chances are you're getting that dubbed in German. So all of the like the characters in that like American movie, they're all speaking German, so there's like voice actors voicing over them. So for those in Finland, you since there's only so little of us, it makes no sense to like dub them. So we generally have everything in English. That's already in English, and that's how we learn quite easily. What kind of floor plan do you have for the house itself? How many rooms, etc.? Yeah, Egona came in with a Klatsko. There's a blog post. And we're hoping to like write a blog about this. We're already way behind because there's already so many workplaces we could have written about. Like with the excavator being here and like how we made with the sewage pipes and etc. But yeah, there's the floor plan. There's a picture of the floor plan in the blog. And there's even some like going into sort of like details on different rooms and like what's the idea behind all of those. So you can like, even in a quick glance, it like tells quite a lot, because it's easier to see the picture than it is for me to explain. of course I can like explain it too. So in the floor plan there's like 2 different buildings. One of them is the one we will be starting with, so the secondary building with the garage, and there will be like a working room for me, so a room where I can work remotely from. And then there will be a toilet next to it, and then there will be like a carpentry room, so like a handcrafts room in there as well. And then in the main building there will be 3 bedrooms, and then 4th will be like a workroom, so it will be like a library for Elina. So you could either say like 3 bedroom or 4 bedrooms, depending on whether you count that sort of like a working room there or not. But yeah, square meter wise it will be quite a large one, because nowadays most people build like something like 100 to 200 square meters, and like that's the size we have for the main building, but that's usually for the whole construction. So us, we have like 100 square meters of the side building as well, so it's larger than in most places. But for us, I'm hoping that we save a lot of money by doing a lot of it ourselves. So that way I'm hoping that we can afford this madness. But yeah, we're still early on, so it's hard to tell whether this is realistic or not. It also depends, of course, on the banks, whether or not they loan the money. But yeah, there's still, which is also mad, but there's still like unused building like permit, I guess, or whatever you call it, because there's like a certain amount of square meters you're allowed to build on plots like this. So there's still like unused square meters too, so we could still do like, I think it's something like 40, 50 more square meters if we wanted to. So we're not even maxing that. But then again, my parents, they live in a 3-story house with like 300 square meters, and the only advice they told me is like, don't make it too big, you don't need all that space. And I'm like, you're the ones to tell me that. And then I drew a massive house. So I didn't listen to them. Let's see if that was a mistake or not. But yeah, the floor plan is designed by myself. So I made like a ton of those different like floor plans. Even in the like the last few meters it went, and I remade it like completely basically. So it has gone through many iterations, as is the norm in like programming. So I wasn't afraid of like doing it again and again, since there was also like we've had years and years of time. I think we cannot afford it, but we'll make it happen. I'm crazy like that guy. I'm with you on that. I 100% agree with that. Like the numbers, I feel like they don't really match. Like I don't think we can actually afford the whole thing. But as long as we can afford to make it waterproof, like weatherproof and stuff, and then I don't mind doing one room at a time, like a decade or so. I don't really mind like having some of it like unfinished for long periods, because that's how it was when like at my family home when I was growing up, that there was like a whole floor that was unused for years and years until my parents got the money to finalize them. So I don't mind if that's the case here as well. It's just that what I'm worried about is that we of course need to have the money to get it all weatherproof. Because the biggest I guess thing you could fuck up is not having it weatherproof and then like losing money because of like weather ruining something you've already done. So let's say that you have like these ulterior walls up, but you don't have a roof, and then the ulterior walls are getting damaged from the rain and stuff. So those kind of things you don't want to, especially if you have like floors and stuff you don't have a roof on yet. That's like, of course you don't want to do it either like that way either, but still there are ways to fuck it up. So let's hope we can avoid that. We are both stubborn, I guess, like that. And I guess since like building for ourselves, it's different. Because if you were like, because I know a lot of like people that are building in Finland nowadays are like somewhat like half professional. So they're either like professional as carpenters, or they are then like some people with like a lot of investing in like houses. So they have like a lot of apartments and stuff, and they want to start like investing in like like homes as well, so not only like apartment buildings. So they build like a house, and because in Finland, if you live in your house for 2 years, so if you live in a house for 2 years and then sell it, you can sell it without having to pay taxes for the profit. So if you sell it within the 2 years and make a profit when selling it, you need to pay taxes for that profit. But there's this law that if you live in a house for 2 years, I think it's 2 years. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 2 years. Check it up if you really need this. But for me, I think it's 2 years. That's the time that if you live in a house for 2 years and you make a profit when selling it, you don't have to pay taxes for that profit. I don't know where that came from. So when was that law made and all that stuff? But that makes people that's like semi-professional people that they build a house for as cheap as they can, and then they live in there for 2 years, and then as the profit is hard to say, like if you buy a house and then sell the house, it's easy to say what's the profit with, what did you pay for it. But when you're constructing a building, you can put in all the expenses that went in there. But usually, especially if you're doing a lot of things yourself, you will be making a profit when selling it, since the value of the house comes from the houses around it, not so much how much money you put into it. So there is a way to make profit with houses for sure, especially if you like build a lot of it yourself. So there are a lot of people that build a house and live there for 2 years and then sell it and then start again. So they build another house and make another profit. There's apparently at some point the tax government, or like the IRS of ours, I don't know what's the English word for like tax officials, but at some point I think there were someone told me that at around 5 houses, so if you're building more than 5, or I think at the point that you just built and sold your 5th house, they will start saying that you're doing it as a profession, and you need to start a business and start filing taxes on that. So it's only for like individual persons to use this 2 years thing. So if you do it too often, I think the tax people will come for you. So they will be like making the case that you're not doing it as an individual, you're doing it as a professional. So that's why I was saying semi-professionally, because that rule is only there for non-professionals. And then it's up to you to convince the tax people that no, I'm not doing this as a professional, I'm still an amateur, look, it's on my name. Every now and then I think about when I should buy a house for myself. Right now I'm pretty unattached to Helsinki and my family lives in Oulu. Not that I'm in a rush to decide or anything, but it's always fun to think about these things. Yeah, and especially, I think especially you should like keep, I think one thing that would be beneficial, like when you're doing these sort of like imaginary thinking of what could happen and stuff, you should always look up like what are the offers and like what are houses looking like at your areas and what are they costing and stuff, because that's like extremely beneficial to when you actually start with like going from just like these mental practices to like actually finding a place, because then you now know like some sort of price ranges for different places, and you know that, because if you remember like, okay, it was 5 years ago, but I remember there was a house here and here and it cost that and that much, so now you have like price points you can now go back to when you actually need those, because they do fluctuate the prices, but you also like know what are the different options you will have and stuff like that. So it's beneficial to have these like mental discussions. Of course, also like there's a benefit to like planning ahead and thinking about these things, like where would I want to see myself in like 5 years or so. But I guess for you, like if you want to stay in the game industry, I think Oulu has less of companies to choose from for that. So I think, but again I understand with like having a family here in Oulu region. That's a good point. Gotta get on tori.fi, and Etuovi is another place for for houses, so for like buying houses and stuff. So there's plenty of sites to go for. But yeah, that's like what I would do, and like what we did when like years ago when we were looking for like plots of land and stuff like that. We were already like, because I've been looking at houses to buy since 2017 or something, So I had a pretty good idea of like the prices and what are on the offer, because in Oulu region you have tons of places, like tons of houses from the 70s. There's some houses from the 80s. Then there's again quite many, like certain areas, like certain suburbs are from the 90s. And then depending on the areas, of course, you can have some like even newer than that. So there are of course some that are like from 2020, some that are like 2020, like 2010, and those kind of houses. But the price differences are massive, of course, depending on how old the house is too, and of course the area depends again as well. But mainly you can see, like find certain areas are built at like a certain time. For example, here most of the houses here are from the 70s. So if you were to want to move into this area that we are here now, your chances of getting anything newer than 70 are slim, unless you were to like buy it and demolish it and start building yourself. So I could look at houses daily before getting the plot. That's the way I have always known Sakuya. Yeah, that's me. I was hyper focusing on houses for so long. Because for me it was also like the struggle that when I was still like studying while I was working, I knew that there's no way I will get the loan of like 300,000. Like still I don't think, like I know that one person getting a loan of 300,000 euros is massive. So like trying to buy a place alone is a feat. It's a challenge for sure. So back when I was like single and thinking of these things, I was like, I need to either like settle for something like older places, because like I mentioned, the 70s and those things, you can get those for like 100,000, but that means that there's always something you need to do on them. For example, my brother, he bought the place he lives in now, like a house. It's built in the 70s. Immediately the roof started to leak, so there was water inside the entrance and inside the bathrooms and stuff. It was actually quite freaky because there was water inside the ceiling lamp in the entrance, like the foyer or whatever you call it. There was water inside the ceiling lamp. So in this like Lafon de Lampu, so in this ceiling lamp, there was water inside that, so it was leaking through the roof. And then the next place it went to, it was in the bathroom light switch. So in the bathroom light switch it was also leaking, and from that it was like going like down the wall of the bathroom. And so like end of last year we were there helping him with the renovations. So he had like a company come in and fix the roof. So he now has a completely new roof on the building, and then we went in there and switched some of the stuff that had gone wet and had to rebuild it. It's still like work in progress because my brother got annoyed with us, me and my parents, going in there and helping, mostly, demolishing everything, and he was like, yeah, I'll continue by myself when I have time, and it's still like that. So we're waiting if there will be an invite if there will be an invite to continue on the work. But yeah, then another thing he had to do was that he had a company come in and film the sewage pipes, because in the note or whatever you call it for getting that house, there was already mentioned that the sewage pipes, since they are the original ones, so from the 70s, that there's no way that they are still okay, that you need to make sure that they are, so you need to like get a company in there and film those, which is like nowadays it's such a cool thing that you can just have like a camera on a pipe or camera on a stick, and you can just push that thing, like a camera on a rope thingy. They can just push that thing through the sewage and they can film it while they do it. So that's another thing my brother did. So he hired that company to go in and check that thing, and they found out that okay, there's some sand inside your sewage pipes and it's coming from below, meaning that the sewage pipes have cracked and there's now sand going in from underneath. So again, he needed to have this company. They can do this like rubber insulation type of thing on inside the pipes, so you don't have to go in and replace the pipes necessarily. So that's what he also did. But like I said, so the house costed something like 140,000 or something like that, and already he has used like something like 40,000 on those repairs I mentioned. So the roof and the pipes being like insulated from the inside, like a protective foams type of thing being sprayed in there. So it's not the only expense, like the initial buying expense there. Yeah, building a house sounds more fun to me too. Getting to design the floor plan is such a good thing. Yeah, that's the biggest, I would say, the upside of like when you're building it yourself and for yourself, especially because I know it's different if you build it for like I'm gonna sell it in 2 years, because then you will just take like the cheapest options at every turn and all that stuff. But when you're building it for yourself, it's such an interesting process, because you have like everything is possible. You know what you want, and if you've ever lived in a house, you like grew up in a house, of course you know like certain things you would like. For me, for example, I was adamant that I want this separate room for the secondary building for me to work in, because that's like the dream come true, to go into another building for the workday and have my setup in there. But yeah, that's the goal. But yeah, I think one of the upsides, or what I'm thinking is one of the pros of building it yourself, is that you know exactly where everything is. Because if I were to buy like a house that someone else had built, and they would be like, okay, can I put the nail to this wall? I wouldn't know. Like, how would I know? I could have like a machine that tries to scan what's behind that wall and all, like those kind of things. I could try and like guess if there's anything important behind it. But especially now that we are planning to stream the whole process of this construction, we should just be able to check the VODs. Because like I mentioned, I'm dual streaming on YouTube, so everything is archived into YouTube side. So even those like streams that are no longer visible in Twitch, I don't have to download myself. They are going to the YouTube channel, and they are there in the live section. And I'm assuming they're there for all eternity, unless I would assume I will see if the YouTube will start removing the videos of theirs. So there's like basically no views on them, and I don't mind about that, since there's only chat here on Twitch side, and that's the YouTube side is only for the archiving. We almost bought my grandparents' old house to demolish, but thankfully my aunt tried to pump up the price and we gave up. That would have been even bigger disaster, and the location is bad compared to this one. Yeah, I agree with what Egona said. That's what happened. So there was a house that we would have needed to demolish. It also had asbestos, so it would have been quite the thing. But again, like I mentioned, this plot of land cost us like 120,000. I think it was 125 to be exact, the price of this plot of land, and they were eventually selling that because they pumped up the price, because we were like discussing that we could offer, I think it was 40 or 50,000, I can't remember which one. I think, was it 40,000 or 50,000 that we were discussing that we could offer for it, but they were like, yeah, we need 80 for it, like 80,000, and they were like, yeah, that's way too much for that location and all that. So we were then like, okay, we'll forget it and look other way. But then they ended up selling it. They were trying to sell it for like 35 or something, and nobody even then bought the place. So if we had bought it for like 40, we would have done them a huge favor, because it ended up not getting sold, and it's like owned by one of the, it's like brother of well, like, is it uncle, or yeah, I guess it's uncle. So it's owned by the uncle of Elina now, and he doesn't do anything with it, so they're just basically waiting now. Because it's like the whole place was like moldy and stuff, so there was no way you could make that a livable place, since it was like abandoned for tens of years. So it's absolutely a demolition job for anyone who is interested. But the price is really hard for a place where you need to use another like 10 to 15,000 for demolition. So it's really hard to sell a plot of land with like extra cost involved. And also that's I guess a tip for if you are planning on and looking up lots of land and stuff, that if there's any demolition involved, you have to calculate like 15-20,000 more for that work. If you do it yourself, I would say calculate at least 10, because again, you have to take the stuff somewhere. So it's not about you going like renting an excavator and just smacking the side of the building. It's where you put all that stuff. Yeah, and that's a lot. Yeah. It is expensive. I think that was for my brother fixing the 70s apartment. But like in most cases, like plumbing and stuff, it's only supposed to be there for like, I think there's only like 40-ish a year. So so something like 40 years old. So if you think about like a 70s house, it's like 50 years old already. So if everything's in like original shape, it's already 50 years old. So it's like no wonder that things are in need of repair and replacement. But yeah, I think we were like offering 49,000 for it. I think, yeah. But yeah, eventually it went to Elina's uncle, because no one was willing to buy it, and they really had to like split the inheritance from Elina's grandma. So they just had to do something about it. But yeah, I guess we are pretty much where we want to with this ditch, because if we go much further, we will start going in the way of ourselves, because now we can still drive easily from the side of it. And also, like, I'm unsure how long do we want to make it, because it could be that we want to make it all the way to the end of the plot, but I feel like it's already going like too deep. Like the way I dig it, I feel like I'm going way too deep, so I think we'll have to fill it a bit to get it, like, because it has to have, like, again, the angle needs to go downwards, but I don't think it needs to go that deep or like that radically. But yeah, I guess I think that could be all for the Avant driving for today. So I'll just take the machine back to where it's usually parked, so somewhere like here. But yeah, I would assume like finding a house to buy in Helsinki area would be like, the expense would be extreme compared to like Oulu area or even Tampere. I would assume would be so much cheaper. So I would need to pick you guys up. I will go and first remove the battery thingy from the... Oh, and before I forget, I need to take my jacket. So I removed it inside here. I left it inside Avant. Yeah, we can keep this scoop in. I don't see a reason why we would need to change it to the other one before we know that we need the other one. Yeah, Asplone of 100,000 gets you basically nothing around here. Yeah, I just heard, I think it was Citronelli that, or was it Citronelli? I think it could have been Citronelli that was saying that some friend of her sister's, I think it was, had just bought like a one-room apartment, like from a block house. So one-room apartment in Helsinki area, and it was 200,000 euros. It's, to me, it's like absolutely mad for one room. But that's the price level of Helsinki, I guess. And still, I guess it's like affordable if you get any of these Australian friends of ours that are from Sydney. I think the price levels there are like even worse. But yeah, for me, I like still like one room apartment for 200,000 seems like it's a joke or something. To me, it sounds, because you can get like Citronelli was talking, because they are like now moving around back around Oulu area, so back here, and they are like thinking of buying at some point. I don't think they are like immediately going for it, but at some point they are planning on buying like a connected house, I guess, rivitalo, so like not like a apartment house, but like not a separate house either, like what we're building here, but something from in between those two. And you can get like there's a whole lots of options of those in here, especially like if you go a bit northwards, like around here, for like that amount of money and like less, you can get a decent one of those for like 150 or something. So again, the price for the one room apartment in Helsinki doesn't make sense. But it's also again crazy with the ASP loan thing. For those that don't know, it's like this government backed loan. So if you start saving with this ASP system, you can get a loan for a house. I think it's like it makes it easier to get the loan since you've been like saving with that thing. But there's like a limit. So there's this limit. I think it's like 100,000. What Skeleton Jelly mentioned. So there's like a limit how much you can like if you save more than that, it doesn't make any difference. But the limit of 100,000, like in Helsinki area, doesn't make sense because you can't get anything there for that amount. It's really hard to get anything, I think. Well, I guess apartments you can get easily around here for that amount. And I guess it's mostly meant to be used for like buying your first apartment and stuff. But still the price levels are beyond reach in most places for the, because I don't think they've like increased the amount the ASP thing goes for in years. So it's not like aligned with how the prices keep increasing. But yeah, I guess I think we should maybe do a, because we've done a few classic Saku sitting on a lawn chair or whatever you call it in the plot. But I'm just trying to see where should we put you guys. Hello, this is me. But yeah, the question is, should we put you guys on that lid of Paco? Because there's a chair I could sit on, so we could still gap a bit. Yeah, you can accrue it for 2 years without korko, interest. Yeah, interest is korko, whatever that's in English. Yeah, or something like that. I can't remember the details. Yeah, I think there's like a certain amount of years you can do it, and then there's like a cap of how much you can do it for, like after which it no longer like increases the loan you could get with it. Put us on the plum tree. I don't think you can. I don't think there's a mount that will help you guys stick in there, like stay there. I was thinking if I would go and sit here, like here next to the sand, because actually now that the sand is blowing everywhere, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I could maybe go sit somewhere here. But the thing is that if I put you guys on this one, you will be tilted, because this thing is tilted to the left, well, basically to the right now from here. But maybe if I just take another chair, you could have your own chair. Let's see how would that work. As long as it doesn't start raining, we should be golden. So I'll put you guys. Sorry, I was maybe filming my. Oh wait, actually there's an issue. There's the issue of your cable coming from your side. Let's see if I can put you guys somewhere like here. What are you seeing now? Are you seeing the chair too much? How much is there? I'm also curious if that moves, like, because it's not. I have to say it's not the steadiest setup I've seen. Also, the bag is moving with the wind already. Let's see if I can keep you guys steady. Because I do have a tripod, but I feel like for this discussion in the end, I don't think we would really need it, because I will just get a soda and drink that thing. Let's see, I will check what the view is like. Yeah, there's a hard cap depending on where you live. Highest is Helsinki region with the 100k. Okay, see, so it is a bit region based. That's at least good, because I thought that there's nothing with the different areas having different prices. But yeah, still like 100,000 being the cap in Helsinki makes no sense. Pretty much makes no difference either, because like you said, there's nothing you can get for 100,000 in Helsinki, so that hardly helps. But yeah, let's see, what should I drink? I think I'll go again with the orange soda. I don't know why, but I've been really liking these lately. Oh, and I need a chair too, since you guys stole my chair. Can't believe you'd steal my chair. But luckily I do have an extra here. These are once again borrowed from my brother. Actually, my brother was laughing that because I mentioned that in the stream there were people like commenting. I think it was NATO or either NATO police or Gattack, someone from Australians. They were commenting that my brother, that he's so generous with like how he borrows the tools, because I keep mentioning that, okay, this microwave is from my brother and this shovel is from my brother, and he was like, yeah, it's funny how the tools I borrow from him, so mostly like there's this huge iron rod that you can like make holes in the ground with, and then there's the shovel. Now with the last thing we borrowed was the rake, and he was joking like, yeah, you keep borrowing like these medieval peasant tools. when my brother borrows tools from me, it's like electrical tools, because I have like this huge bag of like Makita tools. So it's like whenever he borrows tools from me, it's like a different saw of this kind, or like a power tool of this and that. And whenever I borrow tools from him, it's like, yeah, I need a shovel, I need a rake. But yeah, it does go back and forth, so we do borrow back and forth, because it's also like we will be living really close to each other, because my brother's roof can also be seen, almost can be seen from here. so from the back of this yard, so we will be really close to each other. So it will be good to be able to borrow back and forth, because like owning everything, like owning one piece of everything compared to like owning half of what you need, and then being able to borrow back and forth is it's so much better. So as the Gamlaguppe plum tree with its cute little leaf buds. I will show you before we end. Just remind me, then I can't be asked to go move you guys, since you are rather stable actually. I can see you guys are a bit tilted. I think at least to my perspective, you guys are a bit like this. Is it straight if I go like this myself? Brother is the MVP. Yeah, he is really has been a lot of help. And the one thing that has been helping a lot also was that I have been able to sleep at his place, because it's so much like fast to come here from there when it's like just a few hundred meters, or like it's a bit tilted. Yeah, I can I can see that you guys must be. I think the horizon itself is a bit tilted as well because of that. I don't know how much of the horizon can you see, but yeah, the sand is really blowing. So I see. I will be curious to see how much sand we have left after this sandstorm is over. Just a cinematic Dutch angle, yeah. This was intentional. Not that it was the only place where you could stood up. The problem is that there's like I have the cable that's attached to the camera, so this is Osmo Action 4 that you're on, and there's this like USB-C that I had to plug you to get the image from. There's like a USB-C like port on the side, and for that I have this cable that's at a 90-degree angle. So it doesn't go like from the side, it goes like this, and that's like the angle is on the cable there. And it works perfectly for any other occasion than now, because now you would need to be on like flat surface. And now if we had a cable that goes from the side, it would work. It would work nice. No one has ever called me stable. Now I know how it feels. Yeah, that's relatable. Very nice. But yeah, I wonder if it's gonna rain, because the sky is looking like it might. Yesterday it rained immediately after I went away from here, so the timing was quite perfect. Because we did come back here with my brother to make sure that I can switch these scoops back and forth. So that's why I came back here, and immediately after we left there, then it started raining, and it rained hard. Like my brother's girlfriend was like, "Did you get wet?" And we were like, "No, we went to went to eat out, and when we came out of the place where we went to eat out, we noticed that okay, it has rained here quite a lot because everything was extremely wet, but we somehow avoided it, and it has been the case so far. I don't think any of the bad weathers have hit us while we've been here, because again with the excavating stuff, so it was like maybe 2 weeks ago, it was again like the one Friday, and it was like the forecast said that it will rain in the afternoon, something like it will rain in like 5 or something, and it did heavily. But we had just ended our like what we were doing here, I think at like 4 p.m. and had like left for the day, and immediately when I went to my brother's and like switched clothes and stuff, and then like a massive rainfall immediately after. So I'm hoping we keep with this luck of having good weathers while we're doing work here, because it would suck, because if you think about like we have certain days we can come in here. For now I've been working the like start of the week, so I've been working from Monday to Wednesday for this week, for example, and then I'll be here for the like now I'll be here for Thursday and today Friday. So if it would be like raining heavily on those 2 days that I can be here, so it would of course be a pity if that happened. So far we've been lucky with the weather, so let's hope it stays like that. Yeah, in the evening and at night it will rain. When can we cardboard slide down the sand dunes? Do we do that in? Do you guys do that in Australia? Because I know you guys have a lot of sand there. We need to make a larger snow pile. We also need to make a larger snow pile so the pheasants can go on top of them and screech like they do. So we need more pheasant screeching noises. But yeah, I'm actually curious how much of this sand will get blown away, because you can see that it's quite dense when it does blow that away. So but I guess it's mostly actually the ground that we've been driving over that gets blown away. I don't think it's this pile that much. I don't know. It's interesting. Oh yes, it was the time there was the hare just chilling in the pouring rain. Yeah. Yes, we will keep the piles. Yeah, we will just add to them. So we'll keep on digging and making a larger and larger pile, like a king of a hill thing. So, damn, I actually just got sand all over me. I don't know if that was visible in the stream, but I have like specks of sand now everywhere. Maybe this location was not the best idea. I wonder if there's some sand in my soda. But yeah, this is the same one I think I drank yesterday, so the basically Finnish Fanta. So Hartwall Jaffa. But yeah, Nat, you didn't spoil any of the IRL activities. I was expecting we'd get some like hints or like spoilers here, because I like we've had spoilers of Karelian pies before the actual stream gets to see them. So I was expecting some, how would you say it? Some spoilers or like some small circle knowledge to be shared. You should have gone to the plum tree, it would have protected you. I think that's true, yeah. I should have just carried both of the chairs there. But yeah, I think I should maybe get the tripod closer so that it wouldn't be that much of a hassle getting it, because I think it's in the van at the moment. But I guess I could have it here as well. But then depends on if we'll do the like the cooking stream, because there's been discussion of that. We'll maybe have those. But I'm unsure when would that be. So if we'll do a pure cooking stream at some point, because like I mentioned, my mother will be making those. I think she mentioned that she will be making those next week, so Thursday or Friday. So I think we'll hopefully get to show them on stream then as well. But we'll see. At least I will take some photos and put it on the Discord for those pure my mother makes. So then we can compare if we do get to make them ourselves. We can compare them to what my mother has made. You heard it here first. As long as it's not storming, I'll be live at Vivid Sydney, a light festival of art including sound, colors, light projections and installations. I've checked it around the city for the past few years. Oh, that sounds nice. Yeah. Did you have a stream of like that last year? Or is it a different one? Because I feel like I've seen you stream like an IRL from where there were like lots of lights. Because we have a similar event in here in Oulu region, like in Oulu, in the city center of Oulu. There's this. It's called Lumo Festival in here, and that's also like when it's the darkest time of the year during winter time. They have this light stuff, installations and stuff. They light up the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Opera House and scatter a bunch of installations around. A good winter walk. Yeah, that sounds good. I did last year in the Botanical Gardens. May have been that. Oh yeah, it was in June, I believe. Yeah, it was in the. Yeah, now I remember it was in the Botanical Gardens. Because I think you were discussing like how do you get the mobile data or something. Because like I think you've mentioned that you used to do it before like in a different way. And now you struggle with like making if you put the money in for like monthly basis stuff, like not doing it that often. It's one of my favorite kind of sights, pretty lights at night. Yeah, you can only imagine how it elevates when there's snow around you, because that's why for us it's such a nice thing in the winter time, because the snow reflects it around and it's so dark otherwise. But with the white snow everywhere, it's really nice. So maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do an IRL from Lumo Festival when that's in the winter times. But that will be in like, is it in January, February maybe? I think in here. There's some sand inside the bottle cap now. I guess I need to drink all of it. Yeah, I did either SRT or RTMP to my PC at home with Larix, which is now behind the paywall. Yeah, that's what you were mentioning. Yeah, I remember now. Should be some alternatives available, but haven't gotten it to work, unfortunately. So I just streamed directly to Twitch with Prism. Rick thought this was a really cool game stream with sick graphics and got closer and went, oh. Wait, me sitting on a lawn chair was a sick graphics. What kind of game would this be? Sit with a awkward fin. Sorry, I missed what you just said before. What did I say actually? Did I? Yeah, maybe about whether or not we should maybe stream the light festival we have here, because there's like snow and stuff, which like elevates the whole darkness and the light. So maybe that's something we could showcase from around here too. But that's in like January, February, I think. My summer car to Alan Wake 3. I don't know which one of those would I like to be in. because knowing Alan Wake, I don't know if that's a universe you'd like to be in, and then again Summer Car 2, not sure if that's a good one either. I guess from those options I would definitely take Summer Car 2, yeah. It would be cool to see that if you get good service. One time I tried to stream fireworks, but it lagged due to the crowds. Yeah, I saw the clip, because you were watching the clips on your last stream. I checked the VOD, you were like, with the fireworks you had that like an effect, since you missed them. I am not sure if we would have trouble with the connections. Of course there will be more people there, so that could be an issue, but even then I would probably try to aim it to be like during the week, not like during the weekends, because I know the event runs from like certain week to certain weeks or something like that, so I would assume it's also like in like during the weekdays. I know that it's already there, so we should maybe not like aim it to be the first ones there, not aim it to be during the weekend there, but maybe in like some days after, so we would need to try to get there when there's not as much people as during like weekends. There will be a massive amount of people there. Oh yeah, I used the in-app effects, was great. Yeah, it looked great. Yeah, definitely those looked like real fireworks. You really pulled that off. I have to say that. Yeah, yeah. This is me lying, so you know. In the future, you know I'm lying when I do it like this. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah. So now you know when I lie. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But yeah, that's an idea we could have for sure. Because I think like I'm gonna say I'm not gonna be doing lots of IRLs with like in like public places and with people around me and stuff, because I'm awkward like that. So I don't know if that's the thing we want to do much of, but with the Lumo Festival I think we could make an exception, and especially if we go in there like when it's hopefully more quiet, less people in there. But then again, I think even during like the peak, it would be way less than like Sydney should have at like almost any time. So I think when we'll actually have a stream for like the city center, it will be like, is this the city center? It's like dead. There's nobody there because there's not that many people in Finnish city centers. Very genuine lying. Oh, did you catch me? Did you catch me even before I said it was me lying? Can't believe you saw right through me. You read me like an open book. Can't believe this. Also, what's the view like? Because you're looking like from below me, am I right? Because you know the best perspective is, you know, for men to take photos is to like right into the nostrils. That's how you should take a selfie. It's like gaze into those nostrils inside them. So I'm curious if that's the perspective you're getting. If I should, I don't know if that helps. Saku is an honest Finn, never lying. Yeah, I'm not like Nat. Nat lies at least once a stream, maybe more than once. That's the one time we always catch her is one lie per stream, but imagine how many we don't catch. Has to be thousands, surely. Surely thousands. Every other word, every other word she says has to be a lie. But yeah, so it's 15 minutes past 4 p.m. In 15 minutes I'll get off work. I don't know what that means now since I'm on holiday. But I guess this is a very dynamic angle. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. What is dynamic in this setting? Is this a good or bad thing? The problem I showed you, I don't know if Nat you were here when I showed, but the other option would have been put you guys on the lid of the front box of Paukku, the caravan. But that thing is even more tilted than you are right now, and I know you guys are tilted. I can't believe you get tilted so easily. It's just a game. It's only a game. But yeah, it's also a very windy angle. But yeah, chat phone has 45% battery, so it's going strong. I think it's going way stronger than before. Because I think we were, like before we were discussing that it would be like 10 hours and it would die. But maybe it can go longer. But I guess the only real issue with this, like streaming, continuing, making longer streams would be this chat phone. How do we charge it while it's in use? Of course I can hook up a power bank, but like carrying it with me and stuff like that. My dad called recently and asked what I was having for dinner. We were having takeaway and I didn't want to tell him, so I said, steak. I'm a terrible liar, so he surely knows. Can't believe you lied to your father. After you started with how you cheated him on those coins and what you mentioned that you were like robbing him of petty cash, and now you're lying to him. all those years later. Also, can't believe he didn't ask about how is that Finnish dude with the potkukelkka. How is he going? Can't believe he didn't ask that. Can't believe that's not the first thing he asked. How is that Finnish streamer on ice still faring? Is the ice still there? Is the Finnish man still on the ice? Those should have been his first questions. Can't believe I didn't leave a lasting impression on your father. What was it? Was kicksled? Yeah. Now, because I was thinking, what was the potkukelka in English? But yeah, it's kicksled. So that's the thing we were using on the ice. But yeah, unfortunately, all the ice has melted. It was only like a few weeks ago that it did. Like when I was last in my parents' place, there was still like a few lumps here and there, but it was mostly melted already. But yeah, one thing actually, I was watching a Ludwig video, so this YouTuber Ludwig from video games, and he was in Scotland, and he was asking like, what's with this thing that all of the caps are attached to the bottles, and that's something that I would also like to know, because I know it's like EU came up with this, that how you make sure that when you recycle these bottles, they come in with the caps, and that's the way they solved the issue of no issue actually being there. For at least in Finland, you always return them with them, because I think in Finland they had like checked, and it was like 99% of them gets returned with the caps on, so there was no real need to do that. I'll have to show him the progress. It will be interesting to show the progress, like they went from ice to this. You have to tell me what the comment is about then, because that will be an interesting progress. If I were to be shown like, okay, here's an Australian man, he went from hunting kangaroos to living in a swamp now. like what would that be as a progress? Like how many levels did that man advance in that time period? So I will wait with eager anticipation on the answer from your father on the progress. So any comments from that? From kicksledding to sitting next to sand to living in the Daru de Song. Can't believe this chain of events. It's like when we think about Greenland and Iceland terrain. Yeah, those names are really throwing you off, aren't they? Because in Greenland there's all the ice, and in Iceland there's all the green. So sad Beigeland. What is this? But yeah, this cap being here, it actually makes it harder for you to drink because it's always in the way. So can't believe we went backwards with this design. Surely someone needs to get sued for that. Oh yeah, I was also gonna check if there's any of the people I follow, if any of them are live. I'm not seeing any notifications. So Nat, unfortunately you have to go live now. I need to raid someone. Hello. No, just kidding. I know it's super late for you. Maybe we can get Rick to start streaming and he could, do the night shift. Just saying. Just, just throwing that out there. I keep getting baited by my own bot. I keep looking at like, okay, there's a new message. Rick is playing League. What the hell happened? He went from Tarkov to League. That man is losing in every aspect now. What the hell is happening? There's also many jokes about like being virgin and stuff, but I don't know if that would work here then. I'm trying to see if the application is telling me if there's anyone live. Let's see. Because I have once done it so that I've said that there's nobody live, but then there was. So I absolutely bamboozled myself. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's anyone, unfortunately. But yeah, what happened so that Rick is now playing League? What happened in Tarkov? Let's ask that one. Did he die? Did he lose all progress in Tarkov to go to League? And also, why League of all games? Can't believe this. Also, when are we gonna get a stream of Nat playing League then? That sounds diabolical. There's also a few raindrops again. So maybe my forecast of maybe it'll rain today is not too far-fetched. He likes CBT. That's a acronym I'm not familiar with. Trying to think what it could mean. Close battle thingies. I refused to play League. It was also Venistri who tried to convince me to play like 10 years ago. 10 years ago is a long time. So maybe someone needs to do that again. But yeah, me neither. I don't play any like Dota or any of those. The only one I've played was a few, like maybe 10, 15, 20 matches of Heroes of the Storm, so the one that Blizzard made, which was like so much simpler than any of those like Dota 2 or League, because they are more complex than what Heroes of Storm was. But even then we only played like a few matches. It was because my friends were playing that, so I just joined them with that. My quality of life increased significantly when I quit League. Yeah, I can imagine that, because I from what I've like seen and heard, it seems to be the kind of game that sucks you in quite well. So like pretty much takes over the most of the aspects of your life. So like letting that go is not too bad of an idea. Same with Tarkov, too draining / toxic. Yeah, it's again one of those games. There's so many games, and we discussed games earlier, and for me, like games like, for example, I would really like to play Helldivers more, but then again, it's also like pushing me from the game, knowing that there's like stuff coming into it. I'm not playing enough of it. I'm not getting all of it. So it's really like hard when you're like a casual gamer. Cognitive behavioral therapy. Okay. So Rick likes cognitive behavioral therapy. The more you know. I'm learning here. Also, I like that it was Eguna saying that, and I just took it as face value, that's what Nat meant. But yeah, now I know more about Rick. It's easy to like, so no wonder Rick is a fan. Yeah. Rick unwinds with high pressure, perhaps. Yeah, and there's like different kinds of torture you might like. Just saying, some like that kind of pain. But yeah, I got back to Helldivers this week. It's been hard to try get back into it the same way now that there's 3 battle passes that I missed. Yeah, that's exactly my issue with it. Now that if I were to go back to it now, I would be like, yeah, I've missed so much that there's like so much of a grind I would need to go back to, like, since I've stopped playing it. I only played it like the first month when it came out, so I think I've only had like maybe first 2 or something of the battle passes. So there's like maybe 8 I'm missing. I don't know how many there's now, but yeah, I've missed so many of those that for me it would be even worse. But yeah, it's raining a little bit. I don't think it's like hard enough to make you any damage or anything, so I think we can still chill here, as long as it doesn't get any worse. Fighting on Super Earth is cool though. The map is awesome. Yeah, I've seen some clips on like a city, like an urban battle that looked really nice. So that's also why I would like to go back to it. But there's some things that might keep me from gaming too much. We'll see. Maybe this plot of land having something to do with it. But that's also like I mentioned, I think it was yesterday that we were talking that some games they take like this huge time investment. For example, Baldur's Gate 3 is a good example that you're silly, like you don't want to start a new run if you know that you can only play for like an hour a month or whatever, like an hour a week or so. So it's the same kind of thing. So even if the matches are short themselves, it's like if you can only play for one match and never come back to like for weeks and weeks, it's not like, it doesn't feel too good. You'd like to put in more hours. So I guess that's me with the Helldivers at the moment. Really makes you think differently about your stratagem choices. Orbitals are less effective since the super destroyer needs to reposition to avoid buildings sometimes. Okay, so there's at least, I was going to ask if because without the end of the stuff, if I would have just stopped with the sentence there, I was thinking that would they just like smash the side of the buildings, but if you have to like wait more, that's also an interesting mechanic, because I remember that in like the normal missions, the angle of where they shot the orbital stuff and those kind of things, it depended on like where were you on the map, and also like where was the planet and stuff. So it was cool that they also like counted the trajectory for it. But now it's like even better that they have to like increase the time for when can they actually drop those orbitals, because they want to smack those buildings in front. But yeah, that's a cool mechanic. That's also interesting how they've made it, like programmed it. It'd be nice to see. Like if they actually move some kind of sprite in there in the sky. You can also see your super destroyer on your HUD, so you can plan it out too. Yeah, that's also nice. So you can like, it's not just like random, because you would hate it if it was like everything gets an added this and this amount of time, because that would be just lazy. But if they've made it so that you can actually like see that, okay, it's right above me now, I can do it here. If I go there, it's no longer above me, so I have to move it. So if you can actually plan around it, that's really cool. instead of, like I said, if you just do it like lazy way, just add it like 10 seconds to all of the calls or whatever. But yeah, there's sand around me. Feeling like it's a summertime because I'm in the sandy beach and it's sun is shining and it's warm as hell. Not really. I'm actually curious what is the temperature like, because now with the sun behind the clouds again, like deep clouds, I think it's cold again. It's saying it's 15 degrees, but it definitely isn't. It says it feels like 12. I'm a bit suspicious of that too. I would say it's like at max it would be like 10 degrees. With the wind I would say it's like 6 again, but maybe it's a bit warmer than that. Maybe I'm being dramatic like Nat. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, it's almost 4:30. But yeah, so another thing I was going to ask Nat about, because you mentioned that I think at some point you mentioned that there will be like 3 more streams of Oblivion. What will be the game after that? Or is that just because of the IRL starting and then back to Oblivion? Because I think you've already mentioned that you don't want to like finish the Oblivion on stream, so you'll at some point switch games. So what's the next one? I'm curious. Because there's like a list of like upcoming games and it's long for yours. Sorry, I smacked you. Back to Oblivion, not sure what's next. Okay. So it was only like three Oblivion streams before the IRL or whatever it was. Like how many back then? Because I feel a bit salty, I have to say, seeing that you have in your description it says that you've played Project Zomboid, but I don't know if that counted. Because I think it was like end of some stream that you played it for like half an hour or something. I wouldn't say that counted. So I think you need to go back to Project Zomboid at some point to actually have it there, saying that you've played it. Because it's a longer game than what you played it for. It's also such a hard game starting out. I should move it back to ideas and suggestions upcoming. Yeah, I would say maybe that would be better. Yeah. Also, you haven't commented anything on my. Yeah, this I would have to call you out. Can't believe you this. First of all, can't believe you done this. I don't think you've commented anything on my Moomin game suggestion on your ideas channel. Can't believe this. Then again, I could be that you've done, but I just missed it. Let's go and check. Who's faster, me or you? You'll go in and make a reaction or something, and then I'll be like, oh, can't. Oh, sorry, it was me. You've done it. It's all me. I was faster. There's nothing of yours here, I think. Wait. Let's go fast. Yeah, no. Can't believe this. Can't believe. Oh dear, I was very excited to check it out. Now I see there's some reactions being added. I see I was faster. I got you. I'm glad with there's this 3-second delay or something from the stream. So when I start talking about something, there's 3 seconds of me having time before you guys get it. so I was faster with that. I don't think any other way I would have been. But there's like with the Bella box, there's like a solid 3-second delay. It can be like anything above that for like the mobile data and however long it takes for you to see the image from the server, but the 3 second is the minimum we have. So I'm assuming something like 4 maybe total, depending on your end also. But yeah, the Moomin game, I've seen one streamer, I think, or maybe 2 play it, and it's I think it's branded like it's a children's game. We were talking about the Moomin game, like the Snufkin Moomin Valley something melody something the game, and I think it's like branded sort of like it's a children's game. But for me, it looked like from what the streamers were playing that it could definitely be for like every age. There's like, isn't that like? It's not necessarily for children only. It's exactly that. So it's a nice cozy break for all the other madness. And of course, like you wouldn't need to like play it all the way through. Although I don't know how long is it. I think I don't know if I've seen anyone finish it. Or then I did see maybe someone finish it, but I didn't see the whole playthrough. So it could be anywhere from like 2 streams to maybe 3 or something. The wind is picking up. The wind is howling. It's again cold. Sandy storming. Jesus Christ. Shouldn't have said that. It got offended. Again, I'm covered in sand now. It's actually an interesting spot to be in because I think there's like a twirl that comes in with the wind here. Around 4 to 5 hours, so for me 7, yeah. So 3 streams at least for you. Because considering that if you like 2 to 3 hour streams with like 1 hour yapping each, so yeah, 3 to 4 streams if you want to like play all of it. Depends. But I guess with that like length, I think it could be a game that you could finish too. Because you would be able to then list it on the games you've finished, not just the ones you've dabbled into. But yeah, guys, I'm covered in sand now. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. The weather is not improving, I have to say. It's miserable here. Like the sand is like, it's more like prickling here. It's almost like there's like 1,000 mosquitoes in my neck when it blows that sand over. But yeah, I don't know if you can see, but I'm all like white from this sand. So I guess we could go indoors. Or are there beaches in Finland? There are even in here there are like beaches. And then there's this like Kalajoki, which is like fish river, like directly translated. So that's like a city, or I guess it's a city, or maybe like a town, I don't know, either one. And they are known for sand. Like my father is always like telling that, like for buying sand, because we have had to have like a sand delivered here. Like in Kalajoki area, you don't really have to pay for sand, is what he always jokes about, because they are like swimming in it. Like literally the ground there is only sand all the way to like maybe hundreds of meters, so it's mostly sand everywhere there. So that place is like known for long beaches here. So Kalajoki, if you want to, I can actually type the name here if you want to check out. There's probably images of like long beaches there if you go Kalajoki, Finland. But yeah, this is the name of the place. So that's like known for beaches. And of course there's like beaches all around Finland as well, wherever there's like either lakes or then I guess rivers kind of too, but and then on the like the next to the oceans. So we do have a lot of places to, and also like the I think the most like traditional Finnish setting would be like a cabin, like a Finnish cottage simulator next to a lake with a small beach kind of thing, or like at least a pier you can jump into the lake from. Kalajoen hiekkasärkät, yeah, so that's like the sand beaches of Kalajoki. So yeah, that's like a place. I don't know how what's the history of how that place got to like happen. So I guess it's something like the ice age just rummaged around enough, and then all that happened, and the sand was what's left of it. But yeah, let's go see the plum tree. Elina requested some plum tree streams, so we'll see. We'll go and see the. If you're curious about what the thing is on the ground there, that like L-shaped thing. So this one here, that's for the central heating. We're supposed to dig this underground, and they then come in and connect it at some point. So we need to dig it somewhere there. I will have to make sure where the spot is, and then I have to probably ask my father to dig it so it's faster and easier. And then we have to mark the place where it goes to, so that it goes into where we need it. Next, I need a Moomin Plus. Do you have those in Australia? Because I know we can get them here and in like different places, I assume. I have not seen them too many, but at least like in airports they sell them like in many different shapes and sizes. Oh look, it's a huge L, yeah. But yeah, this is the plum tree, my gamla guppe. Yeah, this is Elina's plum tree. And there's already, you can see like new stuff coming out of it. But what worries me the most with this boy, or gamla guppe, as Elina said it is, to me it looks like this here is not too healthy. Then the side of it is also exposed. So let's see if it survives or not. There's also, it feels like there's like a newer branch on it and then like an older one, because you can see this one that like curls from the side. It goes like this side here. It hasn't got all that moss and stuff that this older part has. But that's an interesting thing. We'll see if it actually makes any plums for us. No, it's good. Poor thing is just old. It's doing good. A few shops have imported toys from different countries, mainly Asia. Okay, so maybe you have some Moomin plushies in there. But will you get the Moomin Trulle, Muumipeikko, or what character will you get? Okay, Skeleton Jelly is believing in this plum tree. I think it needs all of those prayers, prayers to make us plums. But I have to say, I'm still like I'm surprised with the amount of green stuff that's coming out of it. So maybe it is actually good. Because the guy that sold us the plot of land said that this thing makes the most delicious plums. We've never seen one. So anytime we went to and visited this place, of course we didn't have a car back then, so we only visited rarely. So when we visited here, there were none. So either someone came in and picked them, or maybe the animals came in and picked them, who knows. Actually, I can see that they are like broken here. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. Who has done this? These things are hanging like someone broke them. Yo, how has the day gone? It has gone surprisingly fast, I would say, like extremely fast. Again, I struggled with eating. I struggled a lot with eating. I think it took us like 1.5 hours to finally get done with the lunch, so I definitely need to get. Also, I now just realized that I forgot to call the repair shop about the car. Well, I have to do that on Monday then. Oops. Hello. Let's hope they get the parts. Hello. But yeah, that I forgot. I was supposed to put you guys into a BRB screen and call the repair shop that they have gotten my email, but I forgot about that completely. But I guess it's okay. I'll just do that on Monday then. But yeah, the day has gone fast. We have done some. I can actually show you guys the progress we've made today, because we've done quite a lot of digging. So first of all, we started with this side trench here. So somewhere where that massive stone is at the moment. So somewhere here we started. Actually, I think you can see where we started. So here. So you can see the old marks of that's the like the smallest scoop. And then we went with the wider one, and from the side we dug all the way here. So that's what we started with. I've seen Moomin a few times but showed restraint. Oh, I see, so you already know that they are there. We're just waiting for you. Can't believe you have shown restraint when it comes to plushies. Are you even the net we know? I have seen the seed on the ground. Okay, so maybe some animals got it. You hurt my gamlagu. I have nothing to do with it. I just showed that someone had broken it. Also, what the hell is that? Why is there a flower pot? A plastic flower pot in our trench. I think it might have been that the wind just blew it here. I would assume so. But yeah, then we continued with this one. So we dug up this trench here. You can see it like veers to the right here. So unfortunately it goes a bit like width, which we were trying to avoid but apparently couldn't. So I done goofed there. But it's good. It's still within the corridor, so between the two buildings. So it's not too bad. I'm also seeing Citronelli sending me an image in Discord. Oh yeah, it's about the Oblivion, because she said that her computer is absolute rubbish and can barely load the textures in it, so she just sent me an image of like no textures Oblivion gameplay. If I had more hands I could maybe show you the picture, because I don't think it's anything I couldn't show on stream. Maybe if I can put you guys down for some time. All the budget went to Linabel, but then you've already ditched the Linabel as well. What happened there? Can't believe that. Can you smash the pot to see if it has gems in it? Did it look like that kind of pot? I'm curious, I need all the gems. Guys, let's go get the gems. Can't believe the gems in there. Oh yeah, unfortunately just the plastic kind. Can't believe this. Let's leave it there for now. Maybe the wind won't take it any further if it's in the trench there. It most definitely was not there when I ran it through with the rake. You know, the broken branch you mean? Well, I've not been here either. I think it might have been the wind. It must have been the wind, says the Skyrim NPC. But yeah, so this we continued on then next. I think we need to do some shoveling here to finish this. There's also like a lot of the rocks and stone. So I maybe didn't do that good of a job here, but we'll manage. It's us that needs to fix this later. So now the pot. Oh yeah, you mean that, yeah. The pot I think wasn't here in like an hour ago. I think I would have noticed when I was driving back and forth. So I think it has just recently flown here. But yeah, how much is it shaking when I'm walking? Because like I keep teasing Nat about when she does like mobile streams and stuff, and that thing shakes like crazy, and I'm always nauseous. But this one should have like anti-shake or something. This Action 4 camera, so hopefully it's not too nauseating. But yeah, so this is the next thing we did. So we dug up this side here. We could have gone a bit further, I guess, because the thing is that we need to dig from here to there. So this thing needs to connect. But we don't want to do it yet because we want to have an access to this backyard too. So we don't want to cut the road yet. So we'll only do it when we have the pipes and all that sort of stuff ready. So ready at hand. And then the final thing we did, actually we've done a lot of, now that we're walking through here I can see. Not at all really, just the gentle sway. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so the last thing we did then was in Finnish I would say purkuputki, but it sounds stupid I guess for English people, purkuputki. That to me actually sounds already like, if you guys have seen the clip of like is it like a previous prime minister of like United Kingdoms? What's the name of the dude? The guy that looks like a crazy scientist. But in there he has this clip where he like talks like just nonsense, like and it sounds like he's like cursing your family. There's even like a clip like it's Boris Johnson or something, I think the name of the guy. There's like this clip of him going like that sounded to me like that already. But yeah, so it's this thing here should already disperse a lot of the water that comes into it, so from the rainwater pipes and then from the French drains. But in case it ever gets filled up, we need another barrel and another well. So we dug up that route we had earlier, so we dug that up and made some room there as well. Boris Johnson, yeah, exactly, that dude, yeah. And there's this clip of him. I don't know even what he's trying to say. There's like this interview asking him something and he just goes in like before he actually then answers something, I think. But just that the noises were like he's cursing someone. Shakes so much it makes me go, I can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this. And again, it's Egguna. Who else with the banter? I was expecting Nat to be the one bantering here, but it seems to be Egguna every time. But yeah, this is the one we dug, the last thing we did. We can also see that there's like a massive difference between the area here and then the rest of it here, but again we'll do with the shovel. I think we need to fill it a bit. It's quite steep at the moment. There's not an issue being steep in its sense, but if we want to go further back here, we would need to dig up such a massive hole here so that it would better be not as steep, so we don't have to go as deep. So steep and deep, name of the game today. But yeah, I think my father will be here tomorrow evening. I don't know if we'll be streaming because I don't know how long we'll be here for. We'll see what we'll do then. Because again, there's still some stuff that we can dig up and work on. I'd never dare. Not what the hell is this? I keep bantering in your stream, so you have to fight back. You have to show us some Australian banter. There's also, I can see there's like a can or something, the bottom of a can. I think it's a beer can, I think. It looks to me like it's Karhu. What can I say? Statistically, you are most likely to get murdered by me. Okay, Chad, you heard it here first. If there's no streams for some, yeah, Detective Nat is on the case. Nat, can you protect me from murder? Also, Bogus, yeah, I'm seeing you guys have my back on this. I'm glad, because now you know if there won't be any streams for, let's say, a few weeks or so, you can already start calling. I think it will be too late then, but at least someone finds my body then. It will probably be here. I think somewhere here. You will see my foot dangling from the side of this sand pile. You know, that's me. That'll be me then. But yeah, it's starting to rain here. So maybe I should have called the day when I left the Avant machine. Then I would have avoided the rain altogether. but yeah, it's not that bad rain yet, so it's not gonna get me wet, and I don't think the gear will get wet either. But yeah, the struggles we had were mostly with these big boys, especially with the wide scoop. Those stones were really hard. But yeah, my father was also saying that yeah, he struggled with the stones as well, so that made me feel better. It wasn't just me. Because with the smaller scoop we have attached now, it's easier with the rocks. Like you can still, the Avant machine itself struggles more, like trying to lift them and getting underneath them. But with the wide scoop, you just can't get done, because you can't just lift them. Rodents made me do it. Rodents did it. Oh dear. So Nat immediately switched sides. You already dug your grave. Yeah, here's a larger pile in case my feet are showing too much. You can just push me there. That would probably be better. There's more of it there. But yeah, so I guess that's for most of the. We've already again been almost live almost 8 hours again. So I guess we've done a good bit of streaming. Getting closer to those 12-hour streams. Wait, what? I've never promised those. It was Nat. I keep bringing that up in hopes that Nat will actually do a 12-hour stream. But yeah, I guess that's mostly all for today. I don't know if there's anything else. With the rain also coming in, I don't know if it's getting worse or like it's just gonna end soon. But I think I will pack up and get going. Let's hope that my car gets me all the way home, because there's some repairs it really needs. Let's hope it doesn't break down. Me trying to get home. My longest stream is about 5 hours, so you've beat me. Yeah, I've beat you in like, I think the past few streams have already been on like 8 hours or so. And that was an IRL in Melbourne. Okay, I see. So yeah, it was an IRL2 too. IRL2, yeah, that's nice. Because I think for me the biggest issue with these IRLs going longer than 10-ish hours would be the chat phone. But I guess it's just like a power bank. I'll just get another one of those, maybe even a third one, like second and a third. So I would have like a separate one for the phone, for the chat phone. But yeah, it's just more cables going back and forth. So I guess that's the downside of having more power banks. But yeah, hopefully next week, because I'm gonna say that the next streams, possibly there could be a stream on Sunday. I'm gonna say it's unlikely, because there's not that much we can do without actually going for the pipes, and I think we'll go for the pipes on Thursday. So next week, so around a week from now, we'll have a stream on Thursday and Friday. I will of course on Discord once again. I'll let you guys know there's a scheduled channel there on Discord, so I'll just update there when I know. But so far I think it'll be Thursday and Friday, and I think we'll be starting at 9. But again, it will be with my father, and there could even be my mother in the stream as well. So it depends a bit on them as well when we start and for the lunch and stuff. So when I'm alone here, it's easy to just say when I start and when I end and etc. So it will be slightly different then. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. There's been an active chat today as well. So thank you guys a lot. It's been nice when there's both the progress done and chatting to be done. That's a perfect stream. Also, did I miss your message? Feel free to resend it. Hello. But yeah, thank you guys. See you next week. Bye.